Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Thoughts. Regular. Third-person POV. In the area around the town of Pallet there was a forest. In this forest there was a group of Fiero and Spiro who didn't take kindly to anyone crossing their territory. Day after day humans started to stop using this path and started using another path. Soon few ventured this path, but they normally had strong Pokemon to themselves with. One day however, a middle-aged man ventured through the forest accompanied by his wife. This man was Richard Ketchum along with his wife Delia Ketchum. They wandered along the deserted path. As soon as the Fiero saw this they started to attack. The man released his Pokemon, but that wasn't enough because of the sheer number of the flock. The flock started to tire out the Pokemon while the flock was either knocked out and resting or full of strength and attacking except for a lone Fiero. This Fiero was watching with curiosity, waiting for the perfect time to strike. Soon enough though the flock overpowered the man's Pokemon, but before the flock could finish off the humans, the woman yelled to the sky saying, "Someone please help my poor baby Ash." After those words left her mouth the flock attacked and didn't hold back until they were sure the humans had died. Little did she know that a little pink feline Pokemon was flying overheard her saying this as she flew overhead. The Pokemon flew down to investigate. What she found wasn't pretty. She saw two bodies that looked similar to roadkill. She read one of their minds to find out who and where Ash was. As she went through the women's mind she found out that the child was alone back in Pallet Town. So off she went to find this Ash that the human talked about. When she got to Pallet Town she found the house that Ash is supposedly living in. She floated in through the door and into the house. In the house all was quiet except for a faint snoring that could be heard coming from the top floor. She could sense a powerful aura coming down from the next floor. As she floated up she wondered what age the child was and what he looked like. When she entered the room she saw a 3-year-old baby with raven black hair. But that's not what surprised her. What surprised her more was the strong aura the baby already had. Mew hadn't seen an aura close to this strong since Sir Aaron himself. As she looked at the child she thought what she was going to do with him, but at that moment the child woke up. She saw a pair of golden brown eyes. As she looked into the child's eyes the child stood up and started giggling and tried to pull on Mew's tail. Mew was shocked, but then the child squealed as he caught the tail. He seems to be quite hyper and a strong aura user even at this age. Maybe I should bring him back to the tree and introduce him to Lucario. He needs an aura trainer and Lucario does have a child as well to grow up with little Ash. Yes, that'll be good, she thought. Hey little one, I'm sorry to say this but your mother's not gonna come back for you, Mew said. Mommy's not coming home, said little Ash tearing up. I'm sorry but your mother's dead. At this little Ash started to cry but still didn't get the whole meaning of his mother's death, but Mew continued on. But you can come with me to my home and I can introduce you to some new people and you can make new friends. As long as you don't leave me like mommy did. Mew did a flip in happiness. Okay, as to get to my house you're going to need to hold on to me as tight as you can, Mew said. Thank you, Ash cried out. Ash held Mew in a hug that made Mew's heart stop. Okay, hold on tight. After she said this she took off out of the house and into the sky and off to the Rhoda to introduce Ash, then a trip to the Tree of Life. After 5 minutes of flight Ash fell asleep in Mew's arms. About 2 hours later when the sun started to come up, Mew saw the kingdom of Rhoda in the distance. Little one, time to wake up, Mew said in a soft voice. Ugh, 5 more minutes mom, was the response and Mew froze mid-flight then continued. Did he just say what I think he did? She thought. Hey Ash, look at the view, we're coming in to where you're gonna meet a couple of friends. 5 more minutes. He's tough but there's still one last chance, she thought. Breakfast is ready. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Ash opened his eyes and couldn't believe the view of the city and a giant tree in the distance. As he kept looking, Mew came in for a landing. Okay, now to find Lucario. Ah, there he is, let's go. They came in, landing next to a adult human-sized blue Pokemon. Next to him was a smaller version, Riolu. The two Pokemon were shocked to say the least. Hey Lucario, Riolu, let me introduce you to little Ash. If you're wondering, he's the point of origin of the strong aura. Mew, what an honor. It is to meet you, but what is a human doing with you? Plus he has an aura that I've only heard legends speak of. Do you think he's the one? Yes, I do think he's the one, at least from what I've heard about he should be. And I found him alone in his house after a flock of Fiero murdered his parents. I was thinking that I could raise him and that maybe he could live in the tree and have your little Riolu as a friend. Maybe later on when he proves himself, Arceus will allow me to make him a real Mew if he wants. But in the meantime I think he should go on a Pokemon journey, and I think that we should prep him and teach him things he should learn and maybe teach him how to use Aura when he turns 7. But before that I think that we should teach him all about the world of Pokemon and all of its regions, so that when he's older he'll become one of the strongest trainers, and then if he's lucky he'll become a Mew if Arceus is willing. But I think that the whole council will be watching him, deciding if he's worthy, and some of the more well-known may join his team on this journey of his to get a better view. Mew said. Lucario was shocked to say the least, but as soon as the shock wore off he said. He may have a mema in you, but he also needs a papa. So Mew, I'm asking this as an old friend of yours. Can I take on the fatherly spot for young Ash here? I know it's a lot to ask, but I know that a child needs a father as well, plus that'll make Riolu his brother. She needs a brother to look after her in case the wrong nose points her way, and I don't want to be a grandpa too soon. Lucario responded. That'd be great. I was wondering if someone was going to take on that role. By the way, I think it'd be best if we raised the child together in the tree so that his aura powers blossom sooner and he can start learning before his journey for his own safety. Also, I think that every now and again we should bring them not trips so that they don't get bored after a while of training. Mew said. I think I can agree on that if I can, plus I still need to teach Riolu how to talk through his aura, so we need to find out a way for them to communicate first, plus before I can start to live at the tree I need to inform my human partner. If we're lucky maybe he will let me, but as soon as he finds out the reason he may want to join, has wanted to raise a child, and it is always good to have another human to help raise him so that he doesn't lose all his social skills with his own kind. Plus then we don't have to go through the dreaded talk. If you're 12 plus you should know what this talk's about, with him. Lucario replied. Don't worry about the communication problem for now. I'll be giving little Ashy here a gift so that he understands poke speech. I'm okay with the human as long as he doesn't do anything funny with Ash and strives to help him. I do agree with everything else you've stated though. But other than that I do agree with you on that he could use an uncle. Mew answered back. That settles it. After all my time with him I've never seen him be greedy before. Let me go tell him of the situation and hope that we can join you in raising an aspiring trainer and future legend. I do hope that he says yes and that the Queen agrees too, because otherwise he's stuck here until then. Lucario said, deflating after that last sentence. Don't worry, I'll deal with the Queen while you deal with your partner. Plus I think that Ash here needs a different last name so that people aren't surprised after 8 years where people presumed someone dead that they survived, Mew said. Why don't we just give him Riley's last name? He will in fact be the uncle, so no one will be asking as many questions. But I don't think that we should lie to him about his true heritage, and we should let him start his journey off in his hometown, since that is where many aspiring trainers start their journeys. Replied Lucario. Okay, I approve of that, so his last name will be Brown, so he'll be known as Ash Brown, and that's a good idea for his journey. Plus I think that Riolu should join him after he gets his starter so that he continues learning how to use his aura for the greater good. I'll follow you invisibly with Ash so that no one will get freaked out. Plus I don't anyone to get the wrong image about why we have a human with us. Mew responded calmly. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go find Riley and ask him if he can go along with our plan and see if the Queen accepts too. Lucario said while starting to walk to the giant castle off in the distance. After Mew disappeared they entered the castle. About 15 minutes of walking they found a man walking alone down the halls. Master Riley, we have a situation on our hands, Lucario said urgently. What is it? Is the castle under attack? Have there been any confirmed sightings of poachers? Questioned Riley. Something far more important. We've found the chosen one. Can't you sense the powerful aura in the hallway? His aura is that strong even at the age of 2 years old. We need to raise him after his parents died. Lucky for us, an old friend of mine who was passing by in the neighborhood and brought the child here so I could be the fatherly figure and you get to be the uncle. After the words left Lucario's mouth, Riley frowned. He did sense the aura, and if he was the chosen one, then he needs to be trained in the ways of aura and become powerful, wise, and not abuse the power. I do sense a powerful aura, but it seems to be floating on nothing in the air. Also, who's this friend of yours that you never told me about? Riley responded, frowning. Oh, my apologies, master, it's okay, he's not going to hurt you or your new son right now. Lucario said, and Mew appeared in the air with the baby Ash in her hands, holding him in a way only a mother could. Can you please take on the role of the uncle of this child and let us all live in the tree so his powers can increase tenfold and he'll be able to control them sooner. However, make one wrong move, however small, and you'll wish you didn't. Mew said with a really intimidating glare towards Riley. I will accept this role as long as Queen Eileen has approved of this, and I vow on my honor as an Aura Guardian to never do anything funny with you or your child. Riley said confidently, and Mew let out a sigh. Well, that vow is good enough for now, but I still have my eyes on you. Also, I took care of the Queen. I gave her a quick alteration of memories that'll make it seem like you're out trying to stop poachers and be unable to report without notifying the rest of them on your tail. Mew said, still not completely sure about the decision. Great, let me get packed, which shouldn't take long, in getting a pair of aura gloves for the child. By the way, what is his name? Asked Riley as they walked back to his room so he could get packed. His name is Ash Ketchum, but since his parents died and everyone from his town probably thinks he's dead, so we've decided to change it to Ash Brown so that they won't be surprised if they hear about him. After he heard this, they arrived at his room, so he entered and started packing as well as responding. Well, since we're all going to raise him, at what age do you think we should start training him to be an aura user? He should be ready in about 5 years where we're going, plus you don't need to find aura gloves, we already have some gloves ready at the tree for him. You don't mean those gloves, do you? Lucario asked, shocked. Yes, those gloves. The gloves of Sir Aaron himself. Regular. Poke speech, only Ash and other Pokemon understand this. 8 years later. Come on, you have to concentrate and form a sphere. Said Riley. It was 6 a.m. at the Tree of Beginning, the average time that Ash would start his meditation process to use his aura. So far he could sense life forms around him to a certain degree, intimidate people when they look into his eyes, speak through his aura, and he can sense emotions. The most advanced thing that he had so far mastered to a degree is making aura bonds with people and Pokemon. Today was the day that Ash turned 10, he was told that if he manages to make an aura sphere then he could go on a journey across the world. That was his dream ever since he was 5, to travel around the world catching and training Pokemon and making new friends. After hearing this, his relatives decided it was time for him training his aura powers, teaching him to cook, how to train different Pokemon, how to react to different Pokemon, and how to manage being without his Mama and Papa for a large amount of time. But the most important thing they told him was that he can't use his aura abilities in front of anyone untrustworthy enough or in a direct situation. They also told him what happened to his parents after he finally understood. Let's just say there were a lot of tears. They never lied about a single thing to little Ash, and he never lied about his feelings to them. Suddenly a small blue sphere the size of a golf ball appeared in between the little boy's hands. Yay, I did it! Ash happily cried out. After he said this, he heard a clapping. Good job, Ash! Said his surrogate brother, Riolu. You know what that means about today, right? He asked Ash. Yep, that means that now we get to travel around the world and meet new friends and maybe become one of the strongest trainer in the world. Ash happily stated. Well, as long as you don't get overconfident, you'll be fine. Don't forget every day to train your aura and become as strong as you can. Remember, we have eyes on you your whole journey. Riley stated while trying to suppress a smile. He grew up so fast and he's made so many good decisions so far, but let's hope that he keeps up this streak. He thought with pride on his face. I will, was Ash's response. Ash, we've decided on an adequate spot for you to start your journey. Don't forget you cannot them your real last name, otherwise the wrong questions are going to come up. Plus, before you started your journey we decided to let Professor Oak give you your first Pokemon so that you keep up your old family tradition, and also he's one of your parents' closest friend in Pallet Town. Don't forget to go past your old house. I know after all these years it may bring back bad memories, but it'll probably bring back good ones too. Whatever you do while in the house, as long as no one lives there anymore and you're not disrespectful, we support it. Mew said with a smoke on her face as she floated. But enough about that right now, it's time for you to prepare yourself for your journey, like food, water, and other necessities. We can deal with the rest as soon as the time comes to cross that mountain. But before you go, learn to forgive and not be vengeful. If you do, well, you better not. Understood? Riley said while looking indifferent. Ash headed to his part of the cave in the tree and started packing what little stuff he had and adding all of the necessities while still having about half the bag to fill up with stuff he finds along the way. Among the stuff he has a fire stone that he found while wandering around the tree one day through his aura while he was meditating when he was, "Alright, I'm ready to go, let's have fun on this journey." Ash said, excited that he could finally start his journey today. He exited his cave and walked back to where the other were. "I'm ready, Mema, can you teleport me to Pallet Town now? I want to see how it looks like and start my journey now." Ash said hurriedly. "Okay, I'll teleport you to your house and leave you there for a bit. Remember, Riolu is going to meet you on the outskirts of the city and we'll say our final goodbyes." "K." Mew responded calmly. After she said this she floated over to Ash. The others walked up over to him and they all got in a big hug. During the hug Mew teleported them all to Pallet Town and they all broke free of the hug. In front of the group there was a house that looked like no one had entered it in a decade. "Well, this is your first stop, don't be late going to the professor or you won't get a Pokemon," Mew warned Ash. "I won't now, I'm gonna go inside and see how much the house has changed since I can remember." "See you in an hour, stay strong Ash," said Lucario before a flash of pink and they were gone. Ash entered the house. In it there was about 5 inches of dust covering the floor and Rattata and Raticate running throughout the house and in between the walls. "Well, this place is in good shape," Ash said sarcastically. He spent the better part of the hour looking through the house but found no trace of life other than the Rattata and Raticate as well as some faced footprints through the dust. The time finally came when Ash had to leave. "I hope to make you proud, Mom and Dad," Ash said, tearing up as he left. As he made his way to the lab the clock was turning towards 7:30 a.m. Once he made it to the lab he knocked on the door and waited patiently. There was a crash and the sound of cursing and footsteps echoing. The door opened for Ash to see an elderly man in a lab coat with a red mark on his left arm. "Hello, can I help you?" the man said. "Yes, my name's Ash Brown and I'm supposed to be starting my journey today," he responded. "Ah, Ash, it's good to meet you. My name's Professor Oak and I'll be happy to announce that you're the first trainer here to pick up a Pokemon. Follow me," Oak said while leading the way to a room that resembled a laboratory. "Well, here are the 3 Pokemon you can choose. We have Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle," he said each name after releasing the Pokemon from the ball. "Well, Professor, I've been thinking about it for a while and decided to go for a challenge and take Charmander, please," Ash said. After he said this, Professor Oak returned Squirtle and Bulbasaur but left Charmander out to get acquainted with Ash. Take good care of him, otherwise if you don't you'll lose your chance forever to become a trainer. Also here, let give you the essentials that I hand out, primarily your Pokédex, 5 Pokeball and Charmander's Pokeball," Oak said while handling him Charmander's Pokeball. "Also, before you do something stupid, don't go into the forest. There's a vicious flock of Fiero that kill anyone that enter their territory." "Really, why do you think that they're doing that?" Ash asked. "I have no idea, but they've costed many lives." "Professor, may I ask you a personal question?" "Shoot." "Has any friends or family recently wandered into the forest?" "No, not for the past 8 years. "Oh, what happened?" "2 friends of mine, a couple, Delia and Richard Ketchum were supposedly the latest ones killed, at least that's what eyewitnesses claim. But after 1 year of asking if anyone in Viridian City had seen them, we gave up. The biggest mystery about their deaths is that their 2-year-old son had vanished. Like here 1 second gone now. Next. That's sad, so no one has recovered the bodies? Nope. Anytime anyone tries to even enter the forest the flock attacks, but enough of that, it's time for you to start your journey. Thanks again, Professor, I can't wait to start my journey. He replied as he left the building. As soon as he got outside he saw the place was crowded with a kid his age walking up to the lab. There was a bunch of cheerleaders and a couple of townsfolk there watching the kid. Out of my way, shrimp. The kid said with a look of superiority in them, but Ash didn't back down. In fact, he rose above and gave a cold glare that made the kid flinch. I don't move out of the way for bullies like you, he stated calmly. You will move out of the way for the great Gary Oak, Gary said with venom. Nope, see ya wannabe. Ash replied calmly and walked past him, knocking Gary back a little with his shoulder. We'll see who the loser is when we battle, Gary yelled loud enough for Ash to hear. But Ash was too far to hear it and was using his aura vision to see where his best friend brother Riolu was waiting for him. As he approached the forest he sensed a large flock of Pokemon that radiated aggressiveness and anger. Presumably the flock of Spearow. Not too far off from the flock he could sense 4 beings radiating calmness and patience. Deep in the forest he could sense 2 very faint yet visible auras. As he came closer to the group of 4 he became aware of how close the flock was to the group. No question, it was probably headed their way. As he broke into the clearing he could finally hear the shriek of the Fiero Spearow to approach him. Finally he could see his brother in all but blood and his parents' guardian figure. Hey Dad, Mema. Bro and Uncle Ri, I'm back, he called out to the group. Hey Ash, we were just discussing something that concerns you, Riley said. Really, what were you talking about? He asked, curious to know. We've decided in a test to see how far you've come in your aura training. You can sense the flock of Fiero Spearow, Lucario stated. Yeah, what does that have to do with it? Ash asked nervously, already predicting what the test will be. You have to take on the whole flock by yourself without the aid of your Pokemon, and then you have to capture the leader so that the flock will probably become 90% less aggressive, Mew stated with a hint of worry. Don't worry, if the situation becomes too far out of control then we'll intervene, she added quickly. Wait, I have to take on the entire flock and catch their leader, he shouted loudly. For his initial reaction he noticed that the screeching became louder and he started to tense up, forming a small aura sphere ready to launch it at the first of the flock that pop out of the thick trees. As the first one came out he launched the first aura sphere at it, hitting it in the middle of its face, knocking it out immediately. He quickly formed more in each hand, launching them as fast as possible. After launching 5 volleys with knockout hits each time the first of the flock came in range to attack him, so as they started their own battle he let his instances took over. He ducked, blocked, gave a right hook, etc., knocking a Pokemon out each hit. But they just kept coming and eventually he started to get a few cuts and bruises. After a bit the flock stopped receiving reinforcements. By this time Ash had reseeded a bunch of minor injuries and a big gash was opened on his chest, but nothing his family couldn't heal. As this went on he could finally count how many members of the flock remained. At the moment he could count 7 average Spearow and 4 average Fiero. As he knocked out the last few of members of the flock he searched with his aura and found a very powerful looking aura approaching him from behind himself. He ducked just in time to miss the powerful talons of a fierce-looking Fiero. He could sense the rage against humans coming off the Fiero like waves in the ocean. He could tell that this was the leader. He could also judge on his emotions that he had a bad run-in with humans before, be it poachers or a poor trainer that abandoned it. At this time he could also see that a couple of the Spearow were starting to wake back up from unconsciousness. How about we make this even? 1-on-1, you and me, Fiero. Ash shouted out confidently, if I win you get to come with me and I'll show you the true meaning of friendship and you get to be my Pokemon, but if you win you get to do whatever you want with me, hell you can make me clean up after you, he added. "I accept," was the reply with a nod, and with that Ash rapidly formed an aura sphere and launched it at the Fiero. As the aura sphere came close at the Fiero, it swerved out of the way and headed toward Ash with wings glowing peeping wing attack. As he came closer Ash prepped himself and counted down. The Fiero was a few feet away from him, he ducked under the attack then sprang onto the Fiero's back. Fiero squeaked in surprise and started to do evasive maneuvers in the air trying to knock off the excessive weight on his back. Meanwhile Ash held on tight with one hand and started to rapid-fire aura spheres into Fiero's plumage at a decent pace. After about a dozen direct hits Fiero started to lose consciousness at an altitude of 10 meters in the air. As they approached the ground on their collision course Ash jumped off and tucked into a roll coming out with hardly any injuries, at the same time Fiero crashed into the ground bring up a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, Ash could see Fiero was standing up, although it looked as if it was about to fall to the ground from their battle. The two met each other's eyes. And Fiero gave him a nod of respect and gave one last cry into the sky and fell to the ground unconscious. Ash Quicket took off his bag and found the pokeball and quickly threw it at the Fiero, catching it instantly. As this happened the effects of the adrenaline wore off and Ash collapsed onto the ground out of sheer exhaustion. During this whole battle Lucario, Riolu, Riley, and Mew were all watching the clash with proud smiles on their faces, especially after their own child's kindness towards Fiero and then his victory. They also were happy that their son knew they got a new friend out of it. "Congratulations Ash, you passed the test with flying colors," Riley stated with pride. "Yep, can't wait to have him along the journey. Which reminds me, come on out," he shouted, throwing Charmander and Fiero's Pokeball into the air. As the Pokemon were released, they were both surprised that they were in the presence of Mew and started to look with widened eyes and went forward nervously. "Don't be shy guys, this is my family. By the way guys, I decided to start off with a Charmander and you guys just witnessed what happened with Fiero, right? Ah, so you decided on Charmander, looks like you may have a little extra bit to handle when he evolves into a Charizard. Other than that I think it's time for us to say goodbye one last time before you head out on your journey. Remember, don't hesitate to call if you need help in a certain situation. Don't forget to also get started on that Fiero of yours. It seems it may be hard to handle at first but will probably one of your most loyal Pokemon in the end, right guys?" Mew said as the others nodded in agreement with the statement. Meanwhile Fiero was looking onwards at the scene with interest. It wasn't often one of the legendaries graces anyone with their presence. "I'll remember that. I think that maybe I should try to sear up an aura link so that I can read its memories and move on from there. Come to think of it, I should probably do that with all of them so that I can constantly keep contact with them at all times and track them down. What do you think?" Ash asked. "I think that that's a smart idea. As soon as you catch a Pokemon you should form a link so that you get to know them better," responded Lucario. "Thanks, now let's get to it then," Ash said, moving towards Fiero. As soon as he came close enough Fiero looked at him curiously as he placed his hands on his beak and then they were floating in a hat seemed to be space. "Fiero, please show me your memories, tell me why you are this way." Fiero obliged and soon it was like a movie theater while Fiero's memories flooded his mind. At first there were scenes of Fiero's early days as a sparrow geowing up until one day poachers came and took him and his family away. Eventually he was sold to a trainer. But this trainer was extremely abusive, calling him weak even when he evolved into a Fiero. Eventually he was released into the forest and soon came across a flock of Spearow and Fiero. Challenging the leader of the flock, he won. Since that day the flock started getting really aggressive towards humans, sometimes even killing them. Then he saw it. It was a regular day. For the last couple of months the forest had been quiet with the occasional human to prey on. Ash saw 2 people being attacked and killed by the flock. But the worst part? The man still had 2 Pokeball attached to his belt. Years went by, the flock made their daily around the forest, the Pokeball still staying in the same spot begging to be opened to let the Pokemon inside out. Meanwhile, Fiero was looking through Ash's life looking quite guilty at the part where he flung out that he had intentionally killed his parents. Finally Fiero looked up at his new trainer and saw horror on his face, but in it he also saw acceptance. Fiero, I know why you did it, but right now I think it's time for the two of us to forget the past and look on to the future. You need to get over the fact that you think that all humans are abusive and learn to give people a chance. I know at first it'll be really tough, but I have no doubt in my mind that eventually you'll get used to human presences. Eventually I think that I'll be able to get over the fact that you killed my parents, but that's the past, we can't dwell on it forever. Ash stated. At the end of the speech Fiero had his eyes bulging out of their sockets. He had thought that the human was going to be the same as his first trainer. I know it's too late to say this and I don't deserve your thanks after what I've done in the past, but now it's time I make it up to you. I hope we become the best of friends, Fiero said, tearing up. You've been forgiven and you don't owe me anything right now. Also I'm gonna set up a link between you and me right now, meaning we can easily communicate each other's thoughts. I'm also going to set this up to all of my Pokemon so that whenever we get a new friend you'll be able to chat with them at all times even when you're not with me. But remember this: if you're at the lab, do not attack the professor unless you're 100% certain he's attacking you. Ash said. I think that would be interesting, we could just chat with each other anytime for training, Fiero replied. Okay, just follow my lead and accept the link when you're ready. Ash said while focusing his aura. So far he's had great results with making the links, and this time he didn't disappoint. He could now subconsciously feel where Fiero was. And with that they went back to reality. While what seemed to be hours in the creation of the link was actually a couple minutes in reality. The rest of the group was watching and waiting for them to finish up. Charmander clearly looked like it was excited to go through the same procedure to get to know its trainer better. As soon as Ash finished up the connection with Charmander. It was about noon. For some people they would be hungry, but not Ash. He had been trained so that he only need a total of 1.5 square meals a day, meaning his personal food supplies would last longer. Well guys, looks like it's time to head off to continue our journey, but let's not forget our newest member. Ash said while pulling out an empty Pokeball and walking up to Riolu. Well bro, it's time you and me saw the world, he said while tapping him on the head. Riolu gave no trouble and the Pokeball confirmed the catch. Immediately he released Riolu to say the final goodbyes. As soon as they were done, Ash returned all his Pokemon and headed deeper into the forest. After a couple of minutes of awking he decided to let Fiero out of its Pokeball. Fiero, I think it's time for me to see my biological parents. Can you lead the way? Of course, it's the least I could do for you, was his reply. After saying this Fiero took off at a decent pace with Ash trailing behind. After about 20 minutes of a light jog they reached a clearing. It was beautiful, except the skeletons of two badly beaten humans. Both still had clothes on though, and as Ash came closer he realized that there were two Pokemon left in the man's skeletal hands. Ash quickly checked with his aura and found out that the Pokemon inside the Pokeball were still alive and healthy. As he approached the two skeletons his eyes started to water and he started to cry. Mom. Dad, he asked silently as he fell onto his hands and knees. After about 30 minutes of just sitting there he finally pulled himself together and moved forwards to see what Pokemon were in what he presumed was his father's hands. As he finally took them out of the hands he threw them in the air to see them. As the Pokemon came out, what he saw made his eyes bug out, as the Pokemon looked around in confusion until their eyes rested on Ash while Fiero was silent for fear for its life. There standing in front of him was a Blaziken, but that's not the only thing that had him shocked. The Blaziken standing before Ash was easily 2 feet taller than the average Blaziken. The other Pokemon was a beautiful Umbreon with a coat as dark as midnight, but instead of yellow circles around it, they were blue, indicating that it was shiny. Hello you two, Ash said calmly, gathering their attention while prepping himself for a tough ride ahead. I know you are wondering where you are and what you're doing here, not to mention who I am. How about instead of that I show you instead, he added. The two Pokemon seemed to be communicating silently between themselves. After about a minute of the conversation they stopped and nodded at Ash to do his thing. As the two of them connected his mind with theirs, He decided to start off by showing them Fiero's life first. As soon as they reached the part after he killed his parents, he showed them his life. Shocking them that this was their old trainer's child, but they were shocked even more when they saw how he handled the situation with Fiero. As soon as he finished showing them what had happened, the two seemed way down. "Now you too," Ash started as he caught their attention. "I know how you feel, but don't blame this on Fiero, he was just misguided. As are you two right now. I'd like to change that for you though," he continued calmly. "I know I'm not my dad, but I have to ask this since I know that we'll both find comfort from being together. So what I'm asking is, would you like to become my Pokemon now?" He finished nervously. The two Pokemon in question restarted their little silent talk. After a couple of minutes they finally nodded together. The two of them walked up to Ash. They both points to their Pokeballs. As soon as he understood, he gave them their respective Pokeball. As soon as they received them, they immediately destroyed them. Ash, who watched with a sad expression believing they didn't want him, sighed to himself. But before he could do anything, Blaziken had already returned and opened his bag, that was still on his bag, and found two Pokeball. Giving them to Ash, and then he and Umbreon tapped the Pokeball and they dinged in succession quite quickly. As soon as this happened, he quickly let them back out and started up the links between the three of them. As soon as that was done, he brought out Riolu. "Riolu, I think it's about time I teach you Dig." So for the next 2 hours went by with Riolu learning how to use Dig. After this time though, Riolu learned how to use Dig and then dug one big hole with a forcible ending. While doing so, he also did a few other things, including making a gravestone and coffin from a nearby tree. He spent a whole half hour on the funeral for his parents. As soon as he was done though, his and his two newest Pokemon's eyes were ready to burst full of tears. After they calmed down, Ash returned all but Fiero, deciding to let it direct him through the forest. As they were reaching the part of the forest where the trees became fewer, he decided on trying to find a spot to stay the night. As soon as he found a suitable spot near a river, he set up camp, made himself something to eat, and gave his Pokemon something. They all went to sleep. The next week fell into the same thing. He stayed in the same spot all week, training his Pokemon to listen to his command both verbally and with the bond. After that they'd learn new moves and improve the old ones. On the first day, Ash found out that even after 8 years of doing nothing, Blaziken and Umbreon both were still in decent shape. Charmander, on the other hand, was a whole different story. Charmander was basically viewed as the younger brother who wanted to grow up to be the strongest there ever was. During that week, Ash discovered and taught his Charmander Scratch, Growl, Leer, Ember, Dragon Rage, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Double Team, and Dig. His Fiero now knew Tackle, Leer, Peck, Drill Peck, Wing Attack, Double Team, Mirror Coat, Aerial Ace, and Sky Attack. His Riolu knew Dig, Counter, Mach Punch, Low Kick, Iron Tail, and the move that took them forever for Riolu to learn, Aura Sphere. His Umbreon knew Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Feint Attack, Tackle, Mean Look, Sand Attack, Bite, Moonlight, Nightshade, Crunch, and Tail Whip. And finally his Blaziken knew Flare Blitz, Fire Punch, High Jump Kick, Scratch, Growl, Focus Energy, Ember, Double Kick, Peck, Bulk Up, Blaze Kick, Sky Uppercut, Power Up Punch, Incinerate, Flamethrower, Thunder Punch, and Overheat. At the end of the week he finally decided to head to the next city for a rest up. As he was walking along the path, his Pokemon all returned and stashed on his belt. He was searching for a trainer to practice with Charmander and Riolu. As he was finally a solid 10 minutes from the end of the path, a really loud scream filled his ears. Immediately he shot into action, calling out Fiero and Riolu. Immediately after he did that, he shot as fast as he could towards the scream. A few seconds later a loud roar pierced the air. After 5 seconds of sprinting he reached a clearing with a river, but that wasn't the worst part of the spot. The worst part was there was gigantic Gyarados there standing, can they stand, above a small redhead. Another thing, if you looked at the Gyarados, is you could tell it was 3 times the normal size. Not to mention it was pure golden. Fiero used Sky Attack, Riolu Aura Sphere Rapid Fire. As he said this he formed an aura sphere and launched it at the Gyarados. Meanwhile Riolu was making several smaller ones that were pelting the Gyarados, making it cry out in pain. At the same time Firo was enveloped in a white glow and rocketed forwards at the Gyarados. As soon as the first couple of hits hit Gyarados, it turned its attention towards Ash looking in annoyance. "Okay, you wanna play it that way, huh? Blaziken, Umbreon, come on out," he shouted, throwing their Pokeball into the air to release them. Soon the battle was 4-1 while Ash was making his way towards the girl that seemed to have passed out from the earlier events. Firo used Drill Peck, Riolu Iron Tail, Umbreon used Dark Pulse, and Blaziken used Thunder Punch. He called out as the Gyarados started to charge up its Hyper Beam. As they all unleashed their attacks, all but Blaziken's attack seemingly just angered it. But as soon as Blaziken's attack hit it seemed to do major damage to the giant Pokémon. After their attacks hit the Gyarados' Hyper Beam released straight for Umbreon, but the Nimble Evolution jumped out of the way before the attack hit. Again, Ash shouted. This time while the Gyarados was recharging. He was hit with the same moves with the same effect, but this time the Pokémon collapsed after it received the Thunder Punch. As it collapsed he thought it over for a second, then he pulled out an empty Pokeball and threw it at the wild Gyarados. Believing it was better that he fought it now rather than poachers catching it later. As the ball connected it opened and Gyarados was pulled in and it started shaking. After about 10 seconds of anticipation it finally dinged in success. "Yes, we caught a Gyarados," he shouted so loudly that he startled the poor girl awake. "Huh, who are you and what happened to that golden Gyarados?" the girl asked. "Well, the name's Ash Brown. I was walking down the path earlier and heard a scream, came here, saw you unconscious underneath the giant Gyarados, I did some quick thinking and caught it. By the way, what's your name?" he asked curiously. I'm Misty Waterflower. I was fishing when I came across that Gyarados and screamed and passed out from shock of its unique size and coloration," was her answer. "Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but right now I need to get going on my way to Viridian City," he said while starting to walk off. "Wait. Since you helped me, and since the Gyarados totally annihilated my bike," indicating a pile of scrap metal, "do you think you have space for one more on your journey at the moment?" she asked. "Sure, I don't mind," he replied as she started packing up her stuff. As she did this he returned all of his Pokémon and started chatting with them about themselves. After 5 minutes, she was ready and walking up to him. Soon they headed towards the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. After about 10 minutes of walking the city came into view as they walked up to it. As soon as they came in they went into the Pokémon Center so that Misty could get lunch. As soon as they both secured a room to stay in, Misty went to get something to eat. Meanwhile Ash left the Pokémon Center to go find a secluded part in the forest to set up the link with Gyarados. As he was about to release it from the ball, he released his other Pokémon first and explained the situation. As soon as they were all ready to face it, Ash released it and immediately sent out waves of calming aura. As soon as the beast was released it roared loudly, so loudly he was sure that everyone in Viridian City could hear it loud and clear. The Gyarados was about to start rampaging. He felt all of the calming aura wash over himself. As soon as Ash saw the Gyarados was calm, he initiated the aura link. Soon the link was complete and Gyarados finally reacted with big eyes as he went through both of their memories. He saw an abnormally large golden Magikarp living peacefully with its family. This memory went on for about a year, till one day a group of poachers decided to test their luck with catching the river Pokémon. When the group saw the Magikarp they instantly had wide eyes, then they dropped what they were doing to go after the Magikarp. As the poachers came closer a pair of Gyarados came out looking sad. After a long battle the poachers eventually subdued and caught the parents. They once again went after the Magikarp, but due to the anger that the Magikarp had, it started evolving. As the light cleared, a massive roar pierced the air with a giant golden Gyarados. Seeing the look on the Gyarados' eyes and taking in the amount of hate in its eyes, it was enough to scare the men. They started to battle. When it was over you could see the Gyarados towering over the dazed poachers. After blasting them away it rescued the other Pokémon and has hated humans ever since. Then about a week after a week of peace he saw a girl sitting on the riverbank with a fishing line out. The memories of the past week's events played out in its mind and the beast was once again caught up in a cloud of rage. Seeing red, the Garridos came out roaring, scaring the girl. The Garridos blindly attacked till it was above the girl. As it was about to finish the girl off he was attacked by Ash. That's where the memories stopped. As the memories went by Ash's frown grew more and more. After seeing these events, the look of rage on his face mixed with empathy. As Garridos calmed down as he went through the same set of memories, he expected the human to have encouraged the other humans. But was surprised when he was fuming. Also he seemed to have an air of sadness. Garridos, I know it doesn't look good, but you have to realize that not all humans are bad. I can only try to persuade you to trust me, but right now all I ask is that you try to listen to my commands and we can continue on from there. The last thing I have to tell you is that I'm going to make an aura bond so that we can communicate at all times from any distance through our aura and so you always know the details about what's occurred. So what do you say? Do you agree with my plan? Ash said confidently. I agree with your terms as long as you don't do too many stupid things while on our adventure. Was the response through the link. Well, we better get training. Ash said excitedly. After 3 hours of non-stop training he finally called on quits and started heading back to the Pokemon Center. When he got there he immediately got his Pokemon healed. While they were healing, he set off to find his room. Once he got there he deposited his bag and went back down to the lobby to get his Pokemon. Trainer Ash Brown, your Pokemon are healed. Nurse Joy said over the speakers. Ash made his way over to get his Pokemon. As soon as they were all put away and he was about to leave a smog attack entered the building. What's going on? Someone in the lobby said. Hand over your Pokemon or we'll do this the hard way, a voice from the smog said. As the smog finally cleared there was a guy with blue spiky hair and a girl with long red hair. There was also a coughing and an Ekans ready to attack. How about no, Ash stated calmly. Charmander, Umbreon, come on out. Ash shouted, releasing said Pokemon. Charmander, use Flamethrower, Umbreon, use Dark Pulse. Dodge, then use Poison Sting. Ekans, said the girl. Dodge Coughing and use Toxic, the boy said. As the attacks were released, Coughing and Ekans were too slow to avoid the incoming barrage and were thrown back into their trainers unconscious with swirls for eyes. Alright Charmander, wrap it up with Dragon Rage, Ash yelled out. The attack hit the two wannabe thieves and sent them flying into the horizon. As they were flying they screamed out. Team Rocket's blasting off again. After getting thanked by numerous other trainers including Misty, Ash decided to head to bed, but before he could he heard a loud. Wait! As he turned around he realized that it came from Nurse Joy who was holding an egg. I thought of a suitable reward for saving us from those thieves and I've decided to give you this egg. What? I can't accept this. I was only doing the right thing by stopping those crooks, was his reply. But I insist, plus this egg was abandoned here and as soon as it hatches it would have had to go to a Pokemon adoption center, she insisted. Fine, I can see that this argument is getting me nowhere. By the way, how long until this egg is supposed to hatch? He asked as he took it. When Nurse Joy was about to respond, all of a sudden a bright light engulfed them. As they looked for the source, it turns out it was the egg that was ready to hatch. As it took form it shaped into Hall of Origin. Arceus looked down on the earth, watching her chosen one's life, how he grew up with Mew as a mother. She couldn't agree more with Mew's idea that Ash should join them as a legendary in time. As she finished watching him get his new egg she said to herself. I hope you like the Pokemon inside of that egg. It was very difficult convincing the previous owner of that egg to abandon it. Alright, I think it's about time to get this show on the road and call the council for the meeting. After saying this, Arceus called all of the legendary Pokemon for the meeting. It took a total of 5 minutes for all of the legends to show up. From Kanto there was a small pink feline Pokemon, Mew, also a majestic blue bird, Articuno, a Pokemon resembling a flaming chicken without feathers, and a yellow spiky bird Pokemon, Zapdos. Mutwo hasn't joined them yet. From Johto there was a rainbow-colored bird, Oh-Oh, a silver-coated Pokemon with blue belly with blue spikes coming out of its back, Lugia, a blue graceful and majestic Pokemon with white spots, Suicune, a yellow saber-toothed tiger-like Pokemon with electrical designs on it, Raikou, a brown furred with cloud-like wisps of a mane and a handlebar mustache and white spikes protruding from its back, Entei, a green fairy-like Pokemon with see-through wings, Celebi. From Hoenn there was an alien-like Pokemon that kept on changing forms that all had the same color but different shapes, Deoxys. There was a small star-shaped Pokemon, Jirachi. There was a massive red Pokemon that was seemingly made out of dirt, Groudon, a massive blue whale-like Pokemon with red rings all around its body, Groudon. Two Pokemon that looked similar to each other with one being red and the other blue but both had triangles on their heads that were composed of their own respective colors, the Ian duo Latinos and Latios. There was a giant green serpent-like Pokemon with red lines running along its body, Rayquaza. There was a Pokemon that looked like it was an odd chunk of ice with multiple +4 eyes, Regice. A Pokemon completely made of steel with the same eye-like structure as the previous Pokemon, Regirock. A Pokemon made from steel yet again with the same eyes as the latter, Registeel. From Sinnoh there were 3 small Pokemon that resembled each other. The difference was in the color of their scalp, one was yellow, another was pink and the last was blue. These were the Lake Trio Oxymesprit and Azelf. Next was pitch black Pokemon that made you shiver in its presence, Darkrai, along with a moon-like Pokemon with rings around its back, Cresselia, a giant Pokemon with various colored +4 eyes, Regigigas, along with a small green hedgehog Pokemon with a flower on its side. Shaymin, a small blue Pokemon that resembled a blob of water with 2 antennas, Manaphy, a Pokemon similar to the previous but with only 1 antenna, Phi-1, along with a fiery spidery Pokemon with only 4 legs, Heatran. There was a giant blue Pokemon with silver designs running along its body, Dialga, a massive pink Pokemon with silver designs, Palkia. Finally a massive Pokemon with 6 legs and black wings along with red designs on its body, Giratina. Finally from Unova a majestic blue Pokemon, Cobalion, a graceful green Pokemon, Berzian, a tough-looking green Pokemon, Terrakion, a horse-like Pokemon with red hair and blue tail, Keldeo, a red bug-like Pokemon with a cannon on its back, Genesect, a small black Pokemon with long green lustrous hair, Meloetta, a small orange and beige Pokemon with a V-horn, Victini. 3 Pokemon that all looked human-like and sitting on clouds with long tails, Landorus was orange, Thundurus was blue, and Tornadus was green. There was a giant black dragon with an electric tail, Zekrom, a pure white dragon with flames arcing around its body, Reshiram, and finally a grey dragon, Kyurem. After they all filed in and stopped talking and were waiting for Arceus to get the show on the road. "Attention, let the meeting begin," Arceus said. "Mew, I do believe you have something to tell us after you've been avoided telling everyone of your plan and what you've been doing for the last 8 years." She continued. "I finally found the chosen one," Mew said. After saying this all eyes snapped open and were watching Mew. "I found him alone after his parents were killed, and have been raising him for the past 8 years. As soon as those words left her mouth there were shouts across the room, all complaining about the lack of pure-hearted humans left for them to raise as children. Although they are legendary Pokemon, they still long to have a family, and there aren't really that many choices among their own species, so they search for the pure-hearted humans to raise them to eventually join the parents, normally the mothers, species of Pokemon, and have a longer life." "Silence!" Arceus bellowed throughout the halls. "That's all you heard?" Then silence dominated. "Now we all know how the procedure goes. We'll all spend time with him, captured or not, and then after his death we shall decide if he is worthy of joining us legends." "What if the same thing as last time happens?" "What happens then?" asked Darkrai. "You dare accuse my son of abusing our power and generosity? Well, then you don't know him at all, and if you did then you never would." Hagen said that. "Right now all he cares about is testing his skills as a Pokemon trainer. That is, if his Pokemon agree with him. He'd never force his Pokemon to do anything unless that Pokemon did something worse, and I don't mean anything simple like disobeying. Sure, he might be annoyed, but the only true way for him to hate a Pokemon is if he has some serious history with them insulting his family, which is his Pokemon, heck he even went far enough to forgive a Fiero that led an attack to kill his original parents. The other only true way to get on his bad side is to steal his favorite food, which just so happens to be hash browns. Mew calmed down, then the same thing will happen as last time, Arceus replied calmly after the outburst. We'll all get to know him soon enough and then we shall decide as a whole our decision wherever he is or isn't worthy. Then as soon as he dies we'll resurrect him and he'll be a Mew but will still have his human form. Alright everyone, now that the only important matter has been taken up, let us end this meeting, Arceus finished. Over the next few minutes legendaries started to file out of the room. All except for Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mew and Arceus had left off to wander the earth and hide from greedy humans. So how are you going to test him, Ho-Oh? Arceus asked. Well, I was going to leave one of my feathers with him and then sense what he'll be doing through the feather, was the reply. Ah, that makes it easier on you so you don't have to worry about humans attacking you while with him. What about you, Lugia, how are you going to do it? Arceus continued. Well, I was going to wait for the prophecy of Shimudi and give him a baby Lugia, then check in with the baby every now and then to see how he's treating her. If he's treating her well, she has good words about Ash, then I'll allow him to join us. Ah, another great method. I think Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno might do the same. What about you, Mew? I know you probably already have your opinion, but why don't you do the clone test? That one would probably help the others see you less biased. Fine, but I'll only do it because the others want me to, plus we'll get another member to our council at least, Mew said. Yes, that's an added bonus. Now I think it's time we go our separate ways, Arceus replied. After this was said, all the rest of the legendaries left Arceus to think on her own. I hope you like that egg, Ash, and that you prove to everyone your worth, and then maybe, just maybe, you'll be worthy of joining us as a legend. But until then I hope that you take care of yourself. And with she too left the hall off to go set up her test. Ash's POV. As we looked on, the egg started to form a small serpentine figure. As soon as the energy dissipated I took a good look at the Pokemon and my mouth dropped. The Pokemon emitted one sound. Dratini, it squeaked out before slithering over to my lap and climbing up my arm, and promptly fell asleep. Well, that was weird, Ash said with a sweat drop. Well, babies do need their sleep, Nurse Joy piped up. Yes they do, was Ash's response as he recovered. This time I joined him in sleep. He took out a Pokeball and tapped Dratini on the head with it and captured her. Without the capture though, the ball started glowing and he made a quick decision to send Fiero back to the lab and communicated to Fiero saying his goodbyes for now and not to attack the Professor as well as continue training. After completing the task the two went off in their own separate directions. Ash to go to sleep and Nurse Joy to go and finish her shift. Yen the next morning. Yen. After completing the Aura Link with Dratini, Ash walked out of the Pokemon Center to start his long trek through Viridian Forest to get to Pewter City. But before he did this he passed the Pokemart to stock up on supplies. As he entered the shop he found out they were also having a sale on Pokegears. He decided to buy one. Having a legendary Pokemon as your parent means you get some major perks, like a large sum of money at the beginning of your journey. As he headed out he released Dratini and her coil along his arm as he walked, as well as had Riolu walk alongside of him. Occasionally he would run into a curious Caterpie or Weedle, but he wasn't interested in them. He was sending out aura pulses to sense any abnormal Pokemon in the forest. So far he could only sense the common bug types in the forest like the Caterpie and Weedle evolutionary line. Occasionally there was another type of Pokemon, but they didn't have the aura of determination of the types of Pokemon he wanted. Eventually he did find what he was looking for. He could sense its want to be stronger and how its species were harder to find in the forest. As he made his way to the Pokemon he warned Riolu and continued his path. Once he came close to the Pokemon he hid behind some bushes and checked the clearing. Once he spotted it he dashed out to challenge the Pokemon, but it turned out to be a female Pikachu. He could tell with one look at the tail, but this Pikachu had a more orange than yellow tinted fur along with pink sacks. He could literally feel the determination rolling off the wild shiny Pikachu in waves. But the best part was when the Pokemon took notice of him it didn't even flinch. Normally Pikachus would shy away from humans, but this one had the guts to challenge him to a battle. Pikachu, I challenge you to a battle, and if I win you become my Pokemon. Ash said. Pikachu responded with a nod and got into the ready position. Riolu used Mach Punch. As he went in for the hit, Pikachu released a strong thunderbolt. Dodge and continue. As he zigzagged, jumping over and sliding underneath while still making his way towards Pikachu with paw glowing blue. At the last second, Pikachu stopped her attack and tried to use agility to dodge, but Riolu sensed where he was going and intercepted. Now use Dig was the next command. As Riolu burrowed, Pikachu focused on the ground around it, trying to figure out where Riolu would pop out. As the ground beneath him shook slightly, he twisted his body, barely avoiding the attack. Now Mach Punch. Riolu spun around and hit Pikachu while he was still in the air. After the attack connected, Pikachu was looking in poor shape from the power in Riolu's attacks. Alright, now use Aura Sphere. Riolu launched the attack at Pikachu. Pikachu tried to focus but couldn't after all the previous damage. After the attack hit, Pikachu fell down from the damage it had received. Ash walked up to Pikachu and started to get his medical supplies out and heal the Pikachu. After tending to its wounds, he started to form the aura bond with Pikachu. As he focused on creating the bond, he went down Pikachu's memory lane and found out that he was right with his assumption that Pikachu really wanted to get stronger. As he finished up, Pikachu finally woke up. Ugh, someone give me the license plate of the truck that just passed by, Pikachu said in a jokingly manner. Well, I won the bet, so you know the deal, right? Yep, but first, if you lack the qualities I want in a trainer, then I'm going to ditch you. Second, I don't really want to be confined in a Pokeball all the time, so while we're traveling. Also, I want to become really powerful, after a certain amount of time, and I think I could become more powerful on my own. Then you better keep a large supply of ketchup for me. Pikachu's face was serious the whole time she said this, but his look hardened even more as soon as she mentioned the ketchup, and he must really like his ketchup. Happy face. I'll do my best for all of those, Ash said with a smile. After saying this, he brought out a spare Pokeball and caught the Pikachu. As it was about to send it over to the professor, he stopped it and had a quick mental conversation with all the Pokemon on him on who he'd send over to the Coral. After a bit of discussion, he decided to send over Gyarados. After he exchanged the Pokemon, Pikachu's Pokeball stopped blinking and Pikachu came out of the ball. Right on his shoulder. At first it messed with his weight a little, but he quickly adjusted. Was that really necessary? Ash asked politely. Yep, gotta be comfortable while outside the ball now, don't I? Was Pikachu's answer. Alright, right now I've just got to train with you guys for the next couple of weeks and then we'll head off to Viridian, but first I've got to make a call. After saying this, he pulled out his brand new Pokegear and called Professor Oak. He picked up after 3 rings. Why, hello there Ash, how are you doing? The professor asked. I'm doing fine, the only reason I called is I recently sent you one of my Pokemon, correct? Ash stated calmly. Hold on, let me check. The professor went off screen and came back holding a Pokeball. Yeah, here it is. What do you want with it? He asked politely. Well, I was thinking, no matter how hard the temptation may be, I have to ask you not to test him. I know how you feel about it, but I don't want you to make her feel like a lab rat. She already has a large amount of hate left over from her last encounter with humans. Ash said this all while channeling his aura into his eyes to really intimidate the professor, leaving no spot for argument. Okay, but would it be okay if I study from a distance? That way I can learn the difference between your Pokemon's attitude versus all the other members of its species. The professor said, his curiosity getting the best of him. That's okay with me, but up to her. Also, I'm going to send you the diet for all of my Pokemon and I'll keep on updating it for each new Pokemon, or if I come across a different recipe that they prefer more and it's healthier for them. Got it? Ash responded smoothly. I'll give the diet list to the chef, since there aren't that many trainers request a diet for their Pokemon. Meanwhile, everyone else gets in the special Pokemon League approved brand. By the way, Professor, by any chance do you have any Enigma berries at your place? Not that I'll need them because I already have a couple on me, but just in case, since that's the berry that I'll use more later on when I have to feed my larger Pokemon. and that's the best way. I was just wondering if you needed one to grow a crop to save on food with all the large Pokemon like Snorlax already there. Well, at the moment I haven't really found a use for the berry, so I don't have any on me. But if you give one of the berries, I'll send over as many berries as you request after they start growing, so that can be my way to pay you back. Plus, since you just gave me an excellent way to save on food so that I can cut some of the food given to me by the lobe. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy because they won't have to spend as much on Pokemon food each year. It also makes a great research project to find out how the berry can make a normal serving for a small Pokemon work for a Snorlax. Because of this, and also because I can tell you have great control over your Pokemon, especially since you just started out. So since I think you're ready for it, I'll send over a Mega Ring in special Charizardite Y, in gratitude. The professor started off saying this with excitement at the beginning and had a look that said, if you abuse this power I'll take it away immediately. Wow, that's really generous of you, Professor. I'll send you one of my Enigma berries as I reach Pewter City. I'll trade for it. I'd send it over now, but there aren't any wild Pokemon here really that I want to catch. Ash said with excitement at the thought of being able to Mega Evolve his Pokemon. He'd learned about it from you in his childhood, but was told that he would have to get one all on his own to see if he was truly worthy of that power. Plus bonus, since he was getting a Mega Stone, he'd just detect its aura, then search for auras similar so that he could Mega Evolve his other Pokemon. Splendid. Just as he said this, there was a ding at the professor's end of the phone. Well, I've got to go, my chef just finished making my pizza. Bye, Professor. After the exchange he hung up and fist pumped into the air. He was finally able to Mega Evolve his Pokemon. It was something he always wanted growing up, especially since Mega Lucario looks so nice too. After finishing up celebrating his success, he started searching for an appropriate spot so he could train his Pokemon for the next few weeks. After searching he finally found a good spot and set up. Over the course of the week the schedule Ash made for the Pokemon, including the ones at the Coral, since he communicated with him over the Aura Bonds. It went 6 to 7 laps around the clearing while wearing 2 parachutes each. 7 to 8 breakfast and stretches. 8 to 12 attack power training. 12 to 1 lunch, snack for Ash. 1 to 5 move tutoring. 5 to 6 supper. 6 to 8 resistance training. 8 to 9 spar. 9 to 10 free time. 10 lights out. Ash joined in all except for resistance training, but during that time he'd train his aura instead, but he always paid special attention to make sure that his team didn't push themselves. At the end of the 2 weeks it was safe to say that they were all exhausted. By this time Charmander surprised Ash by evolving into a Charmeleon. At first Ash thought that Charmeleon might not listen to him, but he surprised him by listening to his first command. During this time Charmander learned Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Thunder and Fire Punch, Flame Burst, Heat Wave, and to his surprise he learned Fire Blast. Although he still needed to work on the power behind all of his attacks, it was still a good move pool. Fiero progressed really well at the lab with Ash's guidance, learned Hyper Beam, Steel Wing, Air Cutter, and Giga Impact. Riolu surprised him the most, however, on the 9th day of training, evolving into Lucario, which brought tears to Ash's eyes since he's been trying to do for over a year, not only to catch up in height with Ash. And, don't you hate being the short one? But also to increase his aura skills, so now it'll be easier and have a big effect on his aura spheres. But he also learned the moves Force Palm, Dark Pulse, Close Combat, Psychic, and Flash Cannon. Gyarados' moveset was now Tackle, Flail, Splash, and, don't you hate it when people list a Gyarados' moves and they forget to add the moves it knew as a Magikarp, Hydro Pump, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Ice Fang, Dragon Tail, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Water Gun, Surf, and Earthquake. Dratini didn't start the training program yet, seeing as it was 2 weeks old, but it still knew Rap, Leer, and Dragon Rush. Pikachu's moveset was, Tail Whip, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, Brick Break, Mega Punch and Mega Kick. Blaziken learned Power-Up Punch, Fire Blast, Focus Blast, Brave Bird, Hidden Power, Incinerate, and Stone Edge. Umbreon learned Hyper Beam, Assurance, Last Resort and Payback. After learning these moves, Ash concluded there were no more important moves that Umbreon should learn, and that from now on during the move tutoring sessions she would either help a teammate trying to learn the same move or just work on the power and how many times she could attack before tiring out. Which after all those years of training before Ash got her was astonishing how long she could last. Also over the course of the 2 weeks Ash started to hear all about his father's first journey from Umbreon and Blaziken. They laughed at all the funny memories, but were also sodden because of what happened and would often tear out and have to comfort each other so that they didn't cry themselves to sleep. Finally the 2 weeks of training were up and Ash once again started making progress on his way to Pewter City for his first badge. The walk there was spent thinking of strategies for the first gym and learning more about his Pokémon along with Pikachu on his shoulder and Lucario walking alongside of him. As well, during this time he was searching for wild Pokémon that would fit his team. As he checked the surrounding area he could sense an armed person coming in from behind him, so he got into a defensive stance just as he saw the guy barrel towards him, sword drawn. As the guy swung, Ash jumped into action and immediately knocked the sword into the air out of the guy's hands and gave a swift jab to the stomach. Getting the guy to hunch over, he then kneed the guy in the head, knocking the guy on his butt, then caught the sword in his hand pointed towards the unknown guy. All while having Pikachu on his shoulder, not even the least bit more uncomfortable. And Lucario growling at the unknown boy with hate. "You have 10 seconds to explain why you're waving that sword around attacking me for no reason," Ash growled out. "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. My name's Samurai and I was just looking for a trainer of palette to battle," Samurai said, fear evident in his voice. "Well, that gives you the perfect reason to swing a sharp sword at someone," Ash said sarcastically, throwing the sword down. "Well, you wanted a battle, well now you're going to get one," he said maliciously. Samurai noted weakly, then he ran quickly over to his side, picking up his sword on the way. 2v2 good for you?" Ash continued. "Yeah, that's what I did with the others," Samurai said. "You have first move," he turned to Pikachu, "you're up. Go Pinsir. Pinsir use Vice Grip." Pikachu used full power Thunderbolt. As Pinsir charged forward, Pikachu released a powerful arc of electricity towards Pinsir and stopped him in his tracks. "Again," Ash commanded. Samurai, realizing he couldn't take one more hit like that, got desperate, Hyper Beam. As the Thunderbolt shot towards Pinsir, Pinsir charged up Hyper Beam. Just as the Thunderbolt was about to connect with Pinsir, he released the Hyper Beam, but it wasn't stable enough, and as the two beams collided midair a foot away from Pinsir, they detonated and blew up right in Pinsir's face, causing it to be affected by both attacks and be knocked out cold. "No, Pinsir!" Samurai cried out as he returned it. "Let's go, Metapod. Use Max Harden. Use Thunderbolt," Ash commanded calmly. As a metallic sheen covered Metapod, yet another arc of electricity was sent forth at it. When the burst ended there was only fried Metapod. "Well, that was a good battle," Ash said sarcastically. "Let's go Pikachu." At these words they left Samurai there gaping like a Goldeen. Soon after departing Samurai, he could see the city using his aura vision while still tracking the Pokémon in the surrounding community. As he entered the city he was disappointed he couldn't find another Pokémon for his team, but was excited that he'll probably be able to Mega Evolve soon. As he made his way to the Pokémon Center he got multiple people wanting to trade for Pikachu, which was a given considering its shiny nature. After denying those requests he continued en route to the center. He asked directions to the gym so that he could find his way easily when he started out the next day. As he entered the center he was met by Nurse Joy's signature hello greeting, and requested to get his Pokémon healed up. During the time that he was waiting he went around asking if anyone knew what Pokémon Brock used. After 15 minutes of searching he found out the battles were 2-on-2 and the gym leader, Brock, loved to use his Geodude and Onix. After he got the information he needed he went over to the videophones and called Professor Oak, eager to get a Mega Ring and the special Charizardite. Maybe if he was lucky he could find the physical Charizardite, Charizardite X, as he called Professor Oak. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not the professor would hold up his end of the deal. Hey Professor, Ash greeted, are you ready to fulfill the deal we made 2 weeks ago? Certainly young man, I'll give the stones and bracelets to one of your Pokemon. Which one do you want back? I'll take Fiero and switch out Umbreon goes with her as Gyarados, K. Ash said. Alright fine, put her ball onto the trade port so that it gets sent back to me here in the lab. After saying this Professor Oak went off screen to get Fiero and the Mega Components. Meanwhile Ash sent Umbreon out, told her the situation and gave her the berry and returned her. After 2 minutes of waiting Umbreon's Pokeball disappeared and was replaced by Fiero's. Over the link Ash told her to keep up the training to increase her attack, special attack, and resistance. After the trade was complete, Ash got his Pokemon from Nurse Joy. He then left the Pokemon Center and went outside with Lucario beside him and Pikachu on his shoulder. After going into the edges of Viridian Forest and released both Fiero and Charmeleon. As soon as Fiero was released he caught sight of a package attached to his leg. As he took it off his heartbeat quickened with anticipation. As soon as he opened it, he burst with happiness and took out the contents out. Thanks Fiero, now Charmeleon I'm going to give this to you, so that you get comfortable with it. He said before slipping on the bracelet containing the Mega Stone. He then pulled out his Mega Ring and put it on his wrist. Realizing how late it was now, he returned Charmeleon and Fiero. He entered the Pokemon Center again and booked a room and entered it, before flopping down on the bed and went to sleep. Today was finally the day he finally got to challenge his first gym. He'd been looking forward to this day for the past 3 years. Ever since he watched the Indigo League, which the tree got surprisingly well reception. Ever since then he wanted to be the best. That was the day he really started to listen to Riley and Mew. The day he finally started to learn about all the things he'd need to know to travel, to take care of Pokemon, and situations he'd meet on the road like natural disasters. It all lead up until now, his first official battle. For the battle he had Fiero, to get the gym leader to underestimate him and Charmeleon, whom he had wanted to try his luck with in his first gym battle. He didn't honestly know what to expect as he made his way to the gym, Pikachu on his shoulder with Lucario beside him. As he approached the building it seemed to grow bigger and bigger and he just kept shrinking and shrinking. The gym was made out of numerous gigantic rocks, so he wasn't completely sure about how safe it was, but oh well. As he entered the gym it was pitch black, because of this he switched on his aura vision so he could see the whole gym. I, Ash Brown, challenge this gym to a battle, he said facing the figure he saw in the middle of the gym. After the words left his mouth, the lights flickered on illuminating the gym, and helping him see the figure. Well then I, Brock Stone the pewter gym leader, accept your challenge. Brock said 2-on-2 sound good to you? I'm down with that, was the response. Let's go Fiero. Geodude let's rock and roll, pun intended, give up now, your Fiero doesn't stand a chance. Brock arrogantly stated. You say that now, but you haven't seen him fight, have you? Was the anger-filled tone response. Do you want to make a bet? If I win you have to go buy me a brand new Pokemon egg of my choice. Fine let's bet, I'll do your request, but if I win you have to buy me a brand new breeder's kit, filled with anything of my choosing. Deal, but before we start the battle, let's shake on it. Ash said before making his way to the middle of the battlefield. Fine, Brock said as he went to shake on the bet. As they made their way back to their sides, they were both thinking that it'd be an easy match but only one of them was right. This'll be a 2-on-2 battle between the gym leader Brock Stone and challenger Ash Brown. The stakes are a Pokemon egg and gym badge versus a full set of Pokemon breeding supplies. Begin. Geodude use Rock Throw. Fiero dodge and use agility. As the rock sailed towards Fiero, Fiero blurred on the battlefield avoiding the rock and increasing its speed slightly. Steel Wing. Use Defense Curl, Brock called out of desperation, finally realizing the power that the opposing trainer had. As Geodude curled into a ball, Fiero made its way to it with wings shining silver. Geodude narrowly curled into a ball in time to reduce the damage, although the attack still did a lot of damage, only preventing it from being a one-hit KO. "Use Steel Wing again, Fierro," Ash called out. Geodude tried to dodge it. But Geodude's attempts were useless as Fierro was just too fast after using agility. After the attack connected, Geodude was sent flying over beside his trainer, unconscious that is. "Geodude is unable to battle, please send out your next Pokemon Brock," the referee said. As Brock returned Geodude, Ash returned Fierro. "Brock, before I send out my next Pokemon, would you prefer if I go easy or hard against you now?" "Well, as a gym leader I would say go your all, plus it'd be more rewarding if I win the bet after a nice challenge." "Okay, then prepare for your biggest challenge, Blaziken, you're up." "Onix, let's win this, use Rock Polish." Blaziken used Sky Uppercut. As soon as these words left his mouth, Blaziken disappeared from view and quick as lightning gave a swift uppercut to Onix. "No, Onix!" Brock shouted as his Pokemon collapsed onto the gym floor, passed out with swirls for eyes. "Onix is unable to battle, the winner is the challenger." The referee stated, "Gym leader, time to uphold your end of the deal. 1 egg of the challenger's choice and the gym badge." Brock made his way over to Ash and gave him the boulder badge, then started to lead him out of the gym and off to the market. As soon as they arrived, they began searching for a shop that sold eggs. As soon as they found one, Ash was pleased to find out that the owner had a wide selection on Pokemon eggs. As he searched for one he wanted, he read the auras of each egg to determine what type of Pokemon it was. He soon found 2 eggs that he needed. Even Brock was paying for one, he still had enough to buy a second. Gotta love having a legendary Pokemon as a parent. As he made his way to the counter, he checked one last time for any preferred eggs he could have gotten. Finding none, he made way to pay for them. Will not write about Brock's girl crazy side. As he paid for them, he found out that one of them would hatch in a month and the other a month and a half. Of course, this was just an estimate. But it still got him excited and unable to wait for that long. After going to the Pokemon Center for a quick checkup, he quickly scanned his Mega Ring for its source of aura, and started to set up his senses so that they automatically alerted him whenever he came close to any other Mega Stone so that he could Mega Evolve his Pokemon whenever he obtained their species. As soon as he was done that, he went out back to train his Pokemon for the day. After finishing up training and congratulating everyone on their win over their first gym, he went back inside the Pokemon Center to head to his room to sleep. As soon as he got there, he pulled out both of his eggs from his bag, so that he could polish them before going to bed. As soon as he finished polishing them, he tucked them into his arms protectively so that they didn't break. Meanwhile, Pikachu was curled on his pillow snoring, showing that she'd already passed out. Lucario was passed out on the other bed, but Ash knew that he wasn't completely asleep and was ready for any situation to arise during the night. Dratini had let herself out of her Pokeball and was curled around his forearm already asleep. Line break. Ash was getting ready for his next few weeks of training. He'd bought all the necessary items from the Pokemon Center, like potions, antidotes, and some extra Pokeballs instead. On him he had Charmeleon, can't forget the starter, Lucario, or his bro, Dratini, Gyarados, Umbreon, and Pikachu. He made a deal with it, so yeah. As he started on his trek towards Cerulean City, home of his next gym badge. On his way to Mount Moon, he heard shouts of pain, so he decided to follow them. What he found made him take immediate action. He'd found a bunch of Zubat and Golbat attacking a man he presumed that was a scientist. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to scare them off. Pikachu did exactly that. He sent a giant volley of electricity towards the flock of bat Pokemon that were still attacking the scientist. That is, until they were filled with electricity. Most of the bat evolutionary line fled, all but a single Golbat, that looked like it was about to collapse but turned towards Ash with hatred in its eyes, and went to attack him. Immediately, going to the defense of their trainer was Pikachu, and Lucario. Pikachu launched another volley of electricity, and Lucario launched an aura sphere. Regardless of Golbat taking these hits, Golbat still tried attacking him. So he went to the next best idea. He went to capture it. As the Golbat was put into the Pokeball, it rocked a couple times signifying that it didn't want to be captured, however it had taken too much damage so it was caught and sent to the lab. "Oh thank you, the scientist said, if you hadn't come when you did I'd probably dead by now." "No problem, but why were they attacking you? Did you provoke them in any way or something?" was Ash's response. "No, I didn't provoke them, it's just that the Pokemon in the cave are quite agitated at the moment, thanks to someone putting in a network of lights. In fact I was just doing the same thing I've been doing for the past couple years, searching for the Clefairy so that they can take me to space with them," the scientist said. "Well that means that someone's here that shouldn't," Ash said with a malicious glint in his eyes. "Stay out here and I'll deal with them." Then he entered the cave and followed the pathway. Eventually he came across a lone Clefairy, so he decided to go with a very subtle approach. He walked up to Clefairy slowly and with his hands in the air showing that he didn't mean it any harm. As Clefairy took notice of him, it visibly tensed up before relaxing after a small talk from Pikachu telling him they weren't there to harm him, instead they were there to stop whoever put the lights up. As he followed Clefairy, he thought of who could have put up the lights. Immediately thinking it was some poacher or someone doing illegal work, because the League probably wouldn't have allowed anyone to ruin a natural habitat. Eventually they walked into a giant cavern that had a drill in it and a bunch of Pokemon in cages while a group of 3 were chatting, but the most obvious thing was the giant hunk of crystal in the middle. It was glowing with power, obviously it was the infamous Moonstone. "That was a successful mission, right guys?" the female redhead said. "Couldn't have gone smoother," the blue-headed boy said. "We got quite the load," the smallest said, although he was a Meowth that knew how to talk. As he saw the last one, he immediately knew that it was the same 3 hoodlums as from Viridian City. As he walked up to them he released Fiero and Blaziken from their Pokeballs and told them to be on standby. Well, looks like Officer Jenny'll be having 2 more prisoners and I'll have a set of new Pokemon," Ash said as he walked out. "Give up without a fight and I'll make sure you'll be unharmed as you're put behind bars. Resist and there's a chance you won't make it." He emphasized his point by forming an aura sphere. But we all know how idiotic the 3 idiots of Team Rocket are. "Not a chance, twerp, so hand over your Pokemon right now and we'll turn a blind eye to you," the redhead said. "They did their motto, which is a waste of space." "Coughing Ekans, come on out," the duo said. "Blaziken annihilate them with Flamethrower." A pillar of flame escaped his beak and was headed straight for the 2 poison types. If you've seen the Victini movie, imagine Tepig's Ember at the beginning that was powered up by Victini. "Dodge it," Jesse and James cried, just realizing how stupid they really are. Of course the flame covered too great of a distance, so dodging was futile, so Coughing and Ekans fell unconscious. They were then recalled by Jesse and James, who then threw Meowth out and started to make away from Ash. Immediately after they took 3 steps, Fiero cut in front of them with a dangerous glint in its eye. "I wouldn't move if I were you," Ash started. The last time Fiero was set off he killed hundreds of humans and severely wounded numerous Pokemon. That immediately caused Jesse and James to start to sweat and start to shake and pray for mercy. "Now Meowth, you have 2 choices, you could be roasted and then forcefully contained, or you can join the light side and escape the world's dark side. Your choice. After seeing what dem Pokemon of yours, I'd like to surrender," Meowth said sadly. "So much for being the big cat and getting Meowsy." After this went down, Ash tied up Team Rocket, and got Lucario to watch over them. Meanwhile Ash and the rest of his Pokemon broke the cages and released all of the trapped Pokemon. All of them cheered in thanks and left except for the Clefairy, and surprisingly a Skitty. He went up to them to see what they wanted. Imagine his surprise when he found out they wanted him to catch them. "Are you sure? There isn't always a chance to go back, this is one of those times," he said as he pulled out 2 Pokeballs and transferred Gyarados and Blaziken, after recalling him of course. He then scanned the 2 Pokemon and finding out they both knew quite a few moves, which were, for Skitty, Last Resort, Baton Pass, Fake Tears, Helping Hand, Tackle, Fake Out, Foresight, Attract, Sing, Double Slap, Copycat, Assist, Facade, Thunderbolt, Dig, and for Clefairy, Wish, Metronome, Pound, Growl, Encore, Sing, Double Slap, defense curl, follow me, bestow, wake up slap, flamethrower, grass knot, safeguard. He deduced that they must have been trained either human or by their parents' peers. Well, now that that's done, it's time to deal with Meowth. He headed towards Meowth. After arriving where Meowth was watching him, he took out an empty pokeball and put it in between him and Meowth. Well, I could hand you over to the police and you would be under arrest and probably put under rehab, or you could join me. I break your newer habits, you become more powerful. Remember, to live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people exist, that is all. Jesse and James could only watch as their partner thought about the offer. A couple hours later. Thank you, young man, for helping out the cave's Pokemon by taking out the light system and by stopping these criminals before things got too far. Officer Jenny said. If you want, we could give you a ride to Rhoda for a thank you. No thanks, I'll only take shortcuts on my way home at the end of my journey, for there are few shortcuts worth taking. Ash said wisely for a 10-year-old. Well, I better hit the road if I want to make it to Rhoda before nightfall. Maybe I'll run into another future team member on my way. He got up and started going towards the exit, until his new recruits escaped their Pokeballs and headed over to the giant moonstone. As soon as they came close, a bunch of other Clefairy and a couple other Pokemon that evolved with the moonstone showed up, like Nidorino, Clefairies, and Jigglypuff. They all gathered in a circle around the moonstone doing a dance. All of the remaining officers and Ash just stood and gawked at the mass of Pokemon seemingly dance. A while later, when the dance was calming down, the moonstone broke off a little and pieces started to go flying towards the Pokemon. Everyone watched in awe as when the pieces made contact with the Pokemon, they started to evolve. One piece hit Skitty and he started to evolve. Clefairy on the other hand looked hopeful that it would get hit by one of the pieces, eventually lost as soon as the moonstone slowed down to a stop on the DLVRY of the pieces. Already everyone could see that the moonstone started to repair itself. Clefairy looked disappointed in itself as it made its way over to Ash. As soon as she came close, he started to comfort her. After a couple minutes of crying, Ash started to make a link so that he'd understand his Pokemon better. Immediately a bright blue glow engulfed the two. As he looked over Clefairy's memories, he came to an understanding. She really wanted to reach her final stage and fast. During the connection, the newly evolved Delcatty made its way over to Ash. As he made the aura link, he couldn't help but gush over how pretty he was. He found out that as a Skitty it was caught by a trainer from Hoenn traveling through Kanto. This trainer only cared for strength and would beat his Pokemon if they lost a battle for him. It was miraculous that he couldn't find a moonstone for his Pokemon. Every time said trainer would go for a moonstone, it would either be a knockoff or he'd use it on his other Pokemon. Eventually he ditched poor Skitty in the very cave after being beaten within an inch of their lives. 3 guesses who. He was eventually brought in by the neighborhood and reconciled with the friendly Pokemon. It eventually lost its hate towards its old trainer and started to get along more with the travelers until Team Rocket. Well, we might as well find out Meowth's answer now. Ash started to get up and head over to the cat, who's still thinking. So Meowth, what are going to do now? He asked. Well, I've decided I'll get stronger with you, since it's the only way I'll make my goal a reality. Also, as a thank you gift, can you send me to the lab so that I can make a thank you gift for you? He said with a genuine smile. Sure, but you don't need to do that. He said before tapping Meowth with the Pokeball. It dinged shut, immediately signaling capture, and then started glowing as it was sent to Professor Oak's lab. After a couple more hours of walking north through the mountain range, he came across a town, but not any town. This was his hometown, Rhoda, the closest town to his home. As he made his way to the Pokemon Center, he felt right at home and could sense Mew waiting for him at his destination. As soon as he entered the Pokemon Center, he sensed his mother off to his right. As soon as he looked that way, he was engulfed in a hug by a lady that was his mother in human form. After a nice long hello, he went up to the Nurse Joy to get a room. As he made his way up, he saw a poster for a tournament, so he immediately signed up with the Nurse Joey and got his room and went to bed. Aura Talk. Regular. Thoughts. Let the story continue. Ash's POV. The next morning. Ash, wake up, nudge, nudge, 5 seconds later after I still didn't wake up. Next thing you know, she's firing a water gun full force at me. Ha ha, he screamed as he shot out of bed. After a couple seconds of going through his mind on where he was and who did it, he came back to the memory of himself at the Pokemon Center, the day of the tournament, the one to see who would be the annual Aura Guardian. Well Mema, you could have been nicer on waking me up, Ash said as he checked his clock. Turns out it was 5:30 in the morning. So what's with the early wake-up call? Are we going to do a Mew game or something? He asked while shooting a questioning glance at Mew. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe we could visit Jacqueline over in Snowpoint City. Or perhaps we could venture deep into Pinwheel Forest to see what Verizian's doing. Suggested Mew. I haven't seen Jacqueline in forever, so let's visit him, then come back in time for me to be crowned as an Aura Guardian, because, when has there ever been a really skilled trainers in forever here, so it should be easy. He replied with a thoughtful expression. Instantly Mew transformed herself and into an Abomasnow for Mew and a Weevil for Ash. After the transformation was complete, Mew transported herself and Ash off to the forest around Snowpoint City. Among the forest, it came up to a mountain lined with caves, which is where we find Ash and Mew at the moment. They entered one of the more difficult segment and entered a cave there and caught up to each other along the way. When suddenly they heard it. Ash, Fiona, what are you doing here? Jacqueline thinks they're other Pokemon. It's been a while and I was beginning to think you'd been caught by a trainer. Honestly, I've asked around and no one's heard of you two in over a year. Well, we decided to see how it is over in another part of the world, so we got caught by a trainer, but he was a deech, so we abandoned him after a couple of months of his true side showing. Ash said. Yeah, he was a real turd and we eventually made it back, but not without some close calls though. Fiona added. For the next couple of minutes we talked about our time with our trainer. Eventually though we heard the sounds of a group of people approaching. I heard Pokemon, one of the beings said. We stopped talking and faced the direction of the voices. An approaching light could be seen with shadows of both Pokemon and humans. Soon they could see the owner of the shadows. A bunch of weird people dressed like astronauts with space suits and weird hairdos. Ah, looks like we finally found you. There are rumors about you, and it seems like you have a couple of friends. The weird one with red hair said as Ash and Mew got in front of Frostless. You and your friends are now officially property of Team Galactic. We prepared ourselves as a row of Glamows, Golbats, Krogunk and Stunkies approached the group. All in all there were about 60 opposing Pokemon and about 15 grunts. This is too easy, Jacqueline said as she looked back at us. I got the left, she said before she advanced in the direction of their left flank where there were 7 humans and where the Glamo were. I got the middle, I called before advancing towards the Krogunk and 4 human, then fired off a dark pulse at an advancing Krogunk, catching him off guard and confusing the others in the group. As they recovered from the first attack, the grunts called out attacks which I dodged with agility, then ran circles around them to the grunts. There I used Night Slash to knock one out with a gash on his side. I then moved on to the next using agility to once again boost my speed. Next I used Swords Dance to increase attack, then attacked the next closest attacking enemy, which was a Krogunk, with Ice Punch. I then got both my fists covered in ice and let my instincts take over. Eventually, after a good 10-minute brawl, I was gasping for air, having taken a couple lucky hits from the enemy's Pokemon, but I pushed through. I looked around for the next opponent, but I only saw Mew standing as an Abomasnow in the same sort of position as me, but Jacqueline was still fighting Mars's Purigly as her owner was crumpled in unconscious state. After a couple more hits she too went down like her master. As Jacqueline flew over to her he could see that she was worried, however she was still quite damaged from all the enemies she had to take down. You okay? I asked. Yeah, just tired, she said absent-mindedly. What are you thinking about? Well, I was thinking about joining up with a trainer, but I haven't found one worthy enough. After she said this I gave Mew a look and she just nodded. You know, you could come with me. I would, but you're not exactly human or a trainer, are you? You sure about that? She looked up just as I looked at Mew and she transformed me back into a human and herself into a Mew. Needless to say she was shocked. A Mew and a human. She then bowed down for Mew in respect for the legendary. Yeah, well, it's been fun coming here to play with you as Pokemon, so you don't need to bow down to me, it's only the Sinnoh legends that want that. Mew said, and Jacqueline rose from the bow. I pulled out a Pokeball and said, you have the choice, if you want to come with me, but I'll have to send one of my others to the lab. I'll do it, Clefairy says. Okay, I have someone willing to go back to the lab if you want to come with me. Remember my journeys in Kanto for the time being. Maybe farther on in my journey I'll be able to go to Sinnoh, but for now in the near future it's not in the agenda. Fine, let's get this over with, she said as she entered the Pokeball. She let herself get captured without struggle. Soon after the Pokeball started glowing, so I hit the. Okay, now that everything's done here, can we head back to Kanto before they wake up, I said as I noticed the grunts start to stir. Fine, let's go home then, I said before we were transported back to the Pokemon Center. Just in time for the clock to hit 11:30, meaning lunch had just started, so we headed over for a bite. After lunch we went over to the tournament area to wait for it to start. I could see only 31 opponents here, so it must have been a little bit known that there was a tournament here. Finally, 5 minutes later it finally started. The preliminaries would be 1-on-1, the quarter and semis would be 3-on-3, and the finals would be a full 6-on. Suffice to say I knew who I was going to use for the whole preliminaries. After finding out I wouldn't be battling for another hour, I went to the Pokemon Center to get Jacqueline into better shape. Mima decided she'd be watching all the other people have a go at the preliminaries. Finally I had 10 minutes before my first battle, so I picked up Jacqueline and went to the stadium just in time for call for the 5-minute cleanup break. After the 5 minutes I heard my name and my opponent's names both being called out for our battle. Of course for this tournament I had reorganized my team, but I still had my bro and Pikachu. Just like our deal said, with Pikachu on my shoulder and Lucario walking beside me. I basically radiated confidence as I walked out onto the field. There I was actually surprised, every seat was taken up. It seemed as if the whole settlement had shown up. It seemed as if the stadium held 5,000 to 6,000 people. As I was looking around, my eyes finally fell upon my opponent. He was about my height with blue hair. You ready to be eliminated, he said with sheer arrogance. I didn't even know it was possible to hold that much inside of him. As soon as you swallow your pride I will, I responded as the crowd owed. The look in his face made my day almost as much as when the ref signaled the start of the match. Me being me decided to send out Lucario. My opponent sent out a Nidorino. Lucario used Dark Pulse. I commanded. Dodge and use Venoshock, he retaliated. Lucario sent a beam of darkness with rings around it straight for Nidorino, only for Nidorino to barely jump out of the way and launch a Venoshock. Use Aura Sphere while it's still in the air. The Venoshock connected but was ineffective towards Lucario because of its steel typing. Intercept with Horn Attack. I saw the sphere head over and collide with his Nidorino's horn that was glowing white. After a second of trying to knock the sphere away, it blew up right in Nidorino's face and we heard a shout of pain and the smoke took over the field. As the smoke cleared it revealed an exhausted Nidorino. Lucario still looked brand new since it only launched 2 attacks so far and took no damage whatsoever. Let's end it. Lucario used Psychic. No dodge at Nidorino, but Nidorino was too slow and got a face full of Psychic. Almost immediately Nidorino succumbed to unconsciousness. The winner is Ash, the ref announced. I went up to shake hands with my opponent. You know arrogance was your downfall, as soon as you lose it let's have a battle. I said. He just walked off after saying. Beginner's luck, next time I'll win. We'll see about that, I muttered under my breath, before I left the stadium to go heal Lucario, who was tagging along behind me. You know I don't need to be healed, right? I'm still quite ready for another battle. That was just warm-up for me. The next few battles were easy with the help of Fiero. They were against a couple other noob trainers who had hardly any idea how to battle. Finally the finals came up, instead of going up against another noob he would be going up against the 5-straight-year champion who happened to be a middle-aged resident of this fine town. As I walked out to my trainer box, I saw my opponent there too. He was 6 foot and 2 inches, needless to say I was already looking up to him. He had this look in his eyes that screamed, "I'm watching your every move." He was so in deep thought as he approached his trainer's box that I didn't think that he really paid attention until the ref blew the whistle to start the match. "Go Pikachu," I called out. Pikachu hopped off of my shoulder and onto the field. "Go Golem," my opponent, Zane, called out, as he threw a pokeball into the air. "Use agility and be wary of where Golem strikes, dodge all of them for the time being." I started us off. Pikachu immediately started running off in all directions all around the field. Start off with an earthquake Golem. Golem raised its right foot into the air and stomped on the ground, creating a big tremor through the ground. Pikachu, stop and plant your tail into the ground and hold your ground. Before the tremors reached Pikachu, Pikachu stopped and whipped its tail into the ground and bent its legs, gaining as much balance as he could to lessen the impact of the tremors. As the ground shook Pikachu around, she seemed to not really take much damage with all the focus she put into it. After the tremors ended, Pikachu seemed to be a little damaged, meanwhile Golem looked as good as new. "Okay Pikachu, now use quick attack and Iron Tail." Pikachu took off running at Golem with her tail shining silver, almost like a beam of silver. Golem dodged with rollout, then swerve around to hit Pikachu. Before Pikachu reached Golem, Golem managed to curl into a ball and nearly avoid being hit, but got clipped in the side and spun out before returning to its bearings and continuing with the attack. Pikachu intercept that with Brick Break. As Golem turned in a loop to come back at Pikachu, Pikachu's right hand was glowing as she pet it back. Pikachu started to get more momentum by running on 2 legs towards Golem, ready to punch it. Finally, when Golem was a mere 2 feet away, Pikachu swung a right hook right at the incoming Golem. I wouldn't do it personally, it seems stupid to punch a rock, but why not? There was an explosion causing the whole battlefield to go up in smoke. Eventually the smoke cleared, but Ash already knew what had happened and prepared himself to walk onto the field. Finally it cleared up to reveal that in fact both Pokemon were knocked out. "Both Pokemon are unable to battle, release your next Pokemon," the ref announced. I walked up onto the field and picked up Pikachu as Zane recalled Golem. As I readied my next Pokeball, I saw Zane's calculating face as he fidgeted between 2 different Pokeball. "Go Jacqueline," I called as I threw the ball, releasing my friend from her ball. Immediately after, the temperature seemed to drop. "Go Rapidash," he called as he threw his Pokeball. I then racked my brain to remember what moves she knew from our talk earlier. Flashback. "Okay, I know my next opponent's strong, so I'll need to know what moves you know," I told her. "Okay, just use that Pokédex thing," she replied, so I took it out and scanned her. Frostless, the snow land Pokemon and an evolved form of Snorunt. It freezes its opponents to temperatures nearly -60 degrees. This Pokemon knows Destiny Bond, Leer, Double Team, Powder Snow, Astonish, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Draining Kiss, Ominous Wind, Hail, Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Psychic, Frost Breath, Sleep Talk and Hyper Beam. This Pokemon is caught and trained by Pokemon trainer Ash Brown. The Pokédex, Dexter, stated. "Wow, that's quite the move set. It seems you don't need much more move training. Maybe we should just focus on power and speed." Flashback over. "Let's start this off with a Shadow Ball." Instantly she fired a Shadow Ball at Rapidash. "Dodge and use Flamethrower." Zane countered. Rapidash leapt above the Shadow Ball and sent a stream of flames straight at Jacqueline. "Counter with Thunderbolt." I called out. The 2 attacks intercepted each other at the halfway point. After a couple seconds of trying to push past each other, the 2 attacks detonated in the middle, sending a blast of air at both ends of the field, thus making it difficult to keep upright. After the wind subsided, both ends could be seen a little wary of the other. "Now use Ominous Wind," I commanded. Immediately dark wind started flowing from Jacqueline to Rapidash so fast, that Rapidash had no time to dodge and took the brunt of the attack. In the end Rapidash looked like it could still take a few more hits, but not many. Rapidash used Fire Blast. Rapidash shot the 5-lined blast of fire right at Jacqueline. Disappear then reappear and use Draining Kiss. Immediately Jacqueline disappeared and the blast sailed across the field harmlessly. Use Heat Wave to keep it away from you. Rapidash created a ring made of fire around itself, completely prepared to roast Jacqueline. Cancel the Draining Kiss and use Hail. Immediately Jacqueline reappeared on my side of the field doing some dance as hail started to fall. Use Sunny Day to clear away the hail. Zane commanded. Rapidash formed an orb of sunlight on its horn before attempting to launch it up, before I said. Use Shadow Ball on that sunny day to keep the hail. Immediately Jacqueline launched a Shadow Ball at the sunny day keeping it hailing out. Use Flamethrower. Rapidash fired a stream of fire at Jacqueline. Use Blizzard to end it. Jacqueline sent a blizzard straight for the flamethrower, and due to the hail the blizzard completely overpowered the flamethrower and connected with Rapidash sending it to the realm of the unconscious. Rapidash is unable to battle, which means that Frostless is the winner. Zane, please send out your third Pokemon. The ref stated. Zane wordlessly recalled Rapidash and momentarily thought about which Pokemon he was going to send out next before grabbing a Pokeball. Go Snorlax, he called as he released the beast. Use Crunch. Snorlax's teeth elongated with a dark aura as he charged at Jacqueline. Stop him with Frost Breath. Immediately a chill went down everyone's spine as Jacqueline released a breath of cold air that stopped Snorlax in its tracks and it shivered. As the air started to warm up again I got ready for the next attack. Jacqueline used Draining Kiss. She disappeared for a second only to reappear right by Snorlax's and before Zane could counter, gave Snorlax a nice big kiss on the cheek. You could tell the difference in health because Snorlax now looked worse, meanwhile Jacqueline looked brand new thanks to the Draining Kiss. Now ended with Blizzard. Jacqueline whipped up a blizzard that she sent at Snorlax. Use Flamethrower. Snorlax. But like what happened with Rapidash happened to Snorlax as well, the blizzard overpowered the flames as hail continued to fall occasionally causing damage to Snorlax. After the attack collided Snorlax was knocked out. Snorlax is unable to battle, Frostless is the winner. There will be a 5-minute break before the next battle. The ref announced. The two competitors headed back to their respective locker rooms. As soon as Ash made it into his room he was pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Mew. All my little Ashy is completely destroying the competition and he's only been a trainer for 3 months. Can't wait until the Indigo League in 11 months. Stop it Mima, you're embarrassing me. He said as he blushed crimson red. For the next couple of minutes were spent talking about the battle and what he was planning on doing. Soon enough 5 minutes had gone by and the announcement concerning the start of the second half of the battle was made. As I made my way out to my side of the field again I thought about who I was going to send out when I decided. Umbreon, let's go, I called as I released the shiny Pokemon from its ball. Sizer, let's rock and roll. Zane called. Use Dark Pulse, I called. Umbreon sent out a beam of darkness surrounded by rings toward Sizer. Sizer, use Bug Buzz, then get in close and use Metal Claw. Sizer fired off a wave of weird sounds that slowed down the Dark Pulse, much to Zane's amusement, so Sizer couldn't get move in time and still got hit by the beam. It did a little but not a lot of damage to Sizer. After it connected, Sizer charged in for the Metal Claw with claws glowing silver. Halfway there I called out. Umbreon, use Hyper Beam. Before Zane could react, a beam of pure power crashed into Sizer, immediately knocking it out. Sizer is unable to battle, Umbreon is the winner. Meanwhile Umbreon was panting a little from the amount of power it took to use that Hyper Beam. Zane recalled Sizer before taking out another Pokeball. Mean Sheo, let's go, he called before releasing the Pokemon from its ball. But before he could call an attack, Ash recalled Umbreon only to send back out Jacqueline. Once again the temperature dropped. I could see Zane grit his teeth and I smiled. There was only a small amount of attacks that Minsheo could use against Jacqueline. Jacqueline used hail, hail started falling. Minsheo use aerial ace. Use thunderbolt all around you while spinning. As Minsheo hopped its way over to hit Jacqueline, he got shot out of the air by one of Jacqueline's thunderbolts. Now use draining kiss. While Minsheo was a small distance away, Jacqueline rushed at it and gave it a kiss that stole the majority of the remainder of health that Minsheo had that wasn't stolen from the hail and the thunderbolt. Now while he's still recovering, Jacqueline used one last psychic. Jacqueline created psychic waves that were sent at Minsheo, and since Minsheo was pretty beat up he couldn't get out of the way and could only brace for impact. Minsheo is unable to battle, Frostless is the winner. The ref announced. Zane, realizing that the odds were 5-1 with me still having the majority fully rested, decided to end it here instead of furtherly humiliating himself. I surrender, there's no chance of me making a comeback. Zane stated before walking off the field through the tunnel. The winner is Ash from Pallet Town. They don't know he lives in the Tree of Beginnings, so why not? After all the hassle of the award ceremony and getting the trophy and meeting the royal family, I set off to find Mew, who in the end was the one to find me. After another goodbye and switching around my team and getting them to promise to train at the lab and help the new recruits, I was on my way. I got onto Route 4 after a little. While I started training along the route along with my Pokemon, my Aura Sphere was still getting stronger. Right now it was approaching the level of Lucario's Aura Sphere. Plus this time on me I had Dratini, Lucario, the 2 eggs, one of which was about to hatch, Blaziken, Fiero, and Meowth. One more thing, if you want me to go more into detail about the moves known for each Pokemon and what happens during training, either PM or review me and I'll either create separate story and or I'll PM you the details. Anyways, on with the show. Third person POV. A bunch of important things happened while I was training on Route 4 for the month. For one, all of my Pokemon learned some array of moves. For Blaziken, Hyper Beam, Solar Beam, Earthquake, Aerial Ace, Flame Charge, Acrobatics, Shadow Claw, Stone Edge, Swords Dance and Poison Jab. For Umbreon, Hidden Power, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Protect, Return, Dig, Psychic, Snarl, Dream Eater, Hypnosis, and Giga Impact. For Clefable, Calm Mind, Psyshock, Thunder, Ice Beam, Fire Blast, Blizzard, Solar Beam, Thunderbolt and Shadow Ball. The list goes on and on. The more he thought about it the more he got a smile. At this rate his Pokemon would be prepared for some high-level battles. Another thing that happened was one of his eggs that he got from Pewter City hatched into a beautiful regular Zorua. For his training, it seemed like he would be done with move tutoring Umbreon and Blaziken. Of course that meant that they could now really help teach the newer Pokemon what moves they could. Yet still he was amazed. If you were to go by the standard leveling guide for your Pokemon made by the Pokemon League, his average leveled Pokemon would be about level 50, counting the newborn Dratini and Zorua who'd actually grown quite a bit. She now had to slither around his arm to be held in his embrace. The second last thing to happen was he found a Mega Stone, specifically for Gyarados, whom was more than welcome to try it out. Let's just say that it was their last day on the route. Now he was on his way to Cerulean City for his next gym battle. Line break. Os POV. As I walked up to the city, I looked at the city sign. Of course it was covered in graffiti, but I could still make out a couple of passages, one of which was from Gary saying, "Gary was here, Ash is a loser." Of course I didn't care, for I'd taken up classes with Mew on controlling my emotions. Right now I couldn't be bothered by much, but if I cracked, you'd feel it all across the region. But back to the sign, instead of getting aggravated by it, instead, he went into his bag and pulled out a marker and wrote. I don't really mean this, in fact I'm just a lonely gay person waiting for a one-night stand with someone good. If interested call 1-800-988-9568, don't call this number, for I do not know whose it is. I just took a series of random numbers and wrote them down. As I walked away I was laughing, imagining the look on Gary's face as soon as he saw it. Also he had to thank the professor, for he was the one who gave him Gary's phone number. Eventually, around noon, he made it into the city. He soon entered the Pokemon Center. As soon as he got in, he got his Pokemon healed by Nurse Joy and rented a room for the night. After doing so, he made his way over to the gym. What he found, he did not expect. Instead of a gym, he found an aquarium the size and depth of a football stadium. Height is up to the nosebleed seats. Also, instead of one gym leader there was 3. All of which were performing a show in front of an audience. Did I also mention that the gym leaders were female and that the crowd was mostly males? The water show was okay, but in the end he'd rather battle. After the show was over, he made his way over to the gym leaders' room. There I found the gym leaders all chatting away about their days. I knocked on the door to get their attention. "Hello, I'm looking for the gym leader, do you know where they are?" I asked. "Well, you're like totally looking at them." "I'm like Daisy," Daisy said. "I'm like Violet," Violet. "And I'm like totally Lily," Lily said. And together we're the Sensational Sisters. They all simultaneously said. "Well, would you happen to know where the gym is?" As I said this, they fell over anime style. "So you've never heard of us?" Daisy asked. "Nope, now I'm waiting to hear about the gym leader." At the beginning they were sulking in a corner anime style, like what happens to Brock a lot. "You're like looking at the like 3 like gym leaders of the like Cerulean City gym," Lily said. "Well, I'm challenging this gym," I stated. "We'd like do that if it weren't like for us losing a lot lately and having to get our Pokemon healed." Violet piped up, "Maybe we can make it up to you though, we have what you want right here," she said before a seal came in with a gym badge. "Huh, funny, I talked to some other trainers at the Pokemon Center, and apparently the same reason applied to them, right?" I said in an aggravated voice. I then turned around and left. As I made my way back to the Pokemon Center, I couldn't help but face palm at how terrible the sisters were at handling trainers. They probably weren't true trainers themselves, otherwise they would have known that you can't simply take the badge, you have to earn it to receive it. As I made my way into the Pokemon Center, I made my way over to the phones to have a chat with some professor about the gym leaders. Finally the professor picked up the phone. "Hello Ash, how are you doing?" "Very good, professor, but I need to talk to you about the Cerulean gym leaders. I've been asking around the city and apparently this has been going on for a long time. They've been completely ignoring their duties as gym leaders and are now giving badges away like it's candy for the sole purpose of practicing to improve their water shows. So what I called you for is to send a member of the Pokemon League to evaluate the gym to see if they're worthy. Because honestly, they just seem like a bunch of spoiled brats, not gym leaders. I'll send for one immediately, he should arrive in a week. Is that all you need to say?" "Oh yeah, I found a Gyarados during my last training regime, and let's just say that was last day in that clearing." "Marvelous. If you can, could you please send a video of Gyarados' next battle as a mega to me? It would be wonderful for my research." "Will do, professor, I'll call you when the gym problem gets sorted out," he said before shutting the video phone off. Next he went over to Nurse Joy. "Well, looks like I won't be needing to have that room," I said as I returned the room key to her. "I'll need to train for a bit so that I can improve Gyarados' power even more and help everyone else with the power of their moves," he thought. After a final goodbye to Nurse Joy and left to Cerulean Cape, where he heard there was a forest to train around there. After numerous cases in nearly finding the right clearing, he stumbled upon a house. Of course it wasn't a regular house. Inside it he found Bill, or a Clefairy claiming to be Bill. Of course he followed Bill's instructing and helped him return to his old human state. "Thanks for helping me," Bill told me. "No problem, I don't like to leave people in stressful situations, and I could tell you didn't want to live as a Clefairy. As a thanks, I'd like to give this to you since I can't go thanks to my research schedule," he said as he handed me an envelope. As soon as I opened it I was a little shaken. "You do realize how expensive this is, right?" I asked him. Inside was an Saint and cruise ticket. "Yes I do, but they were given to me as a sort of mini vacation from the Pokemon League, but I don't do vacations, I prefer to research like a true researcher would." Well, what sort of research do you do? I asked politely. Well, I research possible ways for trainers to not have to have their Pokémon stuck at their professor's designated area, but rather they get transferred over to a virtual world, but ultimately I believe not everyone would like it, so I'm trying to tweak it so that the Pokémon themselves can interact on it. So far that has proven to be quite difficult, he said as he wandered over to a strange computer-like device. Well, I think I know a way to improve it so that everyone will like it, I said. Just make it so that you can train Pokémon already within the PC. And I'm sure that everyone will love it. Of course, then you need to work on making sure that the Pokémon remain healthy during their time in it. Well, that'd be a great idea. This'll be one of my best inventions yet if I could only figure out how I could do it. I of course decided what the heck. I think I could help you with making a stable enough of a virtual world for them to work in. Think of the Matrix. Meanwhile, I think you should work on creating a server for me to test it on, I said as he looked at me in shock, but did as I said and found me an empty server. For the next couple of days I got Lucario in charge of training the other Pokémon on my team. Meanwhile, I was working on creating everything perfect and made sure that there wasn't a single mistake, which happened a couple of times. Yet finally on the fourth day I checked to make sure everything was perfect, finally deeming it was. I hooked up a transfer system for humans that he created along the way as well. Meanwhile, Bill looked on baffled at the outcome of my work. Well, it should be complete, I said, but I'll test it just to make sure with this transfer system made for humans, so we could even turn this into a place for tournaments or other social events. Now in 5 minutes I want you to call me out by pushing that blue button over there. Also remember, do not touch the red button over there. It's meant to be an antivirus just in case someone tries to hack in, so anyone who's inside at the same time will be stuck and unable to escape without a complicated procedure that I'll lay out over the next 2 days. I said as I watched his expression as he just nodded. As I fired it up, I sent a prayer to Arceus hoping that he's on my side. Of course he was, as I felt myself being changed into code for the transfer to be completed. Soon I found myself into the map I programmed into the computer, a forest with several streams. It looked good enough, so I created an aura sphere and launched it at a nearby tree. Of course the tree was reduced to splinters, but seconds later it seemed to just magically reappear with no damage and all the splinters disappeared from the ground. I walked forward and sure enough it remained stable. Of course that made me smile, and so I sat down and waited for the rest of the time, which seemed instant. I reappeared right on my platform that I was on 5 minutes ago with an awestruck professor on my left. Well, tests confirmed it. You can train on it and it can also hold people. You just have to hook it up to a regular transporter and it should work, I told him with a smile. He looked at me both amazed and with a hint of jealousy, although the latter faded away almost instantly. Plus the best part is you can download it onto a Pokédex, which I think you should do. Then I suggest you send in a rock, then if the rock survives it should work. Also try not to tamper with it too much, otherwise it'll think you're a virus, then reset to where it is right now. Also you probably could only change the layout of it. And lastly, I pulled out my Pokédex and downloaded a copy of the file onto it just to test it out later. The next couple of days went by quickly for Ash as he completed the procedures manual for Bill, then kept another for himself for testing on his own model on his Pokédex. Then after that was done he had to answer a couple of questions from Bill about the program. Though when that was done he left back for Cerulean City to prepare his testimony against the gym, but before that he recalled all except for Lucario and Pikachu to their respective Pokeball line break. As I entered the city I headed directly for the Pokémon Center where the official was supposed to meet me. There I found the regular amount of trainers chatting away with a couple Pokémon out of their Pokeball, although there were a few, but not many Pokémon in the recovery room, probably from battling rivals or some random trainer. After an hour of waiting, meanwhile Pikachu and Lucario went off to play with the other Pokémon, who were a little intimidated by the power that rolled off of them but eventually got used to it. An official-looking man walked in and went to Nurse Joy, who in turn sent him over to me. "Are you Ash?" he said. "Yeah, that's me. Are you the official sent by Professor Oak?" I replied. "Yeah, now let's head over to the gym. Now I want you to go in and challenge the gym as you did before. I'll check out their reaction and in the end I'll see if they're worthy of being the gym leaders," he said. So we made our way over and sure enough the same thing happened as last week except for they acted a little bit more suspicious over him, so in the end when they tried to once again give him a gym badge the inspector blew up. Oh, so this is what's been going on for the last month or so. He angrily spat out. Give me one good reason not to fire you as gym leaders, then find someone more worthy. At this point the trio actually looked a little scared, but they weren't looking at them, they were looking over their shoulders. Curiously I turned around, only to look at the face of the very same person I saved from Garridos that fateful day some months ago. Did I forget to mention she looked like she wanted to kill the trio of gym leaders? I leave to train for 3 months and this is how you guys handle the gym? She angrily told them. Why did I even think that you could be responsible for once? Because we wouldn't be able to do our water spectacles had a replacement gym leader came. Violet stated bravely, only to cower back as both Misty and the official glared even more fiercely. Well, thanks to these water spectacles overriding your gym leader roles while I was gone, now you probably won't ever have another show to put on because thanks to your stupid judgment now we'll have to live on the streets unless you made enough money to buy one. Or did you already blow all the money you made on clothes, shoes and chocolate? Misty ranted, but they didn't look up for they knew they would not survive their little sister's wrath. Well, I would like a good reason why I shouldn't fire you right now, the official finally decided to speak up. Well, I have one reason why, we don't need fundings to run the gym, at least when I'm here of course. As you can tell my sisters are trash at running the gym, but due to my decision on getting stronger it's clear that I should have either called a replacement or not taken the trip at all. Misty said with a hint of fear. Well, that is an okay reason, it still won't return the large sum of badges given away during your training time. He started, I'm willing to keep you as a gym leader provided this never happens again, but I can probably tell you're gonna want to get back to training right now, right? Misty nodded. Then I'll call in a replacement for your designated break time. The official said. Okay, but before then I do believe I have one last gym battle as a gym leader before my leave of absence, Misty said with a hint of challenge while facing me. I just nodded. As long as it's one-on-one with megas and also be recorded on film for Professor Oak's research. I stated the rules I wanted. I can agree to that as long as you don't show it to anyone other than the professor. Misty replied. Line break. We were all in the cerulean gym area, me in the challenger's trainer box and Misty in hers. The official was the official referee, meanwhile Missy's sisters were in the stands. With Lily operating the camera. This'll be a one-on-one battle with mega evolutions. The official said. Go Garridos. I called. Go Starmie, Misty called. Okay, let's show them exactly why we wanted megas. I told Garridos as I pulled out my mega ring and pressed it. As soon as I touched it, Garridos started to react to it and was engulfed in a bright light causing everyone to look away. When we looked back, Garridos looked much more powerful than before. The challenger shall go first, the ref said. Garridos use Thunderbolt, I commanded. Starmie dodge and use Swift, Misty countered. As an arc of electricity was shot from Garridos, Starmie changed platforms repeatedly. As soon as the electricity subsided, Starmie shot a bunch of stars straight at Garridos. Take it, then use Dragon Dance repeatedly. Garridos took the Swift with little to no problem and started the movements for Dragon Dance as his speed and attack went up, and with each time it was used it went by faster. Starmie, stop it with Thunderbolt. Misty called out, trying desperately to stop Garridos' power increase. As the bolt came closer I called out. Dodge, then finish it with Dragon Tail. Garridos moved quite quickly for a being of its size, then zoomed out of the way of the Thunderbolt and closer to Starmie with its tail glowing purple. All this happened with Misty unable to think of a way out, only to watch as her best friend got knocked out. The challenger is the winner. The ref announced. After I won I congratulated Garridos before returning it and walking over to Misty with Lucario at my side and Pikachu on my head. That was a good battle, best one I've had in a while, I started, when really I haven't had one since the last gym. You should be proud, most trainers would have frozen at the sight alone of Garridos mega evolving, never mind the first attack. As everyone came down from the stands I made small talk with Misty. Soon enough everyone was sewn with us. Well, I didn't get much info from that battle thanks to the challenger, the official started, as I looked at him sheepishly, but from what I've seen I believe I made the right choice when I say that you should continue to train for a while then come back. Meanwhile I'll get someone to fill in for the role as the cerulean gym, but fear not, for your sisters will be permitted to put on some shows, as long as they don't interfere with the gym. Misty slumped but came right back up with a determined glint in her eye. Meanwhile her sisters were happy, both because they didn't have to deal with Misty for a while and because they could continue with their shows. After a final farewell I left for Vermilion City. Ash POV. As I started my travels down Route 5 towards Vermilion City I decided, since there was such a big distance between Cerulean and Vermilion, that I would wait until I got closer to Vermilion City, or if I'd find the perfect training area. Along the way there have been a couple trainers, but between me and my bro Lucario it was quite simple, and when they wanted a double battle, Pikachu helped, but there has been starting to be some decreasing in development for the small mouse Pokemon. I know he knows about it and it started to affect him. I'm just waiting to hear what he has to say about it. Soon enough after a battle after I won, my opponent was looking a little downhearted, so I went over to talk to him to cheer him up. "Hey, good battle," I started. "Yeah, but it didn't matter because I lost," he said dejectedly. "Hey. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. To be honest I prefer to lose over win, because you learn more from your mistakes than your success." "Yeah, thanks, it's just that a trainer who set up a gym around here named AJ set up a gym around here and has been beating everyone and keeps on insulting them. Personally it did a lot of damage, but now you showed me the right path, so it's off for training time for me," he said, obviously recovering from his depression. He then disappeared down the road, presumably to go off to train along with his Pokemon. I then continued down the path but decided to try to find where AJ's place was. After a bit I found an encampment large enough to be considered like a circus tent. As I inspected it closer I heard from behind me, "Well, looks like I'm gonna get 100 wins today. Fresh meat has arrived." I turned, as Lucario and Pikachu growled, around, and there was a younger boy, within 2 years from my age. "You should wait until the battle's over before deciding whether or not your opponent is strong or weak. You should be less arrogant if you want to beat me," I heard the rest of my Pokemon from the Aura Link. And, I've forgotten to really use the Aura Link between Ash and his Pokemon. It's just that I really only see it for when he's checking up on their training, and the occasional joke and insults. I had to keep a straight face to not laugh at my Pokemon's antics. "Big words for a weak trainer, I bet. I'll show you real power. How about one-on-one, seem fair to you?" AJ said, oblivious to the small change that went over my face after that comment. We went over to a field nearby for the battle. "Sandshrew, let's go," he called as the little Pokemon made its way over. "I'm going with you, Charmeleon," I called as I threw the Pokeball. "Ha, you're not going to win with that Pipsqueak, rock and ground beat fire," AJ said while laughing. "Well, let's see just how well you fare against him," I taunted. "Sandshrew, use rollout. Block it, then use Dragon Breath." As Sandshrew curled in a ball and barreled over to Charmeleon, Charmeleon got in a defensive stance. "There's no way, what?" AJ cried in alarm as Charmeleon blocked Sandshrew, then breathed out a stream of green fire right in Sandshrew's face. Sandshrew was already looking like crap in Charmeleon's claws. Meanwhile Charmeleon was looking brand new with a Sandshrew in its claws. "Now while you still have him in your claws, finish it with a Dragon Rage." Charmeleon spat out a glob of purple right at Sandshrew, which blew up on contact. When the smoke came up, Sandshrew was out like a light and Charmeleon looked like he could go a couple more rounds. "Well, looks like I win," I stated. He just collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile Charmeleon was engulfed in a bright light. Soon he started growing so that he was just under my height of 5'6", and had a wingspan of about 7 feet. "Well, that was perfect timing," I stated casually as if I had known it would happen, which I did. "I lost," AJ stated with a blank face. "You know, it's good to have confidence, but sometimes having too much will be your downfall," you just showed that you rely mostly on Sanchu's power rather than using your own intelligence to formulate a unique strategy. All you do is overpower them. That might work on noobs but not for this fellow. I told him. After saying this I left the gym after returning my newly evolved Charizard with Lucario by my side and Pikachu on my shoulder and my newly hatched Zorua in my arms. After a lot of searching around for a while I found a clearing in the forest to have lunch in. After releasing the rest of the group, which was Charizard, Dratini, and Umbreon, I started to cook lunch. After finishing and eating it I returned all except the usual then went back on my way, though soon enough fog started to roll through where I was passing. Soon I heard the sounds of a treadmill and sensed about 4 or 5 boys all crowded around one on it. When does Pidgey learn wing attack? One of them asked. That's a trick question, only Pidgeot can learn wing attack. The one on the treadmill replied. That's when I decided to step in. Actually depending on how dedicated you are, you can teach it to a Pidgey, but it's a lot easier for a Pidgeot to learn it. I said as I walked up to them. What are you doing here? One of them asked so snobbishly that I honestly wanted to blast his head off with an aura sphere. I was heading to Vermilion City when I heard you guys through the fog. Now I'm going to ask you once, what are you doing to him? I said while pointing at the boy who was panting as he ran on the treadmill. We're helping him study so that he doesn't make the rest of us at Pokemon Tech seem so unintelligent. Now leave before you make us take you out ourselves. The same one, appearing to be the leader. I just smirked as Lucario and Pikachu started to growl, as well as Zorua used her illusion powers to make herself seem more menacing as she made it look as if shadows were dripping into her eyes and a hunger-filled gaze as she gazed directly at their leader. Finally I'd gone out of my relaxed pose that I was using before and turned it into a fighting stance, with my legs spread out and arms in ready position. Are you really sure you want to try? I said as they took notice of my Pokemon. I think their leader peed his pants as soon as he saw Zorua. Look up Evil Zorua on Google, it'll be the shiny one by Purple Kecleon. They then ran off leaving me with the kid that was no longer running on the treadmill. Are you okay? Yeah, this isn't the first time it's happened, and probably won't be the last. The kid replied while looking at the ground. Really? How often does it happen? Almost every day, depending on who you are and how smart you are. He then grew a more serious face. Look, I know this may look bad, but my friends are just looking out for me. He said with a dead serious look. You call those guys your friends? My God, I'd hate to see your enemies then. I replied. Why don't you tell a teacher or something? So anyways, what is Pokemon Tech? Then I'd get in more trouble from my friends. Besides, thanks to them I've learned so much, like how grass beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats grass. Anyways, Pokemon is an institute where you can go to enter the Pokemon League by learning all about Pokemon. After you graduate you have the chance to enter the league, although no one in a long time has graduated, although there is one right now who is awfully close. So basically you're saying if I used any fire type against a water type I'd lose? Tell that to my Pokemon. I said with a smirk. Not to mention you people are just too lazy to earn gym badges yourself. By the way, what's your name, kid? My name's Joe, and yes, it's been proven time and time again here by all the more experienced trainers, and we're not lazy, we're just increasing knowledge instead of wasting our time battling. Why don't I talk with a couple of them, then we can settle both those theories over a battle. By the way, the name's Ash, Ash Brown. Fine, but you're probably going to regret it, Ash. He said as we began our trek to the giant building a couple 100 feet away from it. Eventually we made it to a stimulator room that showed a bunch of kids battling with animated Pokemon that seemed to be so weak you'd breath on them and they'd faint, but the kids seemed to believe they were the strongest in the world. As soon as I saw them I just shook my head and walked away from the room, not even thinking about asking for a battle. So far I wasn't impressed by this so-called Pokemon Tech. Soon I came to an actual battlefield and decided to say screw it. I released Umbreon, then sent Pikachu to the other end. Okay, you two know the drill, remember, not at full power guys, we don't want to destroy the school. I informed them as they got into ready position. Then as one they started trading off attacks. Of course they seemed to be quite powerful to an inexperienced trainer, but to one who knew their Pokemon well enough or to an experienced trainer, you could tell that it wasn't even 25% of their real power. After a couple exchanges and small explosions, a bunch of students started to come in and investigate. Soon enough I had my own little crowd watching as the two Pokemon repeatedly clashed. I could hear their whispering about how powerful Pikachu and Umbreon were. I also heard the occasional, wow, from them and then compliments about them. I also heard the jealous whispers about how the two were shiny. After a while of this I eventually stopped their spar and went up to compliment them. Of course they weren't really tired since they hardly spent any energy. Well, how'd you like the stretch? I asked them as I walked up to them. It was okay, if only you'd let us go full power then it'd be better. Umbreon said nonchalantly. Yeah, well, I didn't want to blow up the whole school now, did I? I said, deadpanning. At this point not only did Joe come up to see me, but a young teen did too. Hey Ash, man, those were some powerful Pokemon you have. After all those powerful attacks I would have thought they'd be dying, but instead they seemed ready to take on an Arceus all on their own. Well, I know for a fact that they couldn't possibly do that. The girl said so snobbishly that it made my skin crawl. My Graveler and Cub One could cream that overgrown rat and kitty cat. Oh yeah, I bet they're so great. Since I've heard enough about this dump you call a school, I'm gonna just ignore you completely, so you can take your arrogant butt off to complain to Daddy if you want, little Miss Priss. Or you can be a good little girl and just walk away. I responded, getting angry at her insulting my Pokemon. Meanwhile at the same time I could feel my Pokemon also start to tense up. After the words left my mouth I could literally see steam erupting from her ears responding to her temper. Oh yeah, let's see who'd win in a battle now, shall we? She challenged me. Sure, you can battle me 2-on-1 while you have the two, does that seem fair? I stated nonchalantly. Fine, it'll be your funeral though. We then went over to the battlefield. Meanwhile the other students along with Joe lined up to form the crowd, along with a couple curious teachers who were on break. Go Graveler! Giselle called out as the rock type sprung forth from its Pokeball. Fine, a rock type, he told himself. Would you prefer fire, flying, or electric? I shouted across the room. You dare insult me by giving me a type advantage? She said threateningly. Yes, I dare. And judging from your tone you haven't battled me yet. Would you like to see what happens when you let your pride control you? I said, deadly serious before choosing a Pokeball. Because you believe in yourself so much, why don't I send out you? I said as I threw the Pokeball. Out of it came a swirl of inferno as Charizard made an appearance. If they'd looked at Pikachu and Umbreon with want and longing, then they must have seen Charizard as a god. And, I've been looking around and doing research and found that Charizard is just really overrated, but that's what makes him fine in my books, although I did move on. Of course Charizard just had to show off, so he came out with flames burning, shooting a flamethrower straight up against the ceiling. I heard some shouts of fear. Even Giselle didn't seem that comfortable and looked nervous. Let's rock and roll, I said. One of the students, obviously a friend of Giselle, came up beside the battlefield to ref. Battle begin. Ladies first, I said. Let's end this quickly. Graveler, use rollout. She commanded. Block it with fire punch, I ordered Charizard. As Graveler curled into a ball and started rolling towards Charizard, Charizard started running towards Graveler with his right claw blazed with fire. The end results shocked them. Charizard didn't even seem to move, 1 second standing on his side, then after one step he was gone. There was only a whoosh sound as they heard him run and not fly. Graveler didn't stand a chance, because at the same time Charizard sped up, Graveler went flying back into the wall, unconscious before he touched it. All who were present except for myself, Lucario, and Pikachu were gaping. Even the teachers who had come on were in a state of shock, because some nobody who just started training for no longer than 4 months had completely wrecked their star pupil in under a second with a 4x weakness. Meanwhile, I just returned Charizard and told them all. I know none of you know who I really am. Even with that in your head, remember this, I don't like bullies. If I find one I'll wreck them, no matter what caused them to start on that line I'll remove them from that line, even if they have to be erased from the drawing. And with that I turned around and left, but before I did I glare one last time straight in Giselle and the teacher's eyes, making sure to pour a little bit of aura in it to make it even more menacing. I was soon once again walking on the path to Vermilion City, trying to find a suitable training area to comfortably fit the Pokemon on me. Note to self, remember to ask Oak for an increase in carrying limit. I thought as I traveled along. I honestly missed the rest of my Pokemon, and honestly I just want to get them all together for one big game of tag. And by that I mean the regular game, but instead of tagging them with a touch, you can also hit them with a move, granted as long as it's not a one-hit KO, those are just cheap moves but I can still see their uses. Soon enough the sun started to go down so I headed off the path into the forest that went alongside the path and found a decent clearing to stay the night. And after saying goodnight to Lucario and Pikachu I went to sleep. The next morning I woke up around dawn and started making breakfast. At the same time I activated my aura senses to scan the surrounding area for any threats, finding no major ones that were merely entertainment and went back to cooking breakfast. I made my special Pokemon food that I got the main recipe from you, but I'd tweaked it around a bit to be quite a bit more nutritious even if it tasted a tiny bit worse. Like the difference between a Macintosh apple and a golden delicious one. For myself I made some cereal with Miltank milk and fiber, and I don't think they have chickens for eggs, or any other breakfast meals, and I'm not much of a vegetarian so I don't really know what to do for meals. I'm open to suggestions as long as no Pokemon are hurt in the process. Soon I was back on my way to find a good training area, and after half a day's walk and sensing with aura for a good spot I found a suitable training area, although it wasn't the best, but not the worst. First off I set off to make lunch since not only was my stomach starting to growl, I could really hear my brothers and partner's stomachs growling too. So I sat down and started to make lunch. Halfway through making it, an Oddish walked into the clearing to take a sip from a nearby pond. After it was done it caught scent of the lunch I was preparing and came over to rest by my other Pokemon, a little intimidated at first, but after seeing no hostile movements from my Pokemon it flopped down and started talking to them, but mostly to the younger ones, who went straight ahead and started chatting away with it. As soon as it was fully prepared I handed out the food to everyone. Though I didn't have the time to make much food for Oddish, I gave it a part of mine since it was more than enough for me. After eating I started to join in on the conversations with everyone else. After a bit the younger ones and Oddish came over and sat down on me, Zorua on my shoulder, Dratini on my arm, and Oddish on my lap. I also brought out my last egg to rest with Lucario, because I wanted it to be him to raise whatever came out of the egg. After a while of this, I felt another presence nearby closing in fast. I mentally warned everyone using the bond we shared. Soon a green blur zoomed in and tackled him. Immediately his Pokemon were on defense and Oddish seemed to react immediately by jumping between everyone and starting to talk to Bulbasaur. After a lengthy conversation between the two that was spoken so fast, even his own Pokemon were having trouble understanding it. Bulbasaur went over to Ash and started apologizing profusely for its actions. It's okay, we all mistakes, I can guarantee you that everyone makes many of those. If you don't make mistakes then I know you aren't living in the real world but rather a fake one that seems real. So don't worry about it, I told him. I realized it was a male. It just looked at me in wonder then looked at Oddish, then they both nodded and Bulbasaur and Oddish both started to drag me in a certain direction. After packing up quickly I set off after them with all my Pokemon out just in case. We came into a clearing, one that looked beautiful. There was a river flowing along with a cottage on the shore, along with numerous wild Pokemon that you wouldn't find around here, some of which were even from different regions, like a Chasepin, Seedot, Trico, Budu, Ledaba, Azrael and Feeba to name a few. Along with the ones from Kanto which were, Horsia, Poliwag, a Magikarp, Staryu, and the best thing would be a Vaporeon. It would seem that way because as soon as he looked at his Umbreon he knew he'd probably have to bring it along too or leave behind Umbreon, with the way she was looking at him, if that was any indication. "What are you doing here?" came a voice. I looked around and spotted a middle-aged woman, who seemed cautious of me being here. As soon as she said that, all of the Pokemon turned towards me and looked a little fearful at first seeing as I was a human. I was brought here after a misunderstanding with a Bulbasaur and Oddish and was then brought here along with my Pokémon. I told her. She sent a quizzical glance at Bulbasaur then looked back at me. Well, you're the first one he's brought here. Normally when other humans come around other than me he tries his best to escape them, then they get ganged up on then leave. She said. Anyways, welcome to my home. Here I live all alone along with these Pokémon. Keep in mind that all of these Pokémon have been mistreated at some point, be it from members of their own species or from abusive trainers. She gave me a glare. Okay, I get it, I'll respect them for sure, not that I wouldn't anyway. Just ask my Lucario, he's been with me since I was born, we're brothers in all but blood. And if he wouldn't, I'm sure my mother, I remembered the human term, would kill me if I so much as bruised them. All I was doing was looking for a suitable training area before heading off to face Lieutenant Surge. And right now, looking at where I am, I'd say that your land would be ideal, but if you don't want me to I can always find another place to train. I informed her. Well, you're welcome here as long as you don't catch any unwilling Pokémon and consult me first. You may have been telling the truth earlier, but I'm just making sure that you don't force any of them into becoming your Pokémon. She responded. I then proceeded to follow her as she led me into the cottage to a spare room. If you want, I make dinner every night around 6, you can help out or do whatever, she told me as we passed by a small wood-burning stove. She showed me to a spare room which I put all my stuff into before removing all the weights I had made myself. I was quite proud of my work. I had made a couple of body weights for endurance training, a couple dumbbells for those who could use them, all these ranging from 5 pounds to 10,000 lbs. I'm ever grateful to my Mima for giving me the infinite supply bag that added with aura powers made it all seem weightless. I also had some hand wrap for whenever my Pokémon wanted to duke it out with me. I then mentally told the rest of my Pokémon at the ranch what the schedule would be for the monthly training routine. Here's what it was. 6-7 run laps. 7 to 7:30 breakfast. 7:30-11 move strengthening. 11-12 more laps. 12-1 lunch. 1 to 5 move tutoring. 5 to 5:30 supper. 5:30-9 accuracy evasiveness. 9 to 10 more laps. 10 to 10:30 free time. 10:30 lights out. For the first day it was quite interesting, because during that time I kept to it with my Pokémon, but every time I'd take a break I'd see the wild Pokémon watching intently, then when I'd wave for them to join us, they'd run away off to Arceus knows where. That changed the next day, mostly because when we started Bulbasaur joined right on in. Slowly the others joined until finally all of the reserves Pokémon had joined in. Meanwhile Melanie just looked on in awe, not because the Pokémon were training, no, it was because they were listening to the new guy's every suggestion. She even watched as he didn't lose his patience with Magikarp, instead, he encouraged it on even more. But the best thing was still to come. After a week of the regiment Ash could tell it was paying off for the Pokémon, also he was finally catching up with Lucario with his aura powers. Although he had to explain that to Melanie, who promised not to tell anyone. Then it happened, his last egg started hatching. It happened while it was resting in the shade by the cottage, out of the way of stray attacks and training Pokémon. Soon it started to glow, but instead of forming one shape, it formed two. That wasn't all though, one of them had a golden head, the other had a silver head. The two small Pokémon resembled a toddler in a dress. They were a pair of Rolfs. The golden-headed one was male, and the silver one was female. To say everyone but Ash and Lucario were shocked was an understatement. He then proceeded to help them sleep by feeding them and taking care of them. But before they fell asleep he decided to name them, taking a page from the legends he heard from his Mima when he was growing up. The gold-headed one was now Apollo, and the silver-headed one was Artemis. Over the rest of the month he trained harder than ever, trying to outdo his bro. Meanwhile Lucario was doing the same. Soon whenever they'd duel each other they'd blow up a whole clearing. Also from his aura connection he was happy to say that his Blaziken had finally learnt one of the most powerful fire-type moves, arguably the best that's not a legendary signature move, Inferno. The last thing to happen was while he was searching for food one day after they'd run out at the cottage. He'd found another mega stone, this one was for a Venusaur. When I got back I showed it to Melanie, who only gave me a knowing look and said, "You'll find a use for that real soon." And then walked away as if nothing happened. Soon I had to get moving, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep to my schedule. All of the reserve's Pokemon came to see me off, a lot of them had tears in their eyes since I helped them get a lot stronger than they were originally. Those that weren't were the strong ones who seemed to be in deep thought. "Well, this is goodbye, I wish you luck to continue training and hope you meet the perfect trainers for yourselves. I also hope that one day we could meet again on friendly terms." I said, a little tears-eyed at the fact that I had to leave. I then turned to leave, but was stopped by numerous of the forest Pokemon. "What is it?" "We've been thinking, and thanks to you we've become so much more stronger, so we ask you." Bulbasaur started before taking a deep breath. "We would like to become stronger with you, so can we come with you on your journey?" he said boldly. I was genuinely shocked but had tears rolling down my eyes. "Of course you can," I told them. So for the next half hour I spent time to create aura bonds between me and the reserve Pokemon, along with capturing them so I could make sure to follow their daily regiment and make sure they completed it. Eventually there was only a couple Pokemon left. I was happy to make so many new friends. I'll put the list at the end of the chapter. I also sent Umbreon back to the lab to be with Vaporeon to have some fun and get to know him better, wink wink. And kept Bulbasaur with me. Soon I was back on the road on my way to Vermilion City. All day I would distract myself from the walk by talking to all my Pokemon and getting to know them better. When he was almost to the next Pokemon Center he saw a Ponyta chilling on a giant rock. After closer inspection it seemed to be waiting for someone to return soon. "What are you doing here?" I asked her. "I'm waiting for my trainer, he said he'd come back." She replied. "Well, I don't see or feel anyone around here, and coming from an Aura Guardian that's saying something." I answered, "Why don't you come with me and we can find your trainer together?" I asked calmly. "I checked the forecast and it said it was supposed to be really crappy out here starting in just over an hour, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to be pretty much killed if your trainer doesn't come back. As long as you don't do anything funny," she said cautiously, but still hopping down and coming up beside me, with me never leaving her eyesight. "Okay, first let's head for the nearest Pokemon Center. That's one of the most common areas you'll find trainers, so maybe you'll find yours there." "Great, let's go," she said as she started to trot alongside of me. Along the way we made a bit of small talk. After we were in sight of the Pokemon Center, my prediction came true as it started to rain. We then galloped as fast as we could to the Pokemon Center, with me not using aura just to make sure I wasn't caught in the act by other humans. As we entered I took note that there was a large group of trainers next to a roaring fire. I immediately headed over to Nurse Joy to book a room and get my Pokemon healed. I then looked back to where Ponyta was only to find she was not there. Instead, when I scanned the Pokemon Center she seemed to be over at the large group of trainers. The next thing I knew I heard something that made my blood boil. "Get out of my sight, Ponyta." One member, clearly one of the more respected ones, said, "You're a worthless no-good Pokemon that couldn't even beat a Magikarp. I'm no longer your trainer anymore, go screw off and never come back." He was about to go on, but that was when I came in. Now, I know I was trained to keep my emotions in check, but this was the only one I really didn't have to develop. In fact, my parents even encouraged me to have this feeling. Anger at those who harm Pokemon both mentally and physically on purpose. The kid was suddenly up in the air, my hand on his throat. Suddenly all attention was on me. Even Nurse Joy, who was just calling Officer Jenny after hearing what the kid said, paused mid-sentence to turn the camera around so Officer Jenny could see what was going on. Seeing a 10-year-old with a Lucario behind him growling and a Pikachu on his shoulder glaring at a 15-year-old must have been quite the shocker for them. "You don't deserve to be a Pokemon trainer," I started in a demonic voice which I had changed with aura. A Pokemon trainer is supposed to help a Pokemon grow, and be their friends, and in certain cases, parent. You're no trainer, you're just a bully, keeping the strong with you and leaving the weak behind, when really you should keep them both and make the strong legendary and the weak strong. These are the duties of a trainer. You, clearly, are no trainer. With my little speech over, I threw him head first into the wall where he immediately crumpled. I then turned and started to defend myself from the rest of the kids' posse, and with fluid technique I knocked them out and walked over to comfort a shocked Ponita, who just had so many feelings run through her veins at the same time, anger and sadness, because she'd been abandoned, then hope and joy when I did my speech and hooped their buttes. I then waited for Officer Jenny to arrive and arrest the group, since you are legally an adult as soon as you're a Pokemon trainer, and confiscate their Pokemon. As soon as said things happened, he also got questioned. For his method of doing things, he promptly created an aura sphere to prove he was an aura guardian, who legally can do whatever floats their boat to make sure no one harms Pokemon unsafely, as in out of training and battles. She then let me look through their teams to see if there was any I wanted. Their teams consisted of Golem, Rhyperior, Electivire, Magmortar, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Politoed, Poliwrath, Slowking, Ninetales, Arcanine, Macamp, Vileplume, Raichu, Cloyster, Gengar, Pinsir, Kingdra. Those were the Pokemon offered to me. After careful selection, I chose the Pokemon I wanted and went to sleep. Talk. Telepathy Aura Talk. Thoughts. Ash POV. I woke up early today, and that was saying something. Normally I woke up at the crack of dawn to maximize how much training I got done in a day and went till dusk hard at work with my Pokemon, but today I woke up about an hour earlier, as I started to get up, albeit noisily since I'm not exactly a morning person even with all these years of waking up early. As soon as I was sitting up I heard my bro, Lucario, start groaning as he too woke up, probably because he's a light sleeper. Morning bro, I whisper over to him. I did so as not to disturb the rest of the Pokemon who were out of their Pokeballs and sleeping around the room. I then got out of bed and got into my track suit, then left the Pokemon Center to head outside and do some upper body exercises since the rest of the day would be dedicated to traveling and I didn't want to already have sore legs to start and then cramp up while walking. These exercises consisted of push-ups, sit-ups, and lifting some of the rocks. This went on until the first signs of the sun showing up arrived. Next up on the list I meditated for a good hour, in which time Lucario came down and joined me almost right away. Then as time went on others joined me, first Pikachu then Delcatty came out and cuddled right up on my right, then for the rest of my time I absent-mindedly stroked their fur until I could see the sun clearly. And yes, there is a difference between when you can see the sun clearly and dawn. I then went back to my room along with my Pokemon and gathered the rest of my junk. After getting all my stuff I headed down to the lobby and returned my room key along with giving and receiving one last thanks for the deeds of the previous day. I was hoping to see Ponita one last time before I left, but apparently she'd ran away during the night, at least that's what Nurse Joy said happened. So I left a little down along with Lucario and Pikachu beside me. Although they tried they couldn't really succeed in raising my mood from its slum. With a final farewell to Nurse Joy I went out the door and started my trek towards Vermilion City. During this walk I conversed with all my Pokemon including the new ones I had just gotten the previous day. Although they'd been abused in the past with Damien, they luckily didn't get too much mental scarring and they had no need to see a psychiatrist. I then thought on to all the Pokemon I had. At the moment I no longer wanted to catch any more Pokemon unless absolutely necessary or I'd break their hearts by not catching them, aka befriending the Pokemon after saving their lives. This way I'd still be catching Pokemon for the professor to study. It also means I'll be increasing the size of my ever-growing family. At the moment there were very few Pokemon I was still interested in getting in this region. Sure, I'd gotten some other regions' Pokemon, but that doesn't matter right now. As all these thoughts were rolling through my head, I didn't notice the aura coming up from behind me on the trail until I was flat on the ground with something liking me in the face. Lucario immediately bent over laughing so hard he started to cry. Meanwhile Pikachu had abandoned my shoulder as soon as he felt the shove on instinct. When I finally realized who it was, a smile started tugging on my lips. Ponita had come back to me, and this was the last, for a long time, Pokemon I would catch in the foreseeable future. While I heard her talk about how much she missed me and wanted to surprise me by making me think that she left, but only hid in the nearby forest out of sight and sense of me. Of course I caught her only to let her back out to start some simple training, at least for me it was simple. I hopped on her back and told Pikachu and Lucario to walk alongside us as Ponyta would carry me the rest of the way to Vermilion City. During this time I initiated an aura bond with Ponyta. She burst in excitement at the prospect of being able to talk to me. Even I'd eventually send her back to the lab. #line break. After another day of travel on the outskirts of Rolanda town. We had made better time making it to Vermilion City and were just about to pass by the last town before reaching the city. I was still aboard Ponyta, who would occasionally complain about sore hooves. As we were at a slow trot I conversed with my more experienced Pokemon through the Aura Bond, asking them for advice on how many more Pokemon they thought I should catch. I think you should have as many as you want, us at the lab will make sure that they train daily. Blaziken said. I think you should get 2 to 3 more Pokemon for now, then you should get more later on in future journeys. That way when you get more you won't have to focus on training us as much as we'd already be in the flow of training, Umbreon pitched in. I think you should just go with the flow, catch the Pokemon that want to come with you and leave the others in peace, unless they're in bad hands, then you go up to whoever is mistreating them and beat the crap out of them, then let the Pokemon choose. As long as you don't separate any Pokemon from their families unless they want to, you can catch them, Firo chirped. Thanks, I'll think about it, then I'll decide out of those 3 ideas what I'll do next. I replied to them. By now I could see the town in sight, but something didn't feel right. I went with my instincts that screamed at me something's wrong. Naturally I went with the feeling as I felt Ponyta tense up as if something threatened her, so I automatically activated my aura sight and started scanning the surrounding forest until I found 5 auras nearby that radiated mischievousness, along with hate. I could also determine that they were all of the same species and all basic Pokemon of the water typing. Okay everyone who's with me, here's the plan. As soon as he feels the first attack coming I want Lucario to redirect it back with Psychic, then I want Delcatty to come out and use Attract on all of them, and then I want Dratini to use Dragon Rush on those left. Right as soon as I finished my commands I saw Lucario react while turning around, and his eyes turned pink. I teased him a lot about that since he hates the color pink. I followed high line of vision and saw a large water gun, that was a combination of each of the offending Pokemon's attacks. It suddenly glowed pink and started curving around. Meanwhile the offenders were now visible as a group of Squirtless wearing sunglasses. 4 of them were wearing rounded shades, but one had pointy shades, clearly that one was the leader, An. Did anyone else notice how the shades they wore just had lenses and the bridge between the nose, no supports that went on the side of the head or anything? Right after their own attack was returned to them, making them cry out in shock rather than pain. I released Delcatty, who immediately used Attract. Right after, while the attack was preparing and launched, I called out Dratini, who waited to see if there were any Squirtle not affected, and as it turned out, only one of the Squirtless who had rounded shades wasn't affected and started yelling in vain to snap the rest of the crew out of it. After seeing the last Squirtle not be affected, Dratini jumped straight at the female Squirtle while using Dragon Rush while she wasn't looking to score a knockout blow to the back of the Squirtle's head. Now Lucario, finish the others off with Aura Sphere. I shouted. Lucario did as I asked and fired 4 blue spheres the size of soccer ball at the remaining 4 left standing, well until they got hit, then they were knocked out. Right as I was about to connect with them I heard sirens approaching from the south, which was where the town was. I turned around to see Officer Jenny approaching at high speed with her motorcycle. Right as she was 10 meters away she drifted to a stop a couple feet away from me. The next hour was spent wondering what to do with the Squirtless, who were apparently called the Squirtle Squad, along with being questioned with what had happened with the group. Turns out they were desperately in need of a fire squad, so Officer Jenny caught the squad to start their training. After an eternity for me, I made my way into town to buy some supplies, mostly healing supplies since I could find my own food and water. Then I made my way to the laundromat to clean all my clothes. Let's just say they weren't in the best of conditions. While the people there were washing them I went to a nearby restaurant to have some nice food. One of the perks that I had from being raised by Mew was that I was rich, to put it bluntly. Though I rarely used this perk, favoring making my own money from battling random trainers. There were those times where I didn't have much money, and after all the different potions I had to buy, well, there wasn't much left since I used a lot with the gain by pain method, so I didn't have much choice but to blow a lot on medical supplies. I may know how to cook a bunch of things using berries, but I still prefer other people's cooking rather than my own. So after eating, paying, and picking up my clothes, I started making my way to the edge of town with a few thanks from the townspeople for stopping the problem that was the Squirtle Squad. Talking. Telepathy, aura speech. Thoughts. Poke speech. Ash POV. Once again I was traveling towards Vermilion City, this time though we were traveling along the coast on sand. I'd long since returned Ponita after the constant complaining of sand in her hooves finally started to get irritating. I was taking the route that my friend Bill told me to, since he said that it'd lead me to his lighthouse. Soon enough I could see the large building flashing its light all around the ocean. The closer I got the more I was impressed by the gigantic building seemed to keep growing with every dozen or so steps I took. Soon I came up to the door. On the handle there was a number pad along with a key slot, clearly no expense was spared. I then shifted my gaze to the side of the door, finding a call box. I hit the button and waited for an answer. Surely enough a reply was sent immediately. "Who's there?" I heard a voice similar to Bill's ask. It was similar as in sounded like him but distorted a little, either from the mic, or from whatever thing he got up to now. "It's me, Ash. I was in the neighborhood and thought that I'd stop by," I responded. "Oh, thank God, I'll open the door for you, don't be freaked out since it's an automatic door, and also can you help me out again, I'm in another situation here." "Sure." Just as I said that the doors in front of me swung open to the inside. As soon as I got out of reach of the doors they swung close. I took a long look around at the room I was in. It was very fancy with a lot of decorations. Clearly it was a lot better than the stereotypical lighthouse. I then proceeded to ascend the stairs that went along the wall all the way up to the top, but I could only see that with aura. To the naked eye the staircase went along the wall for 10 feet before the next floor. Once I got to the next floor I found out quickly that it was a library. Now you may be thinking, oh, it's not all that big, but in reality, it had at least 100,000 books in it. There may have been multiple with the same title, but that's still a large variety. After taking a look around and froze, because there was a giant kabuto coming towards me. I watched it with confusion, until I heard a voice coming from the suit. "As you can see, I'm in yet another predicament here," Bill's voice spoke through the suit. "Oh, I was wondering why there was a giant kabuto here." I answered, now figuring out his problem. Sure enough, when I checked with aura, it was Bill's aura signature. "You just have to push a button here and I'll be out of this suit," he directed me while pointing at a small button just out reach of the stubby arms on the ancient Pokemon. When I pushed it the whole thing folded itself off of Bill and was stacked neatly next to him. I've been stuck in that suit all day, since the only worker I have here is my chef and it was his vacation," he explained. "I was in the middle of doing research on the species known as kabuto. Why dress up? You ask. Well, I get more of a vibe on how the species live by getting into character with them. By this I mean acting as if I were them, which means dressing up like them." During all this my face went from surprise, since he only had one worker here, to sympathetic, for being trapped in the suit for so long. To wonder at the type of research he did. Bill then went on and on about his research after I managed to help him out last time, until rumble, 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 went his stomach. This caused me and my Pokemon that were put to start laughing, while Bill's face turned red in embarrassment. "Well, looks like it's time to eat," Bill said. So I went into his kitchen, which was humongous and had a large enough stock to last another 2 weeks for one person. I made some pasta along with tomato sauce. Once it was done I brought it into the dining room, which Bill had set for 2. We made small talk over dinner about how my journey was after I'd last seen him, and the few discoveries he'd made. Just as I was about to clean up he instructed me. "Put the dishes in the dishwasher and turn it on, while it's running, join me up on the roof. I saved a special discovery I'd made while you were gone, so that you could experience it yourself. I did as told, then zoomed up onto the roof to see it was nighttime and Bill was standing next to a laptop that was hooked up to some very large speakers. Now what did you want to show me? I asked him. Listen, he answered. He then tapped the mouse and a loud melodic voice played through the speakers. It sounded beautiful. This was one of the most calming things he'd ever heard. When Bill stopped it, I expected the sound to stop, but it only quietened. This time though the sound came from across the ocean. Soon a large figure came into view. All this happened before Bill could explain to me what was going on. When the figure came closer, just out of view in the cloudy night sky. It was huge. Heck, it was so large I was betting that it was larger than the department store in Goldenrod City in Johto. When I finally had a view of what Pokemon it was, my eyes went wide. I then unconsciously reached my hand down to my belt and pulled Dratini's Pokeball off and released her into my arms. At first she wondered what was going on, until she looked ahead, only to see her final form as Dragonite that was at least 10 times its average species height. Wow, he's beautiful, Bill breathed out. He knew it was male, since Bill was an expert in Pokemon, therefore he could tell right away that the large creature was a male. Bill then asked about a million questions at once, ranging from, "How are you so large?" to, "What's in your diet?" Although Bill couldn't understand her, he still asked all these questions, until I came up to him and put a hand on his mouth, silencing him. "Let the two talk," I said while pointing at Dratini, who'd came up to her larger evolved form. They then proceeded to coo and call out their names back and forth. I realized this could take a while, notified Bill that I was gonna hit the sack, then went back in the lighthouse to sleep along with my mouse and jackal Pokemon. When I came back out on ground level in the morning, Dratini was out front curled up to Dragonite, who apparently stayed the night, talking for a while with Bill, who was seen not far away from the giant dragon, talking aimlessly while Dragonite chuckled and cooed the odd time at what he said. When I came closer, they both turned towards me while I picked my little dragon up, who was startled awake, but relaxed when she saw who'd picked her up. "I'm sorry I have to cut this short, but I and my Pokemon have to get going. I be held it out for a long time, but I need to get to Vermilion to get my gym badge," I said gravely while looking Bill in the eye. "It's been fun seeing you, Dragonite, but I have to go," this time addressing the large dragon. His eyes looked tearful until he seemed to be pondering something. "He's been looking for a suitable trainer for a long time now. Surely you won't deny him if you accept him. No one wants to be friends with him as everyone's afraid of him," Dratini told me. Dragonite, finally having made a decision, bellowed out while pointing at me. It seems he got along well with Dratini, as she'd been one of the few in a long time who he got to talk with. I pulled out a Pokeball and said, "If you want to come with me, be prepared for harsh training along with some long hours, as we're going for gold," I said while throwing said ball up in the air. Mid-flight, Dragonite moved forwards, without hitting me, and tapped the Pokeball with his muzzle. Bill could only watch in awe along with me as the giant dragon didn't fight and was captured immediately. I then last second transported Delcatty back to the lab to keep my large friend. I then said my final goodbyes to Bill before releasing Ponyta and headed off into the forest on my way to Vermilion City, all th while waving goodbye to Bill. Line break. "Finally!" I exclaimed. I'd finally made it to Vermilion City, after a month of training and 2 weeks of light training and travel. After dismounting Ponyta, and returning his steed, I quickly muttered something about stupid cities and not being able to ride Pokemon around it, that I instinctively went to the Pokemon Center first, preferring to get a room for the night along with healing my Pokemon, since the routes around Vermilion had been jammed with trainers that were up for a battle, so me being me decided to comply with their request. The majority of the trainers were noobs, but there was a few veterans. I'd like to say I won them all, but a couple of veterans had more experience on their side. One memorable loss was against a golem, when I used Lucario to fight it. After a heated battle I ultimately lost, since his golem was at its peak, along with said trainer to have great reflexes and strategy while battling. The only reason I had a foothold in the battle was because Lucario was at an advantage during the fight. No matter what I did he always outwit me. In the end he congratulated me and expressed his shock at how long Lucario had lasted. After healing Lucario up and a promise to do better next time, we separated our paths. This reminded me of a saying that I've been reminded of repeatedly: there is always someone better than you, no matter how good you are. Said saying was something I repeated every morning, for it was a saying I was trying to prove wrong, yet I knew at the moment no matter how much stronger I'd become there's always be someone there who'd challenge me to get stronger. My thought process was stopped as soon as I reached the Pokemon Center. Though instead of the normal greeting from Nurse Joy upon arrival, I was left at the back of a line. Most of the trainers in front of me were sporting worried looks. The others seemed to be overexcited. When I left the line to see how Nurse Joy was faring, I could clearly see the concern etched into her face. I could also see the shadows underneath her eyes, meaning she'd had a night shift the previous night, and was then put on recipient duty as the other doctors and nurses worked away along with the Chansey. What's going on here? I wondered. One of the few other people not in line, preferring to relax on one of the couches, answered my question. Well, the cruise ship is in town and they're having a battle tournament on it over the course of its voyage. So a bunch of people here are getting ready to get onto it. The others are trying to beat the brutal gym leader, who doesn't go easy for the badge. Also, the gym leader is supposedly handing out tickets to the winners. Of course it's just a rumor, and Serge is adamant about keeping it a secret and telling said winners they'd lose their ticket if they spilled the beans. Wow, thanks, you must be very well informed. Thanks for the info. After getting the intel and discovering the state of Nurse Joy was in, I decided to return later. I'd rather go to the gym or do something else to pass the time. So I left the center to head towards the gym. Along the way there was some random kid sprinting his way to the Pokemon Center. In his arms was a crisped Pidgey. Me being me, laughed along with my Pokemon. When we finally came down from our laughter, I continued on my path to the gym, wondering why the kid decided to use a Pidgey at the gym. I'd done some research, so I knew that the Vermilion gym leader Lieutenant Surge used electric-type Pokemon, therefore using a basic flying type up against him would be very stupid. When I got to the gym, the entrance was blocked by a couple of punks. I'm here to battle the gym leader, I informed them. Well, he said to his partner, then shouting into the gym he screamed. Hey Surge, another baby is here to challenge you. A deep chuckle was heard from the inside of the gym, then when it came closer a giant man stepped out of the gym. He had to be at least 6 feet 7 inches and weigh at least 300 pounds. And not much of that weight comprised of fat either. Well, look at what we've got here, a baby with a baby Pokemon, and a nice puppy with him. You should have evolved your mouse as soon as you caught him, that's the only way for it to become powerful. He said while pointing at me, then to Pikachu, then finally Lucario. Now, in an alternate universe where I was an idiot, I'd probably get mad at what he said. But I now knew what Surge's game was. He'd rile the challengers up before the match so they'd make reckless mistakes during the battle. That's some big words you got there. Let's see if you're all bark or if you have some bite in you. By the way, the name's Ash, not Baby. I replied to him with a straight face. Immediately his face changed complexion, going from confident and cocky. He kept the confidence but he lost the cockiness and replaced it with awareness. I call all of the younger challengers Baby, since the majority of them are all bark too and don't give much of a fight. If you give me a challenge or manage to defeat me, then you'll lose that title. Surge informed me. I just grinned at him. We went into the gym to prepare for my upcoming challenge, Surge in front chatting loudly with the same punks as from before. Eventually they turned into a room that turned out to be the battle area. Surge went over to his side of the field, meanwhile I went to mine. One of the punks went into the refs area, while the last one went over to the sidelines to oversee the match. This'll be a one-on-one battle with no substitutions. Any moves are allowed as long as said user does not leave the playing field, the punk ref announced. Let's show Surge you don't need to evolve to become powerful, let's go, Pikachu. I said the last part while pointing at the field, as Pikachu jumped off my shoulder and onto the battlefield. Let's show who's boss, Raichu. Surge called out while throwing his own Pokeball in the air. Begin. The ref raised his hands up, only to drop them to his hips. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. I think you could figure out who's who here, if not you have terrible memory. Dodge and use Quick Attack into Mega Punch. Raichu launched a larger than average bolt of electricity at Pikachu, yet he lacked the speed to hit the smaller mouse, hence the smaller mouse managed to evade. Immediately after dodging the attack, Pikachu gained a white glow, and sped up tremendously on its path to Raichu. Raichu, block with your own Mega Punch. I didn't need to inform Pikachu what to do, as Raichu charged up his own Mega Punch. Pikachu sped up. Just as Pikachu almost collided with Raichu, as Raichu lunged with its attack, it ducked underneath the punch only to speed around the larger mouse's body and charged up its own Mega Punch as he leapt at the back of Raichu's head. All who heard the resounding crack of the attack colliding cringed slightly, except me. Even Pikachu got one solid hit in, Raichu wasn't down for the count. Albeit it was sporting quite a bit of damage, he still managed to stand right back up as he got ready for the next round of moves. Albeit this time he was more weary of Pikachu. Raichu used Discharge. Raichu gathered a lot of electricity in its body as it prepared to release it with a wide range all over the battlefield. Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the ground. Right as Raichu released all the stored up electricity, Pikachu jumped a small height and struck the ground, getting her tail firmly lodged into the ground, yet loosely enough that she could remove it at any time. The electricity then struck all over the field, making scorch marks appear all over the field. When one struck Pikachu, it passed harmlessly through her body and into the ground. Now Pikachu charge in and hit him with a Mega Kick. You to Raichu. They both collided fiercely and were fighting for dominance, as Raichu started to overpower its pre-evolved form. Pikachu use Iron Tail. Pikachu immediately cancelled his own while spinning around Raichu's Mega Kick while powering up its tail. And then, before Surge could call out a counter, Raichu was already hit. Raichu was thrown into the wall from the power behind the tail, he barely managed to crawl out of the dent in the wall where he impacted. By now both Pokémon were panting, although Raichu was panting more, as Pikachu hadn't taken a single hit in yet. Also Raichu was sporting damage while Pikachu was only out of breath, sporting small scorch marks in her fur from which Raichu's discharge had passed through. Surge seemed to realize at the same time as me that Raichu could only take one more nice and clean hit, and Pikachu could endure many more attacks. I took a long look at Raichu, even it knew that it was about to go down, but it wouldn't go down without a fight. Pikachu ended by running around the room with Quick Attack, then use Mega Kick. Raichu respond by sensing its movements with your tail, then lash out with Mega Kick too. Pikachu started sprinting all around the room trying to confuse Raichu, who only closed its eyes and raised its tail in the air to sense the shifts in the air movement. Then when it felt a shift behind it, he quickly reacted by turning around and lashed out with a kick. Only to hit air as Pikachu dodged to the side while still using Quick Attack, and then came back with her own Mega Kick and hit her evolved form in the chin, sending him flying back to his trainer. Though this time Raichu did not get up. Raichu is unable to battle, the winner is Pikachu, the red announced. I went up to Pikachu and picked her up and placed her on my shoulder, as Lucario also followed behind me with a smug look on his face. I then walked up to Surge as he returned his fallen Pokémon. Congratulations Ash, on your victory over the Vermilion Gym, Surge boomed. As proof of defeating my gym, and a splendid battle, here's a gym badge as proof that you won against me. He then proceeded to hand me a small badge that looked like a miniature sunflower with the center being orange rather than black. Also, here's a little extra, Surge started before pulling something out of his back pocket then handing it to me. Here's a ticket that allows you onto the Saint Anne. You have the potential to take on a number of the participants as so few can beat me, and the rest are rich babies that don't know what the word train means. Also don't tell anyone about this ticket, there is a small chip inside of it that acts as a microphone that lets me hear if you tell anyone. But don't fry that chip because it's the one that they scan to let you onto the ship. He added as a warning. I nodded in thanks and then left the gym to head on out to get Pikachu checked out at the Pokemon Center. When I got there the line was a little shorter than earlier and it was also running a little bit faster, as another Nurse Joy had set up at another station. When I got to see Nurse Joy, I gave her Pikachu and asking her to heal her and bring her to the room during the night once she'd healed. I then went into my room and passed out while Lucario went on to the second bed. Aura speech telepathy. Thoughts. Speech. Ash POV. It was in the early hours in the morning. I'd just woken up, trying to remember the dream I'd had the previous night but being unable to remember the details but only the general idea. All I'd remembered was that I was on a ship, and that ship had sunk. Momentarily I briefly reflected whether or not it was a warning or not, as I'd had that dream a lot lately. Either way I was going to find out soon, as I was about to go on one of the few ships I'd travel on for a long time. Right as I was about to reflect further, I heard my companion starting to stir. Lucario was the first to have awakened, then Pikachu. Next was the twin Ralphs. The last two though were sleeping in their pokeballs as their enormous size would destroy the building from the inside out. Gyarados' body was quite large thanks to his irregularities, and the same could be said for Dragonite. We went through our normal morning regiment. Just practicing the strength of their moves. Of course they normally just practiced their 4 favorite moves. You see, Pokemon were highly intelligent beings that had a lot of power inside of them. They had the knowledge to remember a lot of their attacks, but a few of the older ones escaped them. Also, the more they used a certain attack the more the power increased, and the more they don't use one, the less powerful it'd be. Unless it would have a connection to another attack. For example, if one were to use Flamethrower a lot, then their flames would grow in power, meaning that this'd power up future fire-type moves at the same time, since the majority of them used the same concept as the said move. So if said Pokemon were to use Ember, its power would have increased as well. But, if instead with the same scenario, the same Pokemon used a different elemental attack, they'd have to practice that one separately. So pretty much, instead of practicing certain moves like a noob, I would train the whole element. Though just because the power would increase doesn't mean the charge time differs, so the main 4 moves the said Pokemon practiced would normally be from different elements. After some light training, we headed back to the Pokemon Center. After returning to the Pokemon Center, the sun was high in the sky, signaling it was around noon. The SSN didn't leave for another 4 or 5 hours depending if everyone boarded on schedule, as well as any maintenance problems with the boat itself. So I decided to finally have that chat that I'd been putting off for a while. I was finally going to call the professor again. So I went over to the video phones and dialed his number. After a couple rings he finally answered. "Hello," the professor said cheerfully. "Hey Professor, it's me, Ash. I'm calling to ask if you could help me out with a couple things." I replied with a serious tone. He immediately got what I was implying, so he got his business face as well. "What can I help you out with, young man?" "Well, I know you saw one of my more recent captures, so I was wondering if you could keep this from reaching the public. I don't mind if you tell the scientific world you found a giant Pokemon, but if the media finds out, I'll be hounded by Pokemon hunters, criminal organizations, and fans alike." Professor Oak looked up at that, seeing how simple of a task it was. The only way for the media to find out about a new scientific breakthrough, there were numerous steps. The first one was that the breakthrough had to be 100% proven. Step 2, the scientist who discovered it had to say whether or not they wanted it to go public. Step 3, the Science Council had to have a vote to decide if it went public. Fourth step, the league had to approve of it. The last step was the easiest. They had to have a press conference, and there the scientist would go into deep detail of the breakthrough. So really it would just be a matter of if Professor Oak had any annoying interviewers coming over while Dragonite was out and about. Of course, if that happened he could just threaten to sue them if they released a single article on the topic. So I pretty much knew I'd be safe in that domain. On to my next question, Professor. I was wondering if you could remove my limit of 6 Pokemon and could instead increase it to 8 or maybe even 10. I pitched to him. Well, let me check. The law says that any trainer that has proven him, or herself enough to the regional sponsor, has the right to have their limit increased at the sponsor's discretion. I think, by my point of view that you are ready to handle 10 Pokemon at once, as long as you have either your Umbreon or Blaziken on you at the same time. At any other time, I'd say you are allowed your usual limit. The reason being, is that they seem to have the same knowledge and wisdom as you in raising Pokemon. He fired back. This went well with me, as I was already planning on doing so. I may have been raised by a legendary and her friends, but I'll always want to have a companion of my father with me at all time. Some may call it weakness, I call it emotional support. They'd help me out since they've been through something similar on my father's journey. Okay, thanks Professor, for now I'd like for you to send over Dratini please. It really soothes Dragonite when she's with him. I don't know if it's a species thing, but it happened. And could you also send Umbreon and Fiero? I got a nod in response from him, before he disappeared from the camera, presumably off to get the mentioned Pokemon from the corral. After returning, and transferring the little dragon over to me, as well as the bird and black cat, I bid farewell and hung up the phone. Next I checked the time, realizing I had only burned off a half an hour with that chat. I decided to wander around the city for this time, before realizing even if I was going on a luxurious cruise, it'd still be good to have a good supply stock. So during my little wander, I kept a lookout for the familiar blue-roofed building. Reaching it after another 15 minutes of casual searching, I entered the building finding that the vast majority of the shelves were stocked. There was a difference with this one though. All the other ones mostly just had trainer supplies, not this one though. This one had all sorts of other things too. Comparing this one to the others, this one was a Walmart and the others were a corner store. In this one they were also selling Pokemon merchandise. As both me and my Pokemon were looking through the merchandise, Pikachu absolutely fell in love with a plush version of herself. So I added it into the basket I had. Next we started to look at something different. They had a card game for Pokemon. I almost fell over laughing at the names of the moves on the Blaziken. There were the moves Clutch and Burning Shot. The next one made me laugh harder, but Pikachu just huffed and started to pout. The Pikachu card that I'd seen had the move Pika Punch. The Lucario X card was also funny, Missile Jab, Corkscrew Punch, and Somersault Kick. The names were just too funny and I fell to the ground laughing, along with my companions, who got over their emotions held toward whoever created the game. I decided against buying those, knowing they'd just enrage the rest of the team, especially the young ones, who weren't that emotionally stable. After skipping the rest of the merchandise, I went over to the medical area. This was the area where I went to see if there was anything I couldn't make myself. I didn't train with Mima and Papa for nothing. I could make medicine from the herbs around me, and also knew the soil and area they grew in, meaning I could make a lot of different remedies for different needs. Of course I kept a large stock of these, making sure that I didn't use too many, and made a large quantity without hurting the nearby ecosystem whenever I found a rarer ingredient. These remedies also normally wouldn't spoil for a long time, not that they'd go unused during that time. Then after finding nothing new, I went over to the Pokeball section. Of course there were a lot, but I believed that only the worthy used the basic Pokeball. Everyone else would cheat and use a more powerful type of ball. While that would be helpful, why would you need a more powerful Pokeball, for a Pokemon that you could have tired out more in certain ways? For instance, it wasn't a video game. When a Pokemon was exhausted they couldn't really escape the ball through anything but sheer willpower. This willpower could only do so much though, and normally when it did a lot, that meant that the Pokemon had something keeping it from being caught, like a family, or a mate, or maybe even not wanting to be caught by an evil individual. So when they escaped the ball they'd normally have enough adrenaline left to escape the person who was trying to catch them. After getting a few more items for his trip, he went to the cash register to pay. After doing so he saw that it was starting to get a bit later in the afternoon. He started making his way over to the dock. It took a bit, but he finally made it, only having to ask for directions once. Upon arrival, he found out they just started allowing passengers to start boarding. Going through several security levels, having to through extra thanks to my two Pokemon who didn't like Pokeballs. I finally made it onto the 5th floor of the boat. As I went to the other end of the boat, I looked around. There was a lot of tanning chairs laid out on the deck, already a few of them were occupied by some tanning males and females alike. After a little searching around I found my room on the second floor. I got one of the smaller rooms, nevertheless there was one giant bed in the middle and there was a small 4 by 4 foot bathroom there too. There was also a recliner as well as a small flat screen TV up on the wall. After putting all of my equipment down, I sat down and relaxed, waiting for the announcement to come on the PA system. After a little waiting I heard the announcement commence. "Hello, all passengers are expected to go to the third floor and go to their lifeboat for further instructions. All who fail to attend this meeting will be kicked off the cruise. We thank you for choosing the SS&N as your cruise ship for the week." With that, I ascended to the third floor and went off in search of lifeboat G. After being directed around by the staff, I finally made it over to the correct lifeboat. In front of it was mostly adults, but there was 2 other kids there. One of the kids looked to be 13 or 14, while the other one seemed to be 16 or the older of them seemed to be a middle-classes individual, but he knew looks can be deceiving, while the younger one seemed to be a rich boy, with an expensive outfit and how he talked with the other adults with his snobbish accent. They faced towards me when they realized I was on the very same lifeboat as them, and also started admiring both my Pokemon. "Dad, I just have to have his Pokemon, a shiny Pikachu would look marvelous in my collection, along with that other unknown Pokemon," the rich boy said while pointing at me. His dad was about to respond and take action when he met my glare. My glare was enhanced with aura, burning holes and causing him to freeze up. While maintaining it I made my way over to the boy, and pulled him up roughly against the walls in my hands. Both Pikachu and Lucario holding angered expressions while looking at the boy. "Looky here boy, if you so dare as touch one of them, you'll be nothing more than a man overboard. I don't care about the law, no one messes with my family without answering to me," I threatened him. After saying this, I let him fall from my grasp, and fall onto the ground. He tried to get back up, but the fear paralyzing him from the tone in my voice kept him on the ground. Everyone else seemed to go into shock when they heard this, reeling back from the anger of the Pokemon and of myself. Seeing a 10-year-old threaten someone like that was shocking to say least. Soon after a couple more people arrived, feeling the tension in the air from the earlier encounter. The rich kid still hadn't gotten up, and the older kid seemed to have something akin to respect in his eyes. The staff member finally ran us through the procedure for if the boat was sinking and similar occurrences when we'd need the lifeboat. During the whole procedure me and the rich kid glared at each other, while he had rage on his face, I held rage mixed with amusement. Something about diva rich kids being quite funny. It also caused all the other witnesses of the event to loosen up a little. Soon enough it was all over, and I went on my way. I searched for the activities deck, to try and sign up for the battle tournament as well as see all the other activities planned for the vacation. While doing so I found out that there was a miniature Pokemon Center on board. I say miniature, because they didn't need rooms inside of it for travelers, so instead there was just the rooms for patients. After a little more looking around, the ship finally started to leave the port, and as we were just about to leave the bay, the ship let loose 2 prolonged horn blows, signaling that we were leaving the port. Soon enough I'd found the activities bar, and signed up a moment later. After this I found a map of the boat. On the first floor, it was dedicated to trainers. Since it was at the bottom of the ship, it was 10 feet of reinforced titanium. This made it so any stray attacks didn't sink the ship. This floor was divided in half for training, the other half as battlefields. And since it was such a large ship, there was roughly a dozen battlefields, and all had just enough space between them that stray attacks weren't much of a problem. The second to fifth floor were all residential floors, although the fifth floor was where the majority of the suites were. The fifth floor had doors to the outdoors. The sixth floor held the restaurants, buffet, church, pool, and chocolate store. It also had an outdoor deck. The seventh floor was dedicated to merchandise. There were all sorts of stands, ranging from trainer needs to business guides. It also has exits to an outdoor deck outdoors. The eighth floor had the courts. There was a couple volleyball courts, as well as tennis courts, badminton courts, and squash, etc., so there was a lot to do on this floor. This floor was also had doors to a deck outdoors. The ninth and last floor had a workout gym, as well as a lounge. The rest of the deck, however, was outdoors. He whistled as he finished looking at the map, although he wanted to go and train his Pokémon again for the tournament that started tomorrow, and went on for the next 5 days. His Pokémon wanted to do otherwise, though it was kind of funny to see Pikachu hugging her plush version while trying to pull me after her towards the floor when all the stalls were. The deck was enormous. It was also bustling with activity. I searched around, looking for anything of interest. Finding a couple stalls that had games, like dunk tank, and ring tosses. The prizes on the majority weren't for me as I saw them. They were mostly stuffed Pokémon, and a couple accessories that were designed around Pokémon. I finally stumbled upon a unique stall. This one was different from the rest as it was rather out of the way. It was on the side of the whole room. This was one of the few spots where there wasn't all that many people around. The stand was selling jewelry of all sorts, just not in the best quality. The prices were a lot cheaper, though, which made me smile a little. Growing up with a Pokémon who absolutely adored jewelry was an entertaining experience, especially when her earrings were longer than herself. So in memory of my favorite pink devil, I looked for something nice. The vendor watched on as I looked at the whole selection, eyes held with amusement at my facial expressions as I browsed through the collection. I, unnoticed by all, subconsciously activated my aura sight as I searched through the collection. The majority of the jewelry was flowing with aura, signifying that they had, at some point, been a part of mega stones. Maybe not the main part necessary for the evolution, but the shell that they were naturally found in. Think of a bug stuck in amber. You only really keep the amber surrounding the bug, the rest is still valuable, but not as much. The rest of the amber is what I was trying to get at, but instead of amber, it was crystal. I finally found a pair of earrings. They were beautiful. They had a gold 32-karat gold frame, as well as 32-karat silver designs or the frame, but that was only part of the beauty. What was inside of the frames was what made me want to buy them. In them was 2 mega stones, shaped like pearls. These were the 2 mega stones of the Ralts evolution. The vendor saw me pick them up and approached me with the machine to pay for them. How much for them? I asked. I was thinking around 20,000 poke dollars, she replied. Sold. I answered back. I paid for the pair of them, although it was a little expensive. It was gold and silver as well as the mega stones, not to mention handcrafted. Even if it wasn't the best that I've seen crafted, it was still a pretty good job. The rest of the deck stalls had nothing but crap on display. I mean, sure it might be useful to someone else, but to me it had no value at all. Seriously, how would a bunch of books on psychology be useful to me? I already knew my Pokémon well enough not to need to use psychology with them. After fighting through the mob of people on the floor, I and my companions managed to escape to the 8th floor, where I decided to learn how to play badminton. See, that's one of the few things I hadn't learned while growing up. None of my guardians saw any usefulness in teaching me how to play sports. They had other ways to teach me the stuff that you learn from playing sports. Instead of getting into shape through playing sports, I did it through different exercises. Instead of learning teamwork with sports, I learned it from doing double battles against Mima and Uncle Riley along with Lucario, who was a riolu at the time. I learned strategies through watching all the wild Pokémon's battles, be it for territory or for resources. Heck, they even had better strategies than some trainers that I've seen. So finding the nearest staff member on the deck, my lesson started. He immediately pulled me over to the nearest court which had the equipment on the side. Pikachu, her plush, and Lucario went off to the sidelines to watch the entertainment about to be provided. Okay, first off you need to go get a racket and a shuttlecock, Birdie. The racket is the thing that has a long handle that's thin as a small stick, and one end expands into a small oval with a bunch of strings running into a bunch of small squares. The shuttlecock is the thing with a ball at one end, and has plastic feathers running along the other, he instructed. I went over to the side, finding the described objects, and bringing them back to where he was. Next, we'll start with how to hold the racket. While holding the racket, hold it with your dominant hand, also when you have your arms straight out, and the racket vertically from the ground, he instructed further. I did as told, with him correcting my grip as well. There, next step is the court. The court is one giant rectangle, divided into two sides, with a net separating the sides. The goal of the game is to get the shuttlecock to hit the ground on the inside of the lines. If you do so, you get a point. Also, on each side of the court there are two boxes side by side, the sole purpose for these boxes is for the serves. Off the serve, you're trying to go from one box, diagonally from the other. Which brings us to the second last thing you'll need to know, serves are strictly underhanded, any overhand serves do not count and are a forfeit of a point. The last thing is, to get a point you must hit the shuttlecock over the net, and for it to land on the other side, he explained. Now, are you ready to start playing some badminton? He asked. Why not, can't wait to see how much I mess up, I said sarcastically. He just laughed at this as we both went to our chosen sides. We began slow, me getting a feel for the game, and him warming up. But the more we rallied, the more competitively I started to play, which in turn made him kick his playing up a notch. Every now and then the tempo would switch, from hard volleys back and forth, to slow drop shots. To a smash that would be blocked. This went on, until more and more people started to fill the nearby courts. They of course did not play at our caliber, more of a friendly match, unlike ours, which had become a competition. I of course in the end lost, terribly, because I played more defensively rather than going on the offense. After the match I thanked him for teaching me how to play, then got Lucario to switch places with him on the court. He of course gave up his racket willingly, then went over to the sidelines to referee the match. This match would be one of the most competitive rookie badminton match to take place on the boat. I started off the match with a hard serve that went rocketing over his head. He had sharp reflexes. As he whacked it out of the air and back to my side, I hit it lightly, going for the drop shot. Fortunately for me, Lucario did not have the experience to know how to hit the shuttlecock back, and it was 1-0 for me. After 15 minutes of playing, the score was quite even, though I was winning it was only by 1. The score was 20-19. It was my turn to serve again. So far all match I'd served with powerful overhead serves, so Lucario went into a more distant stance, prepared for when the shuttlecock arced downwards. But this time, I decided to switch it up. I did a nice soft serve, he wasn't expecting it, but still lunged to hit it. Barely making it back over, I finished up by giving a powerful volley, that went rocketing over his head, giving me the point. We went for another couple of rounds, with Pikachu cheering while holding her plush version. I, the instructed, and Lucario all rotated around on who went when. Before I knew it, it was starting to get dark, meaning it was almost time to eat. So bidding farewell to the instructed, I went over to the buffet to eat. Now, I may be young, but I'm a growing boy. Meaning, I grabbed a lot of food, particularly from the salad bar. Nothing beats a good salad after a long amount of being competitive. Also included on the cruise, was a food supply for our Pokemon. Now, normally the Pokemon's food was made by me, instead they had a professional Pokemon breeder on board who prepared the food herself. At least that was the rumor that was circulated around the deck. I decided to let all but Dragonite out to eat, and let them dig into their meals. They of course were happy to eat something of this caliber, not meaning to brag, but they loved my food, so when they devoured their food, I was shocked at first, then happy. Happy that someone else in this world knew how to make a tasty and healthy diet for Pokemon. After eating a nice and large meal, I returned all, but the usual of my Poke friends, then went out to the back of the ship. By now it was dark out, there was a lot of people out and about on the decks. Mostly couples enjoying their time together, along with their Pokemon. Both I and Lucario went down to the 3rd floor. Here there was a small bit of deck space outside. I checked the outside on the starboard, only to see that there was only one couple enjoying the stars in peace. Not wanting to interrupt them, we went to the port side, and found out there was only one person there, although he was just staring out to sea. He had a white hat on, with a single tuft of hair sticking out. He also had a cape, it was pure white on the outside, and pure sea green on the inside. He was wearing a sea green shirt as well as purple pants. To say he looked eccentric would be a true, and hard fact. We walked outside, while I prepared Garrido's pokeball for departure from the boat. But before I made it to the railing he was stopped by the lone man striking up a conversation. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" The man asked while staring out into the ocean. The waves 5 foot tall at the very least, were no match for the giant ship. I froze in my tracks, Lucario doing the same, and decided to put off training with Dragonite for a little longer, for the chance to talk with the random man. "Pardon me, are you talking about the ocean, or the sky?" "They both have their own beauty this time of night," I replied. And indeed it was true, the sky was pitch black save for the half-full moon, as well as the millions of tiny sparkles of white, representing the stars. The clouds were scarce in the night sky, the wind, a nice calming breeze. "That is true, but the ocean is quite beautiful in the moonlight, as well as the tides being pulled by the moon," the man said. Deciding we'd taken long enough, I walked right out the railing. Seeing the long 10-meter drop, I realized I'd have to drop about 2 meters if I wanted to board Garrido's. "Well sir, I'm sorry but I have training to do, and it can only be done out at sea. Before I go, what is your name?" I asked politely. "The name's Wallace." "It was a pleasure to converse with you," Wallace answered equally as polite while staring at me straight in the eyes. "Have fun training." Wallace then returned his gaze to the ocean. I then tossed Garrido's pokeball over the railing, releasing him from the ball. Luckily, he didn't call out upon arrival, he instead looked up waiting patiently for me to jump onto him. I waved goodbye to Wallace before we hopped onto Garrido's large scaly head. After bracing for impact, and steadying ourselves, we then traveled out of view of any vessels in the nearby vicinity. The next 4 hours was dedicated to training myself, Dragonite, Lucario and Garrido's. At the very end we did a few tag battles, with both I and Lucario always opposing each other. For the most part of these events, it was Garrido's and I, versus Dragonite and Lucario. It's safe to say I got my butt handed to me, since although Garrido's was powerful, Dragonite was on a whole new level of strength. After finally finishing up, I returned Garrido's, after climbing onto Dragonite of course. We flew until we could see the ship in the distance. They of course probably saw us on the radar a while back at oh well. I then called Fiero out, and transferred onto him before returning Dragonite. Flying the last little distance before landing on the ship was smooth. Although the part after that wasn't, luckily I'd remembered I had my ticket for the vessel, as well as my Pokédex and cruise card. For those of you who don't know, the cruise card is pretty much a card that the cruise gives you before you board the ship. It's hooked up to your credit card for easier transactions, and also identification purposes. When I landed, I was immediately surrounded by at least a dozen league trainers, and more so than that of Pokémon who were all sporting defensive postures. After one of the superiors arrived, I was separated from my Pokémon, and was pulled into questioning, and after a long time of answering questions, and double and triple checking my alibi and identity, I was finally allowed to leave, receiving my Pokémon on my way out, and a warning not to do it again. After apologizing again I left to go back to my cabin, to sleep the rest of the night. That concluded my first day on the ship. Line break. On a secluded island. A bunch of scientists were mulling around the lab, chatting about their success. Now they only had to make sure that the experiment was 100% alive, and ready for testing. In the test tubes there was a rather large, roughly 5 foot and 8 inches tall, violet cat. With a deep purple tail. He was hooked up to about 1,000 different wires, that were meant for different things. Ranging from heartbeat monitoring, to monitoring the strength of said subject. Then before their eyes, the cat's eyes opened. Day 2 of the 7-day cruise. It was around noon when I finally came around and woke up. As I looked around my cabin, I saw multiple of my Pokémon in different spots. The two Ralts were sleeping on my bed, snuggled up to my chest. This was to be expected though, since they were still rather young they still were a little clingy. This was however normal with the youngest generation, they would clingy until they learned enough to get by on their own. There was exceptions to this rule though, the more predominant reason for this was poaching. Poachers were at large these days, although the Pokemon Rangers did their best to try and help. There was still a lot of big-time poachers at large in Kanto at the moment. The biggest group of poachers in the region at the moment was Team Rocket. Team Rocket was known for many crimes, this included Pokemon smuggling, drag smuggling, Pokemon abuse, and many more crimes. They may have a bigger goal in mind than to continue their current activities, but not much was known aside from what the group was public about. That didn't stop the foreboding feeling I got about them. My brother, Lucario, had also just woken up recently, and was meditating on his bed while he was cross-legged, trying to concentrate and focus his aura. Doing this exercise was common for all who could use aura. Not only did it help focus your energy, but it also let you clear your mind of all thoughts and feel everything that's going on around you. It's quite an exhilarating experience once you try it out, that feeling of control, as if you knew everything that was going on. This exercise was also used during stakeouts, for obvious reasons. Being able to know if anyone or anything was coming, and where they were headed is a big help. Fiero was perched over in the corner by the porthole still sleeping with his head hidden under his left wing. Every now and then he would squawk out, showing that he was enjoying his dream. Probably about eating something delicious. Dratini was also on me, wrapped around my wrist, nuzzling into my palm, craving some attention after realizing that I had awoken. The poor little fellow was craving attention, wanting as much as possible. This was the one problem I had yet to solve, parenting problems. No matter how much attention that all of the hatched Pokemon received from me, they always wanted more. After looking around, I sat up, which caused all the others to start to wake up as well. The hatchlings doing their cute little yawns. After doing the usual morning routine, it was around 1 o'clock when I left the cabin. I traveled all the way up to the battle deck, to see a lot of battles going on. Even though only half of them were used for the tournament, there was still a half a dozen battlefields left over for battling purposes. On each battlefield there was different types of Pokemon, ranging from starter Pokemon, to the odd pseudo-legendary. The most interesting battle going on was on one of the tournament battlefields. There was a Golurk battling a Garchomp, attacks flying everywhere from the two powerful Pokemon. The amount of energy being exchanged during their attacks could be felt all the way across the deck. Even some of the non-tournament battlers hesitated during their battles to witness the clash of the two powerhouses let it rip. To make everything easier on the less experienced trainers, everyone was divided into groups depending on how much experience each individual had. There was 4 groups, the first was for first-year trainers, like me. The second was for second and third-year trainers. The third was from 4th year to 10th year. The last group comprised of those who had more than 10 years, or were of high ranking, as in had at some point beaten or were an Elite Four member or champion. As far as I knew, they were still finishing up the first round battles, so for these two trainers to have battled would have meant one of two things. The first, is that they were part of the first round in the 4th group in the tournament, which wasn't that surprising since at first glance you could tell that the two trainers were at least 20, yet they may be older depending on whether or not they used random tricks to look younger. The one who had the Golurk was female, with brown hair that didn't quite make it to her shoulders that seemed to shine under the sun. She was roughly 5 feet 3 inches, meaning that she was not the tallest for her age. She had a red tank top on that showed how tan and healthy her skin was, as well as show off the fact that she didn't have much fat on her arms. She wore short shorts that were not too skimpy, but still caught the eyes of more than a couple onlookers. Her eyes were a bright blue that seemed to reflect the colors of the sky. I was intrigued by the fact that she seemed to be in her late teens, meaning that she was a highly ranked trainer. You don't come across many of those in your life. The trainer opposing her was a tall black man. He was dark as chocolate, and clearly had muscle on him, but not like how a bodybuilder is built. No, he has a body more built like a swimmer. With clear muscle, yet not overly bulging, but enough to show that he didn't let his Pokemon train alone. He appeared to be in his early 30s at the youngest, but still retained that dangerous glint that you'd see from the higher-tiered trainers. He wore a bright blue shirt which had the words, "If you really want to do something, you'll find a way. If you don't, you'll find an excuse." He was also wearing pants that were dark orange, contrasting to his shirt. As the battle continued, Dragon Pulse meeting Shadow Ball, Shadow Pinch meeting Dragon Claw, the two titans continued battling. Luckily technology was advanced enough that there was a protective barrier in between the spectators and the participants, otherwise there might have been more than a few injuries from a stray attack or two. Soon enough the battle was over, with the man with the Garchomp just barely winning, taking advantage of his Garchomp's speed compared to Golurk's as well as a few well-placed attacks. It may have been a close match, but there had to be a victor. As the two met in the middle, the crowd started to cheer, before dispersing, searching for another interesting ongoing battle. Eventually my battle took place, and I used Fiero, who went up against a kid who'd also started off with a Charmander and was using it in this battle. In the end Fiero had some slight scorch marks on him as he came in to land. The next few days had the same cycle: wake up, meditate, eat, relax while watching the tournament, then battle in the tournament. After that I'd release all my Pokemon, and we'd go do something different on the boat each day, sometimes go to a showcase, sometimes revisit the shopping district, and sometimes we'd go relax by the pool or the hot tubs. Day 5 of 7. Something felt off this morning. It may have just been me, but no, I could tell that Lucario was sensing it too. The way his ears would twitch or how he shuffled around a little bit as we were meditating. It seemed as if he was very nervous today. There was an ominous presence hanging over the boat, as though the very earth knew that something was going to happen today. After looking around, it wasn't just the two of us that realized, even the younger Pokemon could tell, the way both Ralts were hugging each other or the way Dratini would shiver and look behind herself suggested she expected someone or thing to be there. Then again, younger Pokemon had better instincts than when they grew up. This made me feel even more cautious before I looked out my window, a small porthole at the back of the room. There were dark ominous clouds in the sky, as if they were trying to finalize the statement that today would not end well. After going through my morning routine and heading up to the battle deck to participate in the finals, I was going up against another trainer who defeated Lieutenant Surge. This on its own warned me about a decent battle. Aside from the more experienced side lately it had gotten a little boring. So as I prepared mentally for the battle, which would be a 3-on-3 battle, which would be broadcasted all across the boat, I decided for this battle that I would start off with Ninetales, then use Electivire, then I would finish off with Lucario. Finally reaching the battlefield, I clutched Ninetales' Pokeball in a semi-relaxed grip, trying to get my blood pumping for a battle that on paper would seem even matched, as we both were at the same points in our journeys, with the both of us only having 3 gym badges, but that alone didn't quell the foreboding thoughts that floated through my mind, whispering that the battle would be a waste of time and effort, serving to only reward myself with the title of first place and a mysterious secondary prize that made me curious. As my opponent, Max, lined up across from me, he gave off the vibes of an ordinary trainer, whose dream was to be a champion. Yet solely by glancing in his eyes, they held a look that no ordinary trainer had. His eyes were sharp and calculating, meaning he probably did a lot of research, trying to find out my strategies and other important information, a strategy that, although it was okay to use during official battles during tournaments or leagues, it did no good during unofficial battles while you were wandering down a route. Calling out Ninetales, Max sent out a Pidgeotto. It was a fine Pokemon. It was well fed, well cared for, and seemed to be well trained. You could tell by the color of its plumage and the size of the bird. While it was still small, it wasn't the smallest of its kind, yet at the same time it was not the largest. Ninetales was equally well conditioned. After a couple times together I decided to test her, as well as Electivire during this tournament. During the previous matches I'd used the two to see how they would comply to my commands, and seeing how well they did and how they caught on easily to my strategies, even the more complicated ones, I decided to use them in the finals battle. While the two stared down for half a second, both waiting for the other one to make a move to see which of the two was more patient, to see how good of reflexes they had. Seeing that this was going nowhere, I decided to strike first. Use Psychic. I called out. Ninetales stared intently at the bird Pokemon while focusing its psychic energy. Any move to counter by Max was negated quickly by both him and his Pidgeotto were caught off guard at the quick response from Ninetales to the command. Pidgeotto managed to get out of Ninetales' grip soon enough, but the damage was done, as seen with the ruffled feathers and the panting of the victim. Pidgeotto used Twister. Max retaliated, but the attack took a full 5 seconds to charge up to its capacity, giving me plenty of time to respond. Ninetales' flamethrower to disperse it, then use Fire Blast to end it. I commanded in a low voice, low enough that no one other than Ninetales would hear me. Right as the Twister was released, a stream of flames impacted with it. At first the Twister absorbed the flames, until it could no longer absorb anymore, and it became too volatile and blew up, causing a wave of heat to spread out across the majority of the deck, and smoke tops read out too, that is until a fire blast pierced through the smoke and impacted into the Pidgeotto, finishing the bird off and further ruffling as well as adding some burns to its feathers. Pidgeotto is unable to battle, Ninetales is the winner. Would the red trainer please release another Pokemon? The referee called out. Both of us returned our Pokemon at the same time. Me, to sub an Electivire so that he wouldn't be grumpy later on about a lost fight. Meanwhile Max sent out a Dugtrio. Upon seeing what I was up against, I realized how he had received the Thunder Badge. He used his Dugtrio. Once again the stare-down commenced between both trainers and Pokemon, but this time not, wanting to be caught off guard, Max started it off. Dugtrio use Earthquake. He commanded as Dugtrio started to create the seismic waves. I had no reason to worry, since Electivire had already bent over on all fours to brace itself for the impact that came. As soon as the earthquake ended, I immediately started up a strategy. Use Brick Break. I called to him. As Electivire charged Dugtrio, Max responded quickly. Use Rock Slide to block Electivire. He shouted. Electivire only got 3 more steps closer before the rain of boulders commenced, yet he still did not slow down. He merely weaved through them, hoping every now and then to not get corned, until he finally made it to the ground type and smashed his middle face hard, evident through the mark left on Dugtrio's face. Not needing any more commands, he continued with a fire and ice punch combo, doing even more damage. Once the combo, when smoke covered over Max's side of the field, was over, Electivire quickly retreated back to our side of the field in a defensive stance, ready for any retaliation from Dugtrio. When the smoke cleared, there was only a hole left in the ground. Before I could warn Electivire, he was already hit by Dig. Okay Electivire, let's finish up, use Earthquake full power. Max could only look on in shock as Electivire punched the ground, shaking the entire deck. Luckily it was designed to withstand almost anything. After the tremors stopped and the ground settled down, Electivire was seen panting, while Dugtrio was unconscious. Dugtrio is unable to battle, Electivire is the winner. Would the red trainer please release another Pokemon? The referee announced while pointing the flags in a certain motion. Once again 2 beams of light shot out, and the 2 of us returned our Pokemon. This time I motioned for Lucario to move out onto the battlefield. The opponent was a rather large Ivysaur. This time I decided to end the battle quickly and smoothly while Max couldn't respond to anything. Lucario, use extreme speed into Elemental Barrage, and keep it up until it's unconscious. I called. In the blink of an eye, Lucario disappeared, and right as Max opened his mouth to give orders, Lucario appeared and started his attack, with Ivysaur now struggling to ward off the attacks. Max could only put his head down and pull out Ivysaur's Pokeball, because 2 seconds later, Lucario stopped his barrage, and their Ivysaur lay, with multiple burn and freeze marks, unconscious. Ivysaur is unable to battle, Lucario wins, due to the red trainer being unable to use any more Pokemon. The green trainer wins the division, the ref announced as the cheer of the moderately sized crowd nearly drowned out his words. After being congratulated by multiple officials in charge of the tournament, I stayed to watch the higher-level trainers. The second group trainers were just above average, in my opinion. They had decent Pokemon and pretty good communication, but it was obvious when they made mistakes, convincing me that I probably could have beaten their winner too. It was a 12-year-old brunette girl who won, jumping for joy with her Wigglytuff, celebrating their victory. The third group of trainers had some really impressive Pokémon. It honestly looked as though they would have given me and my best Pokémon a good challenge to defeat, although it probably would be pretty close. It was a 19-year-old slender woman who won. She was hugging her Rapidash who was leaning into the hug too. The last group, I knew that if I went up against them, that I would probably struggle just to knock out their first Pokémon with my best. Not only were they powerful Pokémon, but the Pokémon didn't even need any commands. It was as if they knew what to do before the commands came, and were already in the motion of the attack. It was that very same man and his Garchomp who won it all, and now that he won, he was doing a secret handshake with the Landshark. For winning the first division, I got a set of 6 full Restore and 1 Ultra Ball. The winner of the second division got the same, but with 3 Ultra Ball instead of 1. The third division winner got a set of Evolution Stones. The winner of the last division got a bundle of assorted Pokeballs and healing items as well as vitamins. After all the awards had been handed out and friendly battles to be played out as a tournament between the victors of each division. I would be up against the second division champ, and the third champ versus the fourth champ. After finding out we would be battling the next day, we went off for lunch. Little did I know that that would be one of my last meals on the boat. On a secluded island. What is my purpose? It was dinner time. Everyone on the entire cruise was organized inside of the dining room, getting ready for the dinner and the show. Apparently there was some high-ranked showcase trainer from Kalos here to perform. Naturally everyone wanted to see the performance, and that is how we reached this point. I was at a mediocre distance, not far enough to appear like an uninterested and unorganized trainer, but at the same time not a rich kid who reserved the front row. They started off by delivering appetizers. Table by table waitresses and waiters started delivering salads. The noise diminished noticeably as people started to eat, then slowly regained its ferocity as everyone slowly finished their salads. Next, they served the soup. The soup served was a delectable French onion soup. Once again the volume changed as people ate their soup. Then, they finally served the main course, and just as the last table was served, the lights dimmed. Then a spotlight was set up, pointing at the stage, where a petite lady was standing. She wore a nice blue dress that was a peach color. She also had 2-inch high heels. She had a pair of ruby earrings that reflected the light marvelously. Her hair was brunette, but had turned golden from apparent time in the sun. She had a nice tan going on. It was a type of tan rarely sported by traveling trainers, as us travelers are always out in the sun training, or walking to a certain destination. Rather her tan was just a tad bit lighter than Brazilian. Beside her was a Pikachu dressed in a pink dress with a red ribbon in its hair. The little indent on its tail showing that it was female. She had a nice and shiny coat indicating, not only was she healthy, but she also had a diet that brought out her beauty, kind of like a Pokemon's version of makeup, but without the stress of putting it on and taking it off. In the background a medium-tempoed song began to play. They began to dance around in a graceful way, then at intervals the Pikachu shot off bolts of electricity around them. After enough bolts of electricity were in the air, she began to show off her control of her electricity by controlling it into looking like another pair of the duo, in matching shape. The electric versions of themselves also joined them in the dance. After a couple seconds longer, the electrical versions phased out. The crowd went wild with applause at the sight of the conjured duo, and slowly dissipated and then returned with a vengeance when they seemed to be done their part in their performance. Then the music picked up tempo, and a Wigglytuff came out on stage and started to sing as well as do a little dance back and forth on the stage. Meanwhile the trainer and the Pikachu faded into the background, being background dancers and singers, as well as Pikachu occasionally fired off attacks whenever Wigglytuff held a note, making a nice flash in the background. Finishing up its solo, Wigglytuff fired out a combination of Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam. The trio of moves swirled around each other after being fired, caused by the opposing elements used to create the move. Finally when they impacted against the ceiling, creating a swirl of flame, snow, and electrical discharge. As the elements slowly dissipated while still swirling around in a sparkling manner, each of the elements complementing the others. A round of applause sprouted from the crowd, as they appreciated the amount of effort put into the move showed. The music suddenly cut off, as the Pikachu ran from beside its trainer, and leapt right onto Wigglytuff's head as it retreated into the background as well. The next part of the show was breathtaking. A Dragonite, average size of course, came out onto the stage and gave a loud roar. Next it released a variety of moves in a powerful display of its strength. As it kept up its display, the room began to increasingly grow in heat, since it didn't use any ice or water type moves, rather leaning more towards using more fire and dragon type moves, which increased the temperature at a decent rate. Soon enough the front row began to sweat at the intense heat they were feeling. Then finally, it released a blizzard attack towards the audience, making it so the temperature changed so rapidly that the people that were sweating immediately started shivering. When the attack finally finished, the three Pokémon were beside their trainer, dipped into a deep bow. The audience awoke with chatter and applause, as well as a lot of whistles pierced the air as everyone cheered for the performance. So far each of the performers' Pokémon had different strengths. The Pikachu had excellent control over its electricity, the Wigglytuff had great control of its voice as well as its combo moves. And finally, Dragonite demonstrated an affinity for pure power and speed. As it blurred around the room using extreme speed, it was just breathtaking, watching a prime example of my type of Pokémon, fast enough to avoid any attacks, while also having the power to do deadly hit and run attacks. Overall the three Pokémon were highly trained, and were an offensive force to be reckoned with. After they left the stage to sit down and join the rest of us in eating, the noise returned with a vengeance as everyone started to discuss with their friends and family nearby them. Finally they served dessert, a slice of strawberry cheesecake. It was topped with whipped cream and a strawberry. It was pretty good, although he knew that his family could cook better. As he got up to leave, I found out something that was rather worrying. I couldn't get up. I was stuck sitting down, and I didn't want to ruin his pants, so he didn't try to go that way. Rather I looked over at Lucario and looked at him. "Can you use psychic on whatever is gluing to my seat and take it off?" I asked. Getting a nod in return I started thinking. At the same time I looked around, finding many others in the same predicament as myself. I decided not to help them out for now. Someone clearly wanted everyone stuck to their seats, and helpless. Also while looking around the room I saw a couple people releasing Pokémon in the hopes that they would be able to release them from the confines of their chairs. I then nodded to him. He, realizing what I wanted, blurred out of his spot, moving so stealthily and fast that he hid in the shadows on the far side of the room in under 2 seconds while not kicking up some wind or any signs that he had passed by. I also gave Pikachu a look on my shoulder, and she sat on my lap. Her head did not go over the table, and my body shielded her from view of people in the immediate area. As everybody kept panicking the lights began to dim, causing everyone to settle down, curious to find out what the hell was going on. Soon everyone was wondering what the heck was happening, when all of a sudden a spotlight shone onto the stage revealing a man and a woman standing back to back. They both wore the same black clothes, the only difference being the female wore a skirt and the male wore a pair of pants. They also wore a matching pair of gloves that went beyond their elbows, and a pair of boots that nearly went up to their knees. The male had vibrant turquoise hair that was pretty short, and the female had a deep orange-colored hair that ran along her back, to her hips. The most predominant thing in their clothing though, had to be that they both had a nice and big red R on them. I, along with a bunch of others judging by their gasps, recognized them to be members of Team Rocket. A Shuckle was also out of its pokeball behind them. They randomly began to sing. Cassidy, a shrieking whinny, a blast from the past. Butch, spinning like a Euro ball and moving fast. Cassidy, to the moon. Butch, and beyond. Both, what a blast. Cassidy, administering justice with lightning speed. Butch, bashing the bad guys, should we feel the need. Cassidy, so here's a newsflash from across the wire. Butch, the real Team Rocket is now on fire. Cassidy. Butch, and it's Butch. Shuckle, shuckle. The room was deadly silent, so silent, that very few notices that the waiters and crew were nowhere to be found, nor noticed the lack of security in the dining room. Everyone was frozen as they watched as a small army of Team Rocket members started to assemble into the room with a large amount of poison-type Pokémon, with the most common being Ekans, Coughing and Everyone. Cassidy called out, "Surrender your Pokémon peacefully and we will not harm you, but if you do not surrender, then don't say we didn't warn you." She ended with a maniacal grin on her face. The army advanced. There was some struggle from the initial trainers who took down a couple grunts, not doing all that much against the army, but they were quickly subdued with varying degree of injuries. Soon enough they were reaching tables nearby me and I had a couple grunts who came up to me. Seeing Pikachu on my lap, a grunt reached to pick her up. That turned out to be a very bad mistake. As soon as he touched her, he dropped to the ground unconscious, unable to handle so many volts of electricity flowing through him at once. More nearby grunts came towards us, but a good dozen of them got knocked out immediately from Pikachu using a combination of quick attack and iron tail, smacking them in the head so that they would have a nasty headache when they woke up. As I assessed the situation in the room, seeing a couple grunts near the shadows Lucario was hiding and get randomly knocked unconscious. I reached out with my aura to him. "Keep working in the area you're in, only reveal yourself if the situation demands that you do," I told him. I got the mental equivalent of a nod in return. I realized at that moment just how important it was that we didn't lose this battle. If we lost, then Team Rocket would probably start seriously injuring all the trainers in the room. If we won, then we would get away with less injuries, but probably still some from stray attacks. After all, it's very difficult to have over 30 Pokémon battling at once without such injuries. By now I had attracted the attention of the two on the stage as they tried to coordinate attacks against me, only to be nulled by my split decision at no longer caring about damaging the surrounding area. "Electivire, Ninetales, come on out and deal with these idiots," I said in a neutral tone, a smirk tugging at my face. As they materialized, an onslaught of attacks came from the Grunt's Pokémon. All it took was Electivire's reflexes, and a bolt of electricity impacted with the toxic attacks, causing an explosion to happen when they collided. Then he started to make his way to them and initiate what at that moment would be slaughter, wreaking havoc on every single one of the Rocket Pokémon. None of them were spared, and soon Ninetales and Pikachu joined in, all of them together just annihilating the surrounding Rocket's Pokémon. At this moment all the trainers around me were also starting to join in, their Pokémon joining in on the group. Soon enough we had a small resistance started, and a couple seconds after that we had several small resistances. The shock of Team Rocket's appearance having worn off and the passion we all had towards our Pokémon shining through. Soon we were making more than a dent, wrecking any Rocket grunts and Pokémon. We could tell the difference by the way they acted. They had a feral, yet SBMSSV look in their eyes. They would attack anyone on sight who wasn't wearing a Rocket uniform, but then they would also heed any orders given to them by the Rockets. Throughout this whole battle, I kept one of my hands on a certain Pokeball. If the battle would turn south and we were close to defeat, I would release Blaziken to help out. To be honest, he was probably able to defeat all the Rocket Pokémon with one blast burn if he wanted to, but I was waiting to see what the two executives would do and how powerful their Pokémon theirs were. I had no doubt that the fourth group's victor, remember the tourney, would be able to wipe the floor with them, but it wasn't often I could give Blaziken a challenge, and the few times that I could, was when he was either up against Umbreon or Dragonite, and Dragonite only won, because of his overall increased stat increase due to his large size. Any others and then he would beat them pretty easily. All in all, I was severely disappointed by the level of Pokemon Team Rocket had. If it was just me, I had a feeling I would be able to wreck them all if I'd brought Fearow and Umbreon instead of Ninetales and Electivire. Even still, I'd be able to deal with a fair share of them on my own. Factor in everyone else, we would be able to deal with more. With the battle raging on around me, I only called out orders a couple of times, due to the already loud atmosphere in the room. Like me, it seemed everyone no longer cared about the furniture in the room, pieces of tables, chairs, cutlery, etc. was everywhere. There was also a decent amount of fire spreading out through the room, slowly consuming the room in flames. Bodies littered the floor, the majority unconscious, and some of them were just laying down groaning in pain. Soon enough, their forces were dwindling, but then I saw Butch speak into a radio, and a second later more grunts started to pour into the room at a fast pace. This time though, they started to release more powerful poison-type Pokemon, like a few Weezing, Arbok, and Golbat. They seemed to be better trained at first glance, but I could tell they weren't at their best performance due to malnourishment and mistreatment. This was probably to keep the Pokemon in line, but it still twisted my heart to injure such Pokemon. It wasn't their fault they were caught by Team Rocket and then forced into servitude by them. The Pokemon were just doing what came naturally, survive. Even though it was probably a big blow to their pride, they followed Team Rocket's orders to be able to survive. The Rocket flying types engaged the trainers flying types, having a neutral battle with the majority of them, but a couple one-sided battles for both sides. Moving on, Electivire and Pikachu quickly dealt with the hordes of Golbat by zapping them to unconsciousness. They didn't see it coming. All it took was them using one discharge on the group all at once. They landed in a heap on the ground where some of the grunts returned them, at least the ones who actually cared in a somewhat weird, twisted way about them. Though the majority were just left on the ground, and continued to take further punishment whenever a stray attack hit them, or someone ran over them trying to get to where their Pokemon were battling. Without any enemy flying types, our side's flying types were free to roam the air, launching attacks at the grounded Weezing and Arbok, making things much easier on their fellow land-based Pokemon who were already quite tired. The Rockets themselves didn't know much more about fighting other than the standard hit and block, although most of them did even that so improperly that they break their wrists upon impact. Although the trainers weren't much better, in fact they were worst off, since there was quite a few of the stereotypical snotty rich kids who don't know how to fight, but they were balanced out by all the trainers that did know how to fight. And the majority of the trainers, who weren't the snotty rich brats, did know how to fight. The battle between the trainers and the Rockets would have been even if it weren't for one thing at the moment. The Rockets now had less Pokemon released than their opponents. If it weren't for that, then we would have lost by now. Since we now had more Pokemon, some of them would take out groups of grunts. The more we battled, the more I realized that this area was not meant for such a large-scale battle, although capable for taking a couple attacks. The dining room was meant for just that, dining. The only spot on the ship that could maybe contain this battle would be the battlefields. Other than that, there were no other spots that would be able to contain so many attacks at once. Once again we were driving back the Rocket force, with a lot of the grunts littered on the ground, unconscious. Butch once again spoke in the radio, but this time rather than more grunts coming in, they all started to leave. I, along with my Pokemon, gave pursuit. We chased them down the halls to the nearest outdoor deck, which was on the 8th level. As I found out, there was a group of rocket choppers out there ready for takeoff. Knowing that if I attacked the choppers I'd endanger other trainers who'd followed along with my Pokemon. Not only that, but I'd also endanger everyone else on the ship, because the choppers would explode and destroy part of the ship. This would really boost the already high chances that the boat would sink. As if on cue, I could hear the ship itself groan, and I knew that something bad was going to happen soon. The ominous feeling that was running through my head wasn't helping much. As the Rocket executives and grunts got away in their ships, fleeing into the dark clouds in the sky. Not a moment after they left, the ship began taking water. It slowly started to sink. Everyone else began to flee to the lifeboats, but not me. Sure, everyone could feel the ship sink, but there was probably a couple people trapped on board that needed help. So I returned my Pokemon, except the obvious, and ran all the way down to the lowest floors on the boat that hadn't yet taken on water. I scanned the floor for any auras. Finding none, I went to the second floor. There I could feel a multitude of auras trapped into one room, about halfway down the hall, with the door highly damaged. I ran down the hall to it, hearing multiple cries of distress from the inside. "Back up everyone, I'm making my way in," I yelled at the door, hoping that they heard me. Not waiting a second, Lucario busted down the door with a force palm, completely knocking it off its hinges and nearly hitting one of the frightened trainers. Thanks, I thought we were gonna die in there. The trainer thanked, relief visible on her face for a second. I didn't know whether or not Team Rocket was coming back, so I made sure they couldn't get in, but then I locked myself in the process. She startled me by hugging me in thanks before panic once again flooded through her eyes, remembering that the ship was now sinking. Looking at the ground, it was starting to get wet. As she came out of the room I realized it was the same performer that was on during the dinner. She was in tatters right now, makeup running all over her face, and her dress was a little scuffed up and damaged. Looking beyond her, her Pikachu was in the same boat. Its dress could be faring better but still looking ready for another fight. If anything, the dress made it seem more vicious now. We booked it from her room to the stairs. I checked the next several floors finding it clear, until we made it to the floor that had all the sales booths. They were still pretty full of sales equipment, but without the attendants as they had already fled the ship to save their lives. There was a couple people there who were looting the booths, and to be honest, who wouldn't? I decided to pass through this level too, with the performer still following me. Note to self, find out what her name was. If you find anything you like, it's all yours, because if you don't take it, the ocean will, and we don't want all this stuff to go to waste. I told her. We quickly scavenged through the level, then when the water finally started to flow onto the level we sprinted out to the 8th floor to head out onto the deck. There we released our respective Pokemon to fly away. I released Fiero, while she released her Dragonite. Both of our Pokemon came out with a call of their names. Although Dragonite's was much deeper than Fiero's shrill screech. We flew away from the boat at a decent pace, watching as it sank into the water below the waves. The only thought on my mind was, "How many pairs of clothes did you grab?" I exclaimed out loud. She had grabbed a whole mountain of different brands and styles of clothes. As well as a bit of jewelry, but still, all of those combined probably weighed over 60 pounds. She huffed and gave a little pouty face as she looked away. Well, what was I supposed to do? Leave all these pretty clothes go to waste? She yelled out. And, think about what Ash in the anime would have said had the clothes been food. Rather than try to find the lifeboats which were probably overflowing with people, we instead decided to find any nearby land to continue on with our lives. During the rest of the flight the talking was kept to a minimum as we searched for a place to land and let our Pokemon rest. It turns out her name was actually Jessica. That was one of the few things I learned about her. The other thing I learned about was, that she wasn't one who liked to revel in the spotlight. She would rather stay in the background. So here we were wondering how long it would take for us to discover land. On a secluded island. A pair of eyes opened themselves fully for the first time. Looking around the room the eyes noticed that it was in a test tube in a lab, surrounded by weird creatures wearing white lab coats. We were lost. I had been traveling around with Jessica for the past week, trying to find any civilization, and now we were lost. Right now we were standing just outside of a mountain. It was almost as intimidating as Mount Moon, but wasn't even close to as large as it. Rather it was more dangerous because of the raw aura that was leaping off of it. That was not the strange part though. The strange part was that Pikachu was the one guiding us, almost in a trance-like state. We came closer to the mountain, right at the base in fact, with a tunnel right in front of us, begging us to explore the mountain. As we made our way into the mountain, Lucario became more and more tense. It started off with his shoulders, but soon he began to stiffen too. Soon enough I could see it in the way he walked. He was alert for anything, and I didn't blame him. I myself was walking in a similar manner with Jessica walked with a slight stutter in her walk. Showing that she too was nervous. That's when it happened. As we found a wide cavern, a whole flock of Golbats and Zubats began to fly through, smacking into us as they passed by. Destroying any attempt we had to protect ourselves with their sheer numbers. After the whole flock had passed and we had checked for any wounds, finding nothing more than slight scraping and minor bruising. We continued on along the path, forging ahead into the unknown. I had no idea whether or not this cave was unexplored, but I was thinking it probably wasn't. Mostly due to the lack of a path and lights, as well as a lack of any litter left around on the ground. As we trudged on through the cave, we found a wide array of the regular cave Pokemon, with some from other regions making an appearance, although less often. I would often challenge a few wild Pokemon to battle to test my strength and theirs. They were even strength with only Dratini, and that's to be expected since he was only hatched 5.5 months ago and had only started training about a month ago, meaning that she was not the most experienced Pokemon. This trip however was improving that, with territorial wild Pokemon living in the nearby area, she was one of my main battlers, with Pikachu being the other. Lunch soon came around, so we set up lunch, with Jessica making lunch. That is where I found myself arguing with her. Look, it's not that I don't like you or anything, but I just don't trust you to cook. I have no idea whether or not you'll spike my food, then steal all my stuff, then leave me here all alone to rot. Jessica screamed at me, with an accusing look. Well, I don't care what you think, I could say the same about you, but you don't have anything of value for you. Besides, I feel more comfortable cooking my own food rather than having someone else doing it. I responded angrily. It would take another half an hour for us to make a decision. She would cook for us, and I would cook for our Pokemon. During that time we managed to attract a lot of attention to us. I could tell by the amount of smaller Pokemon that had approached our position. By the time she noticed, I was already on alert and had Lucario in front of me, in a defensive stance. The curious Pokemon the hint and retreated farther into the shadows, yet still staying within eyesight of us. It was another half an hour before we would get to eat. As we ate, we released our Pokemon to start munching on their foods. All of my teammates were enjoying themselves as they ate, socializing amongst Jessica's Pokemon as well. Although there was one major difference, mine were more tense as they talked, showing that they were ready to attack or defend at any moment from any different threat. Although our teams could be measured as mostly equals through a combination of traits that our Pokemon had, mine were more power-based, and hers were more control-based. Meaning that mine would be able to do more mass damage easier, not to say that Jessica's Pokemon weren't able to do as much damage, she just would do it with more precise attacks. As we finally finished up lunch, we returned all except a few of our Pokemon. I kept out Pikachu. After all, I did make a promise. As well as Lucario, I wouldn't look like a good brother then. Lastly, I left out Dratini. She was having fun getting into friendly battles with the wild Pokemon of the area. She also seemed to be getting quite close to the evolution point. She had been under my intense training for 3 months, so it was getting to be expected. Most people I battled commented on how most of my Pokemon seemed to evolve quite young. It was not because they randomly thought, hey, I wanna evolve. No. It was because they lived, breathed, and slept training. As we made our way through the tunnels, I started noticing something strange. There were some electrical lights put up on the walls. The more we followed them, it seemed they were growing in numbers. Eventually we started to hear voices, starting off as whispers, then slowly turning into louder conversations. Finally we saw the reason for all the sound. There was a whole lot of people running about a massive cavern, with large stalactites at the top of the cave. The thing that made me freeze was the fact that they were all wearing Team Rocket uniforms. They had also surrounded a random boulder, although it seemed to be a little odd. I could sense an air of electricity. As if the rock responded to my senses, more electricity seemed to be emitted, getting the attention of all of the nearby scientists and in turn a couple more grunts. Formulating a quick plan of attack with Jessica, we decided it would be better if I were to take all my Pokemon and go for a head-on assault, while she would be speaking around the cavern taking grunts out from the shadows, as well as freeing Team Rocket of whatever they were collecting from the cave. Doubling back a little bit farther in the cave, I released all of my Pokemon. I had already conveyed over our little bonds the situation, so they came out with nothing more than a snap of the Pokeballs and the thud of them landing on the ground after materializing. The forms of Dratini, Pikachu, Lucario, Ninetales, Electivire, Blaziken, and Fiero materialized in front of me. I didn't want to bring out the twins and Zorua, because they were inexperienced at the moment. We all went back to the cavern, though this time in a slightly faster pace, turning into an all-out charge as we entered the cavern. Attacks were fired off rapidly, stunning a large portion of the rocket group before they even knew what was going on. Ninetales would overpower multiple attacks thrown her way by spouting large sums of flames through her mouth. This kept lots of Golbat, and their evolutions away from her. Whenever anything came remotely close to her, she would switch her attention momentarily to drive whatever away. When they couldn't get out of the way of her attacks, they would learn the hard way how potent her flames were. Electivire would help Ninetales every now and then, more often than not whenever a bat tried to swoop down in her blind spots. The bats also served as good target practice for him at the same time. Dratini would get in close to the opponents with her small size, which was an effective tactic that wreaked havoc among both the grunts and their Pokémon. She would also attack randomly, so grunts and Pokémon alike would fall in an unpredictable pattern all over the field, and due to the ongoing chaos there wasn't much that the Team Rocket members could do to counteract her. Fiero would clear paths along the ground, giving his fellow Pokémon a split-second break every now and then, while still pegging ground foes at a leisurely pace. Pikachu was doing something similar to Dratini, but rather than relying on stealth, she would rely more on speed to accomplish it. Both Lucario and Blaziken had taken to go back-to-back to fight a large portion of the ground Pokémon, which for the most part was poison types. The two of them seemed to have a contest to see who could knock out the most enemies between the two of them. While they did that, I went around knocking out and distracting a lot of the grunts, making sure that I did not do anything overly obvious with my aura. If word leaked out to the rest of Team Rocket, they'd be after my head. The rest of the battle went quickly, the Pokémon released hardly had the time to even realize that they were called out, before they were hit. Due to the Rockets not having much of a training regiment with their Pokémon, they couldn't withstand the hits they were taking. When there was only one person with Pokémon left, all the others were knocked out. He seemed stronger, and wore an odd uniform, while the others were wearing all black, except for the red R on their shirts. He had white elbow-long gloves, as well as multiple red splotches all over his uniform with yellow outlining his jacket. He also wore a hat over his head, which covered his hair. This was Executive Proton. He tried to take one step, but Ninetales had already used hypnosis on him, which made him fall asleep. The aftermath was incredible. When we entered the cavern was only really damaged by Team Rocket and their setup, but looking back at it now, there was scorch marks marring the ground, a log with a lot of giant craters on the ground. There was also a lot of different puddles of varying degrees of lethal poison on the ground from the numerous poison types. I took all the Pokeballs Team Rocket had, and with the help of Jessica and my Pokémon, we returned all of the Team Rocket Pokémon to their Pokeballs so that they didn't make as much of a fuss as soon as they woke up. Accomplishing that, we moved them all to multiple piles, depending on species and evolutions. Jessica then went over to a corner of the cavern and took out her cell phone. She then called up the local police, which turned out to be the rangers that worked to keep poachers out of the mountain and its surrounding areas. Finding out that it would be a half an hour until they would arrive, we found ways to amuse ourselves. Almost, as if it was unwritten agreement, we made our way over to the unknown stone that the different and complicated machines were hooked up to. The strange part was, that as we got closer to it, Pikachu began to emit more electricity, static began to build up in the air. It was getting really potent after a while. Let's just say that I didn't like my hairdo at the moment, and neither did Jessica, the static making our hair all frizzy and charged with static electricity. We now had to watch what we touched for fear of getting zapped. That was when Pikachu decided to touch the stone. Now normally it took a Thunderstone to evolve a Pikachu, this apparently was an exception. Because the next second she took on a glow similar to evolution. Soon her body started to expand, growing from a small mouse-like shape to a large, expanding into a larger form, with the only similarities between a normal Raichu was she had the same tail and cheek pouches. Aside from that, she continued to grow a lot higher than a normal Raichu would be. In fact, she was growing at an increasingly alarming rate. When the glowing faded, it revealed she still kept the normal Raichu colors. Other than that, she seemed to have a lot more bulk than a regular Raichu. If there were any way to describe the rest of her changes, it would be like saying she was a cross between a Nidoking and a Raichu, with the tail, pouches and colors of a Raichu, and a build similar to a Nidoking, although she was almost twice as large as one. I had never met any Pokemon like it before, and I had my mother, Mew, take me to see every last Pokemon on the planet, aside from legendaries of course. I quickly came up with a name, for the new species that I had just discovered. Oh, the looks that Mima would give me after I introduced her to Jinichu. After another moment, I came to the conclusion that she was a pure electric-type Pokemon. And, Queen translated to Latin is Regina, and the Pikachu all end in, Chu. Do the math in your head. Remember, I wanted at least some originality out of it. Before I could assess anything else, a powerful roar was heard. It shook the entire cavern with the sheer power in it. Clearly someone in the mountain had sensed the newest evolution, and was not happy about it at all. In response, my newly evolved Jinichu blew out her own roar, and boy was she loud. Her roar actually made the ground start to shake. It wasn't as powerful as that of a legendary, but it was up there. As the roar ended, the rumbling momentarily stopped, until a much larger tremor started. It was that of a large Pokemon arriving for battle. Out of the ground came an absolutely massive Rhyperior. It had to take up about half of the space in the cavern. I had no recollection of ever hearing about the massive beast. The Rhyperior's size wasn't the only oddity about it. Its shell had numerous chooks in it, showing that it was quite experienced in battle. Not only that, but it also was glaring fiercely at Jinichu, almost as if she had committed a crime of some sorts. That didn't last long, before it began to charge her. For it being so large, it was quite fast. In fact, both I and Jinichu were surprised when it almost immediately crossed half the cavern. It was only her reflexes that keep her from being trampled by the large Pokemon. The Rhyperior didn't stop there. It then started to use Stone Edge to try and hit Jinichu. With her newly evolved form being a lot more bulkier and heavy than she was used to, Jinichu barely managed to dodge the majority of the projectiles, and still got hit by a few of them. As the attack ended, she began to charge her own attack. This was when things got weird. She began to charge an electric-based attack, seen by the sparks that were let off by it. As it continued to build up in her mouth, it took on a shape of a certain normal-type move. The next thing that I know, she released the attack, and it went barreling into the Rhyperior. The funny thing was that attack was electricity, yet it still managed to deal a lot of damage to the recipient. I finally got out of my stupor, and grabbed my Pokédex, and scanned her. Now obviously I knew that it would not be able to identify Jinichu, but it would be able to tell me what her moveset and abilities were. Pokemon abilities: Electrify, Zap Power, New moves, Hyper Beam. Further searching, because I had no idea what the ability Electrify did, finding out it was the equivalent of Pixelated, but for electric types. I then searched up what Zap Power would do. It turns out that, not only did it let electric-type moves affect ground types, it made it so electric-type moves were super effective against ground types. As I had searched this data up on my Pokédex, the battle in front of me had turned to a whole new level. Both Pokemon getting up close and personal. Jinichu was using a combo of Mega Punch Kick, Iron Tail, and Brick Break. All doing double the original amount of damage due to being super effective against the ground and rock type. That was when I realized that there was still Team Rocket members that were still knocked out and lay unmoving on the battlefield. Come on, we need to move them out of the way. I don't want to be blamed if they somehow get injured or worse. I told Jessica. She nodded in acceptance, and we started to move them out of the way of the attacks with multiple close calls. We managed to get them bound in ropes and leaning against the walls. Finishing that task, I focused back on the battle at hand, analyzing Jinichu's newer style of battle for improvements. It still managed to somehow tank right through all of her attacks. Finally, when Jinichu finally overstepped one of her hits, Rhyperior retaliated. Jinichu went flying into the wall as Rhyperior used Poison Jab. She sailed all the way across the cavern and crashed into the walls there. The entire mountain shook with the impact. I looked up to the stalactites were starting to loosen a little bit more from the ceiling of the cavern. Clearly they wouldn't last another jostling like that one. Looking at the difference between the damage between the two Pokemon, I found that there wasn't all that much damage on them. Aside from a slightly labored breath, the Rhyperior looked fresh to the battle, with no new damages on him. They once again squared off at the center of the cavern. The Rhyperior giving a small smile as it looked at Jinichu, almost as if it was taunting her. Not to act like a normal Pokemon, she did not immediately turn into a mindless rage and start attacking the offending Poemon. Rather she herself smirked back, this time conveying recognition of power and respect. No longer hesitating, they both charged back into battle head-on. Knowing she was outclassed, she was the first to give in the game of chicken. Knowing that she was completely outclassed in power even with her new evolution, she began to rapidly dodge all of his rather slow, yet powerful blows. Not to say that they weren't rapid blows, it was just that there was just too much weight in both of the offending Pokemon's arms that it slowed down the blows. They went back and forth in connecting with their blows, with Jinichu connecting more often, yet they still both had about the same amount of damage on them. Finally they both backed off to allow each other the barest of breaks, before they both moved on to long-ranged attacks. Both Pokemon would launch powerful attacks, and they'd meet up almost halfway in between them. The attacks would blow up on contact before the area was showered with debris. It wasn't long before Jinichu had tested her body from the new evolution. Seeing her limits for speed, reaction time, and all of that fun stuff. Once this happened, she really started taking the battle seriously. Before she wasn't 100% sure of what her body's limits were, so she took it easy. Now though she went all out. The battle was rather lengthy, with both Pokemon having a lot of stamina. Both sides giving it their all. But in the end, experience and power won out over advantage and fresh evolution. Rhyperior finally ended it with a powerful stone edge. Jinichu had also somehow magically reverted into its Pikachu stage. So she might have gone through a process similar to Mega Evolution without keeping contact with a Mega Stone. The victorious Pokemon wasn't in much better shape. The destruction around them was also irreparable, with stalactites all over the ground, lots of large dents in the walls and craters in the ground. The Rhyperior gave us one last glance before it nodded in respect, then started to walk away. With a clear limp in its step, it went back to Bit's home to go rest up before its next challenge. I went over to Jinichu and started to use my aura to start the healing process, discreetly of course. As Jinichu leaned on my shoulder, I fed her my aura, with only a faint blue outline in my eyes giving away the fact that I was using my aura. No one could really tell if I was using my aura at the moment unless they knew what to look for in my appearance. Seeing that all of the rockets were starting to wake up again from their slumber, I called Ninetales back out to use hypnosis on all of them again. We then brought them back out of the cave to set them up all in a certain area. Then we called the local Pokemon Ranger Union so that they would come and deal with them. No one noticed the one Team Rocket grunt that got away, they only noticed that the mysterious stone was no longer in the cavern. The Rangers came nearly an hour later in a rather large truck. There was a group of 5 all with partner Pokemon. There was also a medic that tagged along as well, just to make sure no one was critically injured. They all wore the same uniform, leading me to believe it was the standard one for all Pokemon Rangers of their caliber. They loaded up the still unconscious grunts onto the truck, securing them in HNDCFFS at the same time. While the Rangers did this, the medic checked them all over, identifying if any of them were hurt. The vast majority of the grunts had varying degrees of concussions, though none were fatal, at least for now they weren't. Each grunt was also stripped of their Pokemon, which were still in their Pokeballs. The Pokeballs were placed in an entirely different part of the truck. There was a healing station where they were sent off to heal the rocket Pokemon of any injuries they sustained. Once we gave them a brief explanation of what had happened, they drove off. Wanting to fill in their reports and get the Team Rocket members tried, and put into jail. Both I and Jessica returned to traveling to the nearest civilization. Checking my map, and finding out it was Porta Vista, I checked the direction in which we were supposed to go and then started to go, until I found out I was holding the map upside down and was going the wrong way. Quickly turning around and grumbling under my breath, with Jessica trailing behind me giggling like a schoolgirl. Next stop is Porta Vista. Line break. We had finally made it to Porta Vista, almost a day later. The both of us were getting tired from the exertion it took to make it there. We had taken very little break time from walking, stopping only to camp overnight and getting just over 5 hours of sleep each. As we made our way into the Pokemon Center, we got our Pokemon checked up. After all, they had just come through some rough time in the mountain. Finding out that they just needed some rest and would be back to normal in the morning, we decided to stay the night. Flashing my ID. I got 2 separate rooms for the both of us. We had both had enough of spending time together. To my shock, Nurse Joy had a package that was delivered here, coming from Bill. I picked it up and took it to my room where I would see what it was. As soon as I was in my room I checked the label, seeing that it only said fragile, and had my name on it, as well as a return address. I carefully opened it. Inside I saw something that resembled a laptop. I pulled it out, then checked the packaging again, finding a note and a manual inside it. The note merely said, "I am pleased to say I made it portable." I checked the manual. Apparently the device was called a PC. I skimmed through the manual, finding out that it was the same device that I had worked so hard on while I was with Bill at his little cottage. Setting it aside, I thought of all the possible reasons he sent one to me. The main one I could see was that he was finally putting it out on the market. There was a couple other ideas, terrorist theories, but that one was the most predominant. Finding out that, there was little reason to believe that Bill would just take 100% credit of a shared project. Deciding that I wasn't gonna let that get me down, I instead set plans to tweak with the PC, to make it so time would also change inside the model that I had. Now that would be awesome. So as I looked up at the ceiling of the Pokemon Center, I made plans for the future beyond the basic training of my Pokemon. I also thought of how the device would affect my future, as well as the mystery of Pikachu's evolution. On a secluded island, a purple cat, newly dubbed Mutwo, escaped a destroyed lab, only to come face to face with another human, though this one was wearing a fancy suit and wore a wide grin. He finally made it to Saffron City. After a few mishaps in Porta Vista and a couple of other places, he was quite happy to be able to settle down into the city. He was ready to take on Sabrina today. He was planning on using Delcatty, Meowth, and Ponyta. He hadn't really let them have any time to shine yet, so he was hoping that they'd get a chance against Sabrina. As he walked into the city, with Lucario on his right, with Pikachu riding on his shoulder, and Jessica on his left. They had both earned each other's respect during their trek to Saffron. They walked in silence. Neither of them were much of a talker, so they both kept in silence as they walked to the Pokemon Center. They passed by a lot of everyday citizens along the way, as well as Pokemon that would move with and around the crowd. The neighborhoods they went through to get to the Pokemon Center were all nice and clean, showing that the people living there were well off. The sky was blue and the sun was high up, showing that it was midday when they finally made it to the Pokemon Center. They rested up while their Pokemon were being checked on by the resident nurse. "After they're checked up I'll head over to the gym to battle Sabrina," Ash said. "I'll have enough time to watch the battle, but after that I've got to split. I've got a few contracts in Johto in the next week," Jessica replied. They once again sat in a comfortable silence. After that, both had enough to say without words. They finally got their Pokemon back a half hour later. As they exited the Pokemon Center, they saw that the sun wasn't as high up anymore, meaning that the afternoon had arrived. The two of them headed over to the gym. Along the way there was similar to the walk to the Pokemon Center. Obviously the city wanted the neighborhoods along the well-traveled path to look nice, so that the people traveling quickly through the city. The gym was a nice deep shade of purple, that seemed to radiate psychic energy. As they walked up to the doors opened up on their own, making the both of them remember that Sabrina was in fact a psychic herself. Knowing how Sabrina liked to read minds, he modified his mind, not wanting her to know of his origins or his childhood. He didn't know what her reaction would be if he let her in on all of his secrets. As they walked in, they were in a long hallway, with multiple doors on both sides. Then at the end of the hallway another door opened up on its own, showing the way for the duo. As they walked down the hallway, the three of them couldn't hold in their curiosity and looked into the other doors that were slightly open. Inside of them was multiple attempting to use telekinesis to do something with spoons, whether or not it was to transport them or to just move them differed from one person to the next. Finally they reached the door at the end of the hallway that had opened up on its own. That door led to a battlefield, where Sabrina stood waiting to battle. Ash Brown of Rhoda, this will be a 3-on-3 battle with no substitutions. I, as the gym leader, will reveal my Pokemon first. Sabrina said out loud. He walked up to the challenger's side of the field while Jessica went over to the stands. 3 Pokeballs then floated up beside her, with one of them opening up, revealing a Kadabra. Let's go, Meowth! Ash yelled while chucking a Pokeball into the air. The 2 Pokemon stared each other down. Both had a serious and determined face as they tried to intimidate each other. Morth, I want to see what you can do on your own, he told the cat Pokemon. Then without any verbal commands Kadabra prepared to start his onslaught, only to be stopped as Meowth had used Fake Out, dealing a small amount of damage and making Kadabra flinch. In response Kadabra used Psywave. Meowth, knowing it was a low-powered attack, started to power itself up with Nasty Plot, sharply increasing his special attack before bracing for the attack to come. After the Psywave ended, he had to start moving quickly to avoid Kadabra's incoming Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam combination. So began their dance, with the 2 of them exchanging attacks, while Kadabra teleported around the battlefield evading most of the attacks. Meowth was also too nimble to be caught unaware again. Both of them had slightly labored breathing as they kept it up. Soon the battlefield was a wall of attacks, as the both of them tried to hit each other. Aside from the initial contact, neither had been hit for a while. As the both of them grew more and more tired, they both got more and more reckless. Both of them had had multiple power-ups from Calm Mind for Kadabra, and Nasty Plot and Agility from Meowth. Both of them had attempted to read the evasive patterns of the opponent, but as soon as they tried to use it to their advantage, their opponent would switch to another pattern. Kadabra was the first to be hit by a stray Shadow Ball from Meowth. That one hit gave Meowth an opening to fire a Dark Pulse right at Kadabra, only to hit air as Kadabra teleported away just in time. Keeping up the pressure, Meowth started to fire attack upon attack at Kadabra. Its teleportation slowed down little by little, but that's what made the difference. Meowth had used a widespread Thunderbolt and struck true, also getting a lucky paralyze on Kadabra. Knowing it was on its last legs, Kadabra tried to use Psychic on a desperate attempt to damage Meowth, only to be stopped by another Dark Pulse. To finish the battle, Meowth used Shadow Ball. Smoke kicked up when the attack impacted with the downed Pokemon. In the midst of it all, Sabrina raised one of the Pokeballs to recall Kadabra. With that task completed, there was now only 2 Pokeballs floating in the air. One of them opened up, only for A to appear on Sabrina's side of the field. Both Pokemon once again started with no verbal commands. Mr. Mime started building his infamous barriers. All of Meowth's special attacks got stopped before they reached the Mime Pokemon. Realizing he'd have to get in close, he rushed in with his claws out. Mr. Mime started to build a few more barriers before firing off an Icy Wind to slow down Meowth, then fired a cluster of Charge Beam attacks as well. Meowth braced through the attacks, getting decently damaged but still not out of it. All of a sudden Meowth disappeared as he used Aerial Ace to get in close to Mr. Mime, only to use U-turn at the last second, dealing a lot of damage to, before retreating to his Pokeball. Out came Delcatty as she got the same orders as Meowth. That way Sabrina would have a very hard time to read the moves to come with her telepathy. She mirrored Meowth's start by also using Fake Out. By now Mr. Mime was getting pretty low on health, but it still wasn't down for the count, but it did have the effect of making Mr. Mime flinch, which disrupted all of its barriers, which all came down. Using the opening, Delcatty used Attract, getting Mr. Mime infatuated with it. Next she used Sing. While Mr. Mime was asleep she used Assist. Unfortunately it turned out to be a Heal Pulse, which healed Mr. Mime a little. She tried again. This time she got a lucky Iron Tail, which did heavy damage to the Fairy Psychic type. Unfortunately Mr. Mime was unable to stay asleep after getting hit in the head with the move. Fortunately it did get rid of the health that Heal Pulse had healed. Another good thing was that Mr. Mime was still unable to attack due to being infatuated with Delcatty. She went for the knockout by using Thunderbolt. Once again a Pokeball floated up to recall the downed Pokemon, only to disappear from sight, presumably to go heal in the gym's healing room. This time the final Pokeball opened up, and he was finally facing off against the Pokemon that was the reason Sabrina was so feared, Alakazam. It was the most powerful non-legendary psychic Pokemon in the Kanto region. That wasn't the hard part though. There was a Mega Stone attached to one of its spoons. I had barely enough time to say, "Oh crap," before Alakazam underwent its last evolution. Delcatty, quick, use Baton Pass. This was the one time I issued a command all battle. Deciding to have some fun, my brother, it's your turn. I nodded towards Lucario, giving him the okay. As soon as he made it out to the battlefield he also Mega Evolved. He could see the look of concentration on Sabrina's face as she started issuing commands. I looked into the stands. Jessica was watching with rapt attention, while a couple of the psychics from the gym were also in the stands. Some people say that psychics are very quiet and that they were emotionless. Let's just say that he would remember to tell those people to stay in the stands at Sabrina's gym for a couple of matches. It was a very close battle, both special and physical attacks were traded between the two. Alakazam would use its psychic powers to locate and attack Lucario, while Lucario used extreme speed to dodge and aura to locate Alakazam. Not only that, but the battlefield was almost destroyed after even a minute of battle. That wouldn't deter either of the participants though. They had both trained very intensely. In the end Lucario had more raw power, but Alakazam had more experience. The two cancelled the other out. There were quite a few attacks that landed for both sides. A few aura spheres had done some work to Alakazam, meanwhile a couple of fire punches had done the same to Lucario. The two were once again standing at the starting point, with multiple craters in the ground and loose rubble all over the place. The two contenders were panting lightly at this point. Then, the two of them finally decided to go all out. I then realized that it was a very stupid idea that I had earlier to think that Ponyta could go up against this beast. She may be strong, but there is a very big difference between strong and Sabrina's Alakazam. Eventually it came down to one final attack. Lucario used Flash Cannon, while Alakazam used Psybeam. As the two attacks collided a smoke storm picked up, leaving everyone unable to see the outcome. In the end, after the smoke had cleared, both were unconscious and had reverted to their Nor-Al form. There was an outcry among the crowd. The majority of them believed that Sabrina was unbeatable in a battle. The other part were cheering for the amount of power and effort that the two Pokemon had displayed. Jessica of course was cheering for Ash's victory over the fourth gym leader. Grabbing a potion from his bag, he healed Lucario enough so that he could stand and move around. After he was done applying the medicine, they met Sabrina at the halfway point on what remained of the battlefield. "Congratulations on your victory," Sabrina said in a monotone voice. "I present to you, the Marsh Badge." Line break. "Well, I guess this is goodbye," Jessica said as the two of them stood just outside of security in the airport. And with one final farewell he was traveling on his own again. He stayed at the airport until he could no longer see her amongst the crowd. Once she was out of sight, he departed off to head over to Celadon City. There he would relax while shopping for some supplies at their department store. Line break. Mutwo now stood in full armor in an unidentified area with a battlefield where it would decimate any Pokemon that dared challenge it. Meanwhile a chuckling human stood in the shadows. Aura, speech, telepathy. Thoughts. Speech. Ash POV. While walking down Route 8, many things became well known to me. The first was that many of my Pokemon wanted to spend time with me. Currently on me I had Seedot, who I left out of his ball so he could walk alongside me and see the difference between the forest environment he had called home for so long, as well as so he could improve his endurance. Not only that, but he was normally in a good mood waddling around at a close distance to myself. He was not exactly a hardcore battler, but that didn't mean that he couldn't deliver. For the most part he was my go-to battler due to the fact that many of my other Pokemon were already on a level above those of the more common younger children who battled on the routes between towns. Walking beside Seedot was Meowth. To be honest, I relished at the fact that I was one of the only people in the world to have a talking Pokemon, and even rarer that I didn't have to teach him myself. Sure, it was annoying when the odd overbearing super nerds came up and gave a lot of trade offers. In the end I knew for the most part that they were harmless. I may be a little arrogant, but after battling them and their Pokemon I could tell they weren't hardcore trainers like me. Unlike me, they generally thought every Pokemon had statistics to them. Despite this, I put up with them following me around for a bit. There was more than one person trailing me these days. Some watched me battle random trainers. Others would watch me train my Pokemon, either analyzing the way I worked them or the effects that it had on my Pokemon, or figuring out how their Pokemon would fare with the regimen. I had to politely refuse more than one trainer after they wanted to start training their Pokemon alongside me. By now there was a few people who would walk with me and eat with me. Sure, we may be friends, but we don't really talk that much on the road, more that we had a respectful silence. Zorua was also walking with me, although I didn't really see her that much, being the curious little fox that she is. She would run all over the place. It may have been a little of my fault since I wanted her to work on her illusion powers, and for some reason she just loved to give the illusion that she was either a Charizard or a Raikou. Yeah, that's right, that's why there was a whole bunch of Rattata running from a Raikou at the moment. It was actually rather amusing. Luckily for her, she'd already gone through the lesson of not doing so to those stronger than her and those that could see through illusions. Let's just say that Lucario was already having a bad day and did not take well to anyone scaring the daylights out of him. Speaking of which, Lucario was watching Zorua run around, making sure that she didn't get into trouble. Most of the experienced trainers I went up against wanted to have a battle up against him. I don't know if it was because they could recognize his species, or the megastone around his neck. Despite this fact, he would jump into these battles and head first, and many a times my opponents had their own mega Pokemon of their own. Jacqueline was currently in her Pokeball. She was resting after a particularly fun battle against a well-experienced fire breather. For her, after so many years of her own training, there wasn't much else I could help her with. She had already established her own battling style, and was a rather independent Pokemon. Her battling style was further aided by me. Most opposing trainers expected their opponents to use vocal commands to their Pokemon. Which was why in battles I would call out commands that would seem reasonable, only for her to completely ignore them to do her own little thing. As they say, mind games are really fun when they work. She was almost entirely self-sufficient, aside from the food that I would give her. To be honest, she didn't even need that, but she got food from me because she was too lazy to hunt or forage it for herself. Pikachu was resting on my shoulder. Lately I had been drilling her rather hard and she took to it rather well. She was trying to channel her alternate's form into her original body. So far she was doing rather well, and was able to get a noticeable boost in power and defense. This boost was rather limited though. We were trying to up the amount of time it lasted without her transforming, and it was taking a long time to happen. Charizard and Fiero were up in the sky patrolling, making sure the surrounding area was to his liking. More than once during the day I would see them dive off into the distance, and some trainer would be happy that they helped them out. Him and Fiero seemed to currently be playing a game of some sorts in the air. It was rather interesting watching the two powerful Pokemon have fun out in the sky. Let's just hope they don't take it too far. Lastly, Umbreon was walking beside me. She had taken to be a mothering Pokemon to me. Of course I already had Mew as my mother at home, but I guess Umbreon could be seen as a mother on the road. I suppose she got that nature from spending time with my biological parents before their death and her long time in the Pokeball. Either way, it was kind of embarrassing sometimes to be chewed out by her on the road. Celadon City was rather close now, just in view if you squint as the sun set as the day ended. I was ready to take on Erica for the Rainbow Badge. Especially after the rumors that I had heard. She apparently wasn't the ideal gym leader due to the fact that she was more focused on her business rather than the gym. Not that she was a bad battler, no, the problem was that she no longer trained her Pokemon as enthusiastically as she could have been. Which was why I was going to have some fun. I had already decided on what my team would be. I was going to use Umbreon and Gyarados, with Charizard as backup, but I wasn't expecting too many difficulties in the battle. Both were strong enough and neither had an advantage which would give me more of a challenge. Charizard was just there for insurance purposes. Not only that, but I was going to battle her strongest team, not the standard team she normally used. I wanted to battle her team that she used when she went all out. Line break. Celadon City was just a little less popular than Saffron, but was up there in terms of popularity. While Saffron City had Sylph Company, the Fighting Dojo, the gym, and the magnet train station. Celadon City on the other hand was a city where you could easily lose all your money, and not because of their crime rates. Both cities had very similar rates. Celadon was home to the infamous Game Corner, and department store. Both of these were the most popular in the region. Sure, other cities had the odd casino and/or department store, but these two were the infamous ones of Kanto. Having one in the city would mean a good amount of tourism business. Put both in the same city and you have a great tourist trap. As I finished up with my thoughts as I got closer to the city, I decided to return all except for Pikachu and Lucario. The streets were busy mid-afternoon, the crowd moving, thinning out and thickening up in certain places. As we made our way to the Pokemon Center, not really being able to see over the tall adults' heads as they continued their walk to their desired destination alongside me. Being a 10-year-old, I was shorter than the average human, meaning in a crowd I had a hard time picking the right path. Soon I was at the Pokemon Center once again, getting my Pokemon checked up by Nurse Joy. She was running standard tests on my Pokemon, checking for any injuries in need of healing, signs of abuse, more common than you'd think, or any harmful diseases that they had caught while out on the road. After getting my Pokemon back, I decided it was time to go to the gym. First though, I needed to get Gyarados on my team. So I went over to the video phones in the Pokemon Center and dialed Professor Oak's number. Samuel Oak speaking. Ash, what can I help you with? Professor Oak greeted me. Hello Professor, I was wondering if I could exchange Gyarados with Fiero. I asked him. Why certainly, please put Fiero's Pokeball on the transporter and Gyarados will be transferred. I put Fiero's Pokeball on the transporter and watched as it was transferred to Oak, only to be replaced with another Pokeball. Also, I was wondering if you could give a message to go all out against me. I want to give some of my Pokemon a real challenge rather than what she normally does. I requested. I will send her the note right away. I can't wait to find how well you do. Oak responded. With that, I hung up the video phone. Attaching the Pokeball to my belt, I began my trek to the Celadon City Gym. Line break. The Celadon City Gym was at the most southeast part of the city. It was an averagely sized gym, and like all the other gyms represented its typing, with the shape of a giant gloom. Right beside the gym was Erica's infamous perfume shop. It sold moderately good quality perfumes and some colognes. It was an unspoken rule that challengers didn't go there until after they had their gym battle for fear of insulting the gym leader's perfume, and not being able to challenge the gym. As I walked closer, I had to wrinkle my nose. It wasn't the fact that the gym and perfume had a bad smell, it's just that I had a very sensitive nose that couldn't handle too much at once, and with all the scents from the various perfumes being produced as well as tested in the shop, it made the surrounding area around them have an eye-watering scent. It got even worse as I walked in the front door of the gym. With no barrier keeping the scents at bay, they wreaked havoc on my poor sinuses. It took me more than a second to recompose myself after I walked in the front door. Fortunately, the receptionist seemed to understand my hardship as she didn't make a comment. I'm here to challenge the gym, I requested. Professor Oak had already sent in my requested challenge level. So you must be Ash. Erica will be with you in a minute. She's currently on her break to go check up on her perfume shop. She should only take a few minutes to show up. The receptionist informed me. Erica's gym was well known throughout Kanto as being a girls-only membership. No matter how much promise you showed as a guy, you would never be able to join the gym if you were a guy. Which was why there were so few male grass specialist trainers in Kanto. Most traveled to Kalos or Sinnoh, where they studied under Ramos and Gardenia respectively. Before, people used to go to Unova where they could learn under Sillon, but recently he and his brothers had quit being gym leaders and had been replaced by Charon as a gym leader. These were some of the thoughts running through my mind as I was waiting for Erica. As I was sitting, I was zoned out, so I didn't notice the many people who were walking in the gym heading towards the stands, nor did I realize that there was a few cameramen who were moving into the main gym. The receptionist on the other hand did, and was helping to coordinate the scramble for everyone to get to where they were supposed to go. I didn't even note the coincidence that I was called into the gym just as everyone was settled and ready for the battle. So as I walked into the main gym battlefield, it was a surprise to see the stands were more than a little full, and to see a few cameramen in the gray area between the stands and the field, where they could potentially be hit with a stray attack accidentally. This will a battle between the gym leader Erica and the challenger Ash, the referee announced. This battle will be a full 6-on-6 battle with neither side able to substitute their Pokemon. Gym leader Erica will send out her first Pokemon. Erica, who had appeared on the other end of the battlefield, nodded before sending out her first Pokemon, Victreebel. I took an extra second, making it seem as if I was indecisive of who I was going to send out, before pulling out Umbreon's Pokeball and releasing her onto the field. The crowd oohed and awed as the shiny fox Pokemon. Evaluating what I knew about Victreebel, I recalled that they were mostly renowned for their attacking capabilities, with both physical and special moves. Other than that, they weren't that well known for their defenses or their speed, unless of course they had the chlorophyll ability and used the move Sunny Day, which I assumed was going to be used frequently in the battle due to most grass types being by the weather in one way or another. Victreebel start off with Sunny Day. Ah, there it was. Umbreon use Hypnosis, was my response. Victreebel unfortunately was able to send a beam of sunny light into the sky, initiating the Sunny Day. Fortunately for me, Umbreon was able to land the Hypnosis, due to Victreebel trying to complete its own move, and put Victreebel to sleep. Come on Victreebel, you've got to wake up. Erica started shouting. Victreebel just kept sleeping. Umbreon, Rain Dance, then start spamming Dream Eaters. Despite Erica's best efforts to wake up her Victreebel, they were futile. Umbreon started by replacing the sunlight with Gloomy Rain, and then got close and started using Dream Eater, dealing lots of damage to the sleeping Pokemon. By the time it had woken up, it was already on its last legs. Victreebel quick use Giga Drain. Erica tried as a last resort, trying to let her Victreebel have more of a chance against Umbreon. Unfortunately for her, I was not going to let her get a foothold in this battle with her Victreebel. Even I wasn't arrogant enough to believe that letting a gym leader gain momentum has no effect on the battle. Umbreon, take it, then use Payback full power. It was too late for Victreebel to stop her attack, and despite the slight boost it gained from the sapped health, it didn't mean much when Umbreon was already upon it, and slammed into it with Payback. Victreebel is unable to battle. Gym leader Erica, please send out your next Pokemon. The referee announced. The people in the stands were going wild already, cheering both sides of the battle. As Erica chose her next Pokemon, keeping in mind that the Rain Dance still had quite a bit of time left, she decided to send out her Ludicolo, with its Swift Swim ability already kicking into effect, and the only way Umbreon could cancel the rain being Sunny Day, it was the safest choice she could take right now. As it materialized on the field, doing its species signature dance, it then began to prepare for its foe, the Umbreon across from it. Ludicolo, use Hydro Pump. The blast of high-powered water was pushed towards Umbreon. Counter with Dark Pulse, a beam of dark energy was sent by Umbreon to counter the high-pressure water. Of course, due to the rain, the Hydro Pump was more powered up than usual, so the Hydro Pump was merely slowed down by the Dark Pulse. Of course it was enough to do some damage to Umbreon, but she mostly got out of the clash unaffected. Now use Shadow Ball Umbreon. The Shadow Ball was fired towards Ludicolo, who merely sidestepped it due to its increased speed from the rain. Speaking of which, the rain was almost cleared up but was still holding up. Umbreon, get in close and use Feint Attack. She darted off in a very random pattern towards Ludicolo, who was unable to avoid the attack. Ludicolo quick use Protect, then while it's close use Brick Break. Stopping the Feint Attack from connecting, then batting a vulnerable Umbreon away using Brick Break. Umbreon flipped midair to land back on her feet back on our side of the field. The rain was finally gone, meaning that Ludicolo was back to its usual slow speed. Now use Snarl Umbreon. Before Ludicolo could react, Umbreon had already snarled, making its special attack drop. Erica raised her eyebrows to me, wondering whether I was going for the strategy that she thought I was going for. I just smirked in response, which made her refocus on the battle. Ludicolo used Teeter Dance. Ludicolo started to do its very confusing dance, confusing Umbreon. Knowing Umbreon would be unpredictable while it tried to understand my commands through confusion. Umbreon used Hidden Power, rather than listen to my commands however, and just started chasing its own tail, much to my amusement and that of the crowds. Ludicolo, use Focus Blast and start rapid firing. Taking advantage of my struggle due to confusion, Erica quickly went on the offensive to try to do some damage to Umbreon. Though Umbreon really tanked through them, not really showing any real signs of damage. I just watched on as Umbreon got pelted. Sooner than later she would snap out of her confusion and then, we'd strike back. Soon enough that's exactly what happened. Umbreon seemed to regain focus and started to dodge the incoming projectiles, which in turn halted the flow of focus blasts to her position. Use Nightshade, Umbreon. A blast of darkness was fired from Umbreon at Ludicolo. It dealt some damage but not a lot. Ludicolo responded by firing a torrent of high-powered water. Once again damaging Umbreon. Umbreon, get in close, let's have some fun, shall we? I said while I smirked. Umbreon began to run forwards towards Ludicolo. Now while you're close, use Sand Attack. A bit of sand was kicked towards Ludicolo, who protected himself by blasting it with a weak powered spray of water. Now while you're close, use Return. Before Ludicolo could finish getting rid of all the sand that was sent at it, Umbreon was upon him while charging up all the energy from our friendship into it, then rammed into Ludicolo, pushing it back a few meters. While it's still recovering, use Tackle. While Ludicolo was trying to recover from being pushed back, Umbreon darted forward and knocked it off balance and onto its back. Knowing that it would be unable to do anything more while Umbreon was so close to it and it had the ground advantage, Ludicolo braced itself on the ground for the barrage of attacks that would be sent. Use Mean Look, then Bite, then Tail Whip, then Crunch, and finish it off with Assurance. Before Erica could call out any useful commands to Ludicolo, the onslaught had already started out, the Mean Look, which would make sure that Ludicolo was unable to escape, then Bite to make it flinch, Tail Whip to lower its defenses, Crunch to deal some more damage, and Assurance to try to knock it out. Which this time it did. Ludicolo is unable to battle. Umbreon is the winner. Will the gym leader please send out her next Pokemon? Erica swiftly returned her Ludicolo, and sent out a Bellossom, which mirrored its teammate and did a little twirl to start the battle off. As I analyzed what I was going to do, I realized that Umbreon was getting a little tired from the battle and had lost quite a bit of energy against Ludicolo. Quick Umbreon, use Moonlight. While it restores its energy, use Quiver Dance Bellossom. Umbreon relaxed itself as it began to restore a little bit of its energy. It wasn't as much as I wanted, due to the fact that it was daytime, but it was still enough that there was a noticeable difference. While Bellossom increased its attack stat. Umbreon, use Sunny Day. Erica didn't say anything, merely grinned in response to my helping her by activating Chlorophyll and upping Bellossom's speed. Now with its speed and special attack boost, it was quite the threat, but that was what I wanted. I wanted to see what Erica would do to try and turn this battle around. Bellossom used Petal Blizzard. Counter with Protect Umbreon. Bellossom sent a multitude of flying petals at Umbreon, who merely hid behind a shield. Now use Energy Ball to hit it. Avoid using Dig. The battle was becoming more intense, with me avoiding taking damage as well as preparing for the spectacle that would unfold soon. Just as quickly as Bellossom was able to fire off an energy ball, Umbreon was able to dig underground to avoid it. Bellossom began to scan the gym, trying to get a hint as to where Umbreon could be. Come out and use Hyper Beam, Umbreon. Before Bellossom could locate Umbreon, she'd already fired the devastating beam of energy. After the attack died down, Umbreon dropped back down into the hole, while trying to adapt to the loss of a lot of energy that came with the powerful move. After a few moments she reappeared on my side of the field, facing the heavily damaged Bellisum. Bellisum used synthesis. With the added benefit from Sunny Day, it was worth it to restore its health, since the added speed Bellisum had from chlorophyll would let it avoid any incoming attacks. Umbreon, use Moonlight. Seeing as he'd be unable to do any significant damage without repercussion, I decided to also heal up. Umbreon, create some cover, use Dark Pulse on the middle of the battlefield to kick up some dust. I commanded loud enough for everyone to hear me clearly. The attack was quickly launched, and as it didn't have to cross the entirety of the battlefield, Erica had no time to react at all. With both of us blind to the other, when a barrage of leaves pierced through the dust, Giga Impact, overpower her. Umbreon grew a powerful glow around her, as she used one of the best if not the best normal-type move of existence. Not only did she blitz right through the Razor Leaf as if it was a nuisance, but she was also upon Bellisum before she could react and dealt a good amount of damage. Bellisum was flung back upon impact, basically getting run over by a tank, and took more than a second to shakily get up. Though when she did, Umbreon was still recovering from using Giga Impact. Bellisum fired off a leech seed that started sapping her strength. Now as both Pokémon once again stared off, the battle continued, both Pokémon no longer needing orders, both of them firing off attacks from a distance, trying to breach the other's defenses. In the end it was the leech seed that made the difference. Umbreon, use Last Resort. This was Umbreon's trump card. Since she already knew the attack when I had first caught her, I thought it would be interesting to see how we could modify it. We had made a breakthrough just a little while back and had users it to our advantage. Last Resort required the user to have used all previous moves it knows beforehand. The breakthrough we had made the attack more similar to Final Gambit. Not only that, but she was able to integrate her dark energy into the attack to make it even more supercharged. The user would deal massive amounts of damage at the cost of their consciousness. That was the only drawback. So as Umbreon glowed that golden color she started running towards Bellisum. She was having a blast. There's nothing better than going out with a bang. Pure power rolled off of Umbreon, the energy rolling off in waves as she started running towards Bellisum, who was trying to recover from their previous clashes, having taken a toll on her body. Bellisum used Leaf Storm. Erica tried to slow Umbreon's charge down, but as the leaves impacted with Umbreon they merely bounced off, having no effect. When Umbreon finally collided with Bellisum there was a huge explosion as the release of energy was simply astronomical. As the dust cloud cleared, both Pokémon were revealed to be unconscious. Much to the crowd's delight. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Trainers, send out your next Pokémon. The referee announced. Beams of red impacted with both Pokémon as they were turned into energy and returned to their Pokeballs. While the both of us as one threw our next Pokeballs up in the air, releasing the next combatants. On Erica's side of the field, a tall Pokémon emerged from the ball, a taller version of the Kanto native Exeggutor, meaning it was an Alolan Exeggutor, a dragon grass type. Which I found quite fitting to start our next battle as my golden water serpent emerged on my side of the field. There were gasps from the crowd as they realized that I had not one but two oddly colored Pokémon. Gyarados being a completely different color than its supposed shiny form only made it even more rare. When Gyarados battled on land it had a block everything then attack strategy. Due to it being so bulky and large, if it did try to dodge it would more often use up more energy and concentration than needed. Exeggutor use Wood Hammer. Erica called out. Due to its long neck, it only had to smash its head straight down at Gyarados, dealing a fair amount of damage off the start, if Gyarados' roars were any indicator. Gyarados, hit them back hard, use Avalanche. Due to being a 4-time super effective move, as well as its improved power due to being used after being hit by an attack, Exeggutor was barely standing after both the recoil from Wood Hammer, as well as the avalanche it was just hit with. Now before it can recover, use Dragon Tail, I called out. With Gyarados' large body, as well as its close proximity to Exeggutor, it swung its whole body around as its tail glowed purple, signifying that it was using the dragon attack. Exeggutor, defend with Dragon Hammer, Erica called out in worry. Sadly for her, Executor had already taken too much damage to be able to respond to her commands in time, and was pummeled by the tail. Rendering it unconscious long enough for the crowd to see it, before it was transferred into red energy and returned to its pokeball and a Shiftry was sent out in its place. All due to the secondary effects of Dragon Tail. It didn't matter if your Pokemon was conscious of unconscious. If they were hit by the attack, then they were returned to their Pokeball before a random Pokemon replaced it on the field. Use Fake Out. Shiftry rapidly disappeared, before reappearing in front of Gyarados' palms glowing white as it got a free attack off on Gyarados, who merely shook it off and roared in anger. Use Avalanche. Was my command. The attack struck. Think of Ash vs Wulfric and how badly it smoked Talonflame, who is neutrally damaged. Shiftrys weren't well known as tanks for a reason. It was already breathing heavily after being hit by the attack. By now Erika's stance had changed from the start of the battle. When the battle had begun, she was looking annoyed, as if the gym battle had interrupted something important, but as the battle dragged on, her battling spirit was released little by little until now she too was breathing heavily, eyebrows scrunched up as she tried to figure out how to pull together and win this match. Knowing that if she kept attacking then Gyarados would just use Avalanche, but if she didn't then there was a number of other harmful moves he could use to win the battle, she decided to go on the offense. Use Rock Slide. Shiftry, Erika commanded. Quick defend with Iron Head. Was my counter. I knew that her Shiftry could deal out a lot of damage with the super effective attack and had gone for the more defensive approach. So as boulders started to rain down from the sky, Gyarados' head took on a grey sheen before he started to block as many boulders as possible, with only a few being able to score hits. Before it recovers, use Hidden Power. Use Flamethrower to push through the attack. Both attacks collided midair, and my defense was justified by the crackling of the electric-type Hidden Power. Gyarados go on the offensive with Earthquake, then use Flamethrower to finish it off. Gyarados' tail smashed into the ground, with Shiftry's natural instinct driving it to jump off the ground as not to be off balance, before it realized that it was rather vulnerable in the air, being a sitting duck that wouldn't really be able to avoid the incoming fire, which was why it was toasted in the flames. After the attack stopped, Shiftry was revealed unconscious, with a few burns over him. Shiftry is unable to battle. Gym Leader Erika, please release your final Pokemon. The referee announced. Her final Pokemon was revealed to be a rather large Venusaur, but that's not what got me pumped. On its flower on its back, there was one off thing out, its Mega Stone that was held in place on its flower. Venusaur, let our friendship take us to the next level. Mega Evolve. Erika shouted. Seeing that Erika was already going all out, as well as how regular Venusaurs were already a powerhouse even before they mega-evolved, I followed in her footsteps rather quickly. Gyarados, let's do this. Mega Evolve. I shouted as well. Both of our Pokemon were enveloped in a bright light as they ascended into their Mega Evolved forms. After the glowing died down, both Pokemon started releasing their attacks at each other. Flamethrower, EMT, Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam met Hydro Pump. Both Pokemon were equally matched in their plight for dominance. Neither Pokemon had moved from their starting points, merely launching special attacks at each other. As both Pokemon slowed down their breathing and gathered their breathing, you could tell that the real power would be launched during their next moves. As Gyarados' mouth glowed orange, and leaves started swirling around Venusaur. As one they both launched their attacks, a ball of orange flying into the sky, as leaves were launched across the field. A shower of meteors began to hail all over the field, doing massive amounts of damage all over. The leaves, barely disturbed by the meteors, impacted hard into Gyarados, who roared in pain. At the same time a number of meteors impacted into Venusaur, who also let out a roar of pain. Both Pokemon were in similar situations. Gyarados was feeling all the attacks that had impacted it from all of its battles, while Venusaur was feeling heavy damage from the Draco Meteor. Knowing that with both Pokemon's insane attacking power as well as decent defenses that this would be over in the next big clash of attacks going either way in the battle. Hyper Beam. Full Power. Frenzy Plant. Full Power. Both Pokemon took more than a few seconds to charge up their attacks, but when they did, there was nothing more to say than that it was a battle of pure power. As giant roots impacted into Gyarados, violently beating him into the ground, kicking up the dust from the ground. Or as a beam of pure power impacted into Venusaur, blowing up a cloud of dust around it. When the dust had finally settled, Gyarados was revealed to be in its original form knocked out. Venusaur on the other hand looked to be on its last legs as its legs were struggling to support it. Gyarados is unable to battle, Venusaur wins. Would the challenger please release their next Pokémon? The referee announced. The crowd at this point was screaming in excitement as they were really into the intense battle. I returned Gyarados to its Pokeball, though before I could release Charizard onto the field for the final battle, Erica spoke up. I forfeit Venusaur, I would rather he not suffer any more injuries for a lost cause. Starting to walk up the field to meet halfway, avoiding all of the craters in the battlefield, we met up at the middle. Shaking hands before she presented me with the rainbow badge. Having received my 5th gym badge, I went on my way to explore the rest of Celadon City before I departed for Fuchsia City and my next badge. Line break. After getting the rainbow badge and healing up my Pokémon, I decided to check out the casino. It used to be ran by Team Rocket, before they got too popular and people began to notice that the prize Pokémon weren't in as good of condition as they thought. Which brought in inspectors, and eventually the police. Now the casino was run by Sylph Company. Rather than having a prize as a poached Pokémon, now they offered breedjecks as prizes. These Pokémon were brought in by breeders who were looking for a certain characteristic. Most of the breedjecks were from powerful lines that were commonly found on the battling circuit. Growlithes were commonly found as breedjecks and so were much easier to obtain as a prize compared to the rarer dragons like Dratini, who were more scarce due to the trainers who had some were more unwilling to breed them. Which was why I wanted to visit the place. You never know what you may find when you go to the casino. They didn't have a consistent Pokémon on their listings. More often than not they had a few of the common Pokémon and a few of the rarer Pokémon. As I walked in, the sound of loud music being played started to ring in my ears, the sound of the slot machines rolling. The sounds of people winning and losing a large sum of money as they played poker and blackjack. I made my way over to the prize boards, trying to see if there was any interesting Pokémon available. Lo and behold, it seemed that there was 2 Pokémon that were insanely rare up on the board. At the current most expensive on the market, at 99.99C, the most expensive you can get, was a Phi-1. It was unbelievable, the only legendary Pokémon obtainable through breeding, with a Ditto and a Manaphy or Phi-1. The other Pokémon that was just 1 credit cheaper at 99.98C was Rotom, a powerful Pokémon capable of changing into multiple forms by spending a few seconds inside of different common household appliances. I wasn't really interested in them though. I was actually more interested in the many S that were available for purchase that ranged from 2000C, 99.99C. These were some of the unlimited S that were easier for certain people to procure. All I had to do was win a lot and I'd be able to speed up some of my Pokémon's training. Sure, it wouldn't be by much, but it would still give me that much more time to focus on other things that could be more important in the future. Other than that, there was no need to buy anything else. I didn't need any braces to be able to train my Pokémon any differently than they currently have been. Held items in battle, aside from a Megastone, was outlawed a while ago due to certain items dominating the battle circuit and taking away from the natural clash of Pokémon. Figuring I may as well try it out, I bought a coin case as well as a few coins to start. Luckily for me, growing up Uncle Riley loved to play poker. Not only that, but he taught both me and Mew how to play. Mew had a love-hate relationship with the game though. At first she loved to play because it was rather fun to play. Then she began to dislike it when she found out how the average poker player did while playing. How most of them went into a ridiculous amount of debt after losing too many hands and not getting the hint. So she loved the game, but didn't want to promote the gambling side of it due to her maternal instincts coming in and wanting to stop me from gambling. In the end, I was already too hooked into the game by the time she realized what was wrong with the game. After playing a few rounds of poker, I had gained a small amount of profit. I had started out with a measly 10 credits, but had increased to 100 credits. It was actually quite fun. Using aura may have been cheating, but so had a few other players at the table. It was a game of how to out-cheat a cheater to me. I was able to tell how each person reacted to certain hands, if they were disappointed, excited or whatever emotion they felt, then reacted accordingly. After playing a few more rounds and gaining quite a few more gain, it was between me and another guy. Having had enough of this game, I decided to have some fun. All in. That's all I said, but those words had a few of the people surrounding me gasping a little as they awaited the outcome. After he went all in, we both revealed our cards. He had a full house queen high, while I had a full house king high. As the both of us shook our hands together after a well-played game, I decided to wander over to the prize area, wanting to cash in a few of some of the cooler prizes. Skipping over where the Pokemon prizes were, I went over to the other prizes were, ranging from a number of things, unique Pokeballs, alcohol, and evolution stones. I decided to grab a few interesting Pokeballs. Rather than leave my Pokemon in their standard Pokeballs, I would instead transfer them into Pokeballs that suited them better. For instance, I decided to put Gyarados in a Beast Ball, Charizard in a Friend Ball and Dragonite in a Heavy Ball. I still don't know whether the glare he was giving was playful or not. Figuring that I had spent enough time in Celadon, I decided to move on to Fuchsia City. Important read and at bottom. The news of the year arrived when he arrived in Fuchsia City. Apparently the Viridian Gym had been destroyed. That on itself would have made people start looking in, but what was worse was the fact that the whole place had apparently just collapsed. The investigators on the scene could not find any trace of what had caused the destruction, since the building itself was well maintained and was very durable. That was where the reporters and magazines started coming up with theories of what had happened. If you asked one person, apparently it was Arceus's judgment. If you ask another person, it was that it was a faulty design issue. Others would say that the gym was sabotaged by an extra salty challenger. The problem was no one knew the real answer. None of this was Ash's problem though. He knew that at this point the building would be able to be rebuilt in time for his challenge. He was more concerned about how the local police force wasn't able to discover the source of the destruction. The police force's Arcanine and Alakazam squad should have come together to determine the source. Since it was such a high-class event, it would have caught the attention of the police force and they would be doing their hardest to find the root of the problem. The next problem was that the gym leader was a very mysterious person. Unlike the rest of the gym leaders, Giovanni tended to hide in the shadows and strike from the darkness rather than stay out in the open. So for something to drag him this far into the spotlight was very unusual. He let none of this distract him though. He kept moving towards his next challenge, the Fuchsia City Gym Challenge. This would happen after he explored the Safari Zone though. The Kanto Safari Zone was rather interesting. Every year all the Safari Zones would exchange Pokemon with one another on a certain date. This year, since it was the 150th anniversary of the zone being opened, meant that they incorporated some of the more exotic Pokemon this year. In exchange they made tickets to enter slightly more expensive. He wasn't going in there to catch EW Pokemon though, he was going in there to study new Pokemon. There was apparently a dragon-themed reserve of the safari now. Unfortunately no one knew where it was because a few of the Pokemon in the zone had put up some illusions around the place, and only those who were either very lost or very determined and had good intentions were allowed in. At this point now even the warden knew where they were, due to the fact that he kept scrambling the order of the different areas. Since each of the habitats were put on a track system and were controlled by the computer, and which rearranged them periodically when no one was in them. Or even when someone was in them but gave them warning so they weren't completely unaware when they were moved suddenly. That's why he found himself at the gates where there was a giant banner in celebration of the anniversary. What he was not expecting for was the old man sitting on the front porch, rocking in his chair. Nor for when he got closer and the man jumped up as if startled and looked towards him. "You're not here to cause trouble, are you? 'Cause if you are, then I'd get out of here if I were you. There is no leniency in the punishments," the old man said. "None at all, I'm just here to see the sights," Ash responded, staring the old man in the eyes, not backing down in the challenge that was issued. Another thing that was smothered by the excitement of his journey was that he didn't really have any time to unwind and have some fun. It's great and all to have a strict training schedule, but it's also good to have downtime every now and then. Since there was a gym battle, he thought it would be best to unwind and have some fun beforehand. With the grand attraction that the Safari Zone, why not? As he entered the main foyer of the entrance, he found out there was a lot more inside than what he thought there would be. For one, the security seemed to be very tight this year. Turns out if you went in, you had to take a member of the security personnel with you. This, however, let you release your Pokémon out to walk with you, as well as prevented any other mishaps that may occur within the zone. This, along with a few security cameras all over the place. They even had a few 60-inch screens showing some live feed of what was going on in the different habitats. Every minute or so it would switch to a different one. After having a grasp of the security, he went up to the front desk to purchase a ticket to enter, as well as wait a few minutes for a guard to show up and guide him around the zone. They offered more than the usual enter and catch Pokémon ticket. The owner of the Safari Zone had recently realized that he could do more than that and offered guided tours to the general public. No longer was Fuchsia City as quiet as it once was. Now, since it had two big attractions, the city was slowly becoming more and more of a capitalist society. For the most part this was okay, but there was still the odd protest against it. Which was usually the same group of 5 people every time. As he finally got set up and entered the zone, he decided to release his smaller mons, their Pokeballs making snapping noises as they released the Pokemon inside. Now outside with him was Lucario, Pikachu, Zorua, Dratini, Electivire, Ponyta, Blaziken and Meowth. The security guard released a Alakazam and an Arcanine. The Arcanine started wagging its tail as it started running around sniffing the other Pokemon around it, even chasing Meowth, who instead of yowling like the security guard thought he would, but instead was screaming for help. After he got over his shock, he shook his head and started to walk around. First we headed over to the marshland, where there was a lot of water and ground-type Pokémon. There seemed to be a large population of dual water and ground types, a few Mudkips running around with a few Swamperts with just their fins visible to the eye. We spent a few minutes walking through the swamp or running around like a chicken with its head cut off, cough Dratini. Cough Zorua cough. Next there was a staircase that led to an underground view of the habitat. Unlike most habitats, the marsh dwellers don't go too far underground. So we only got to see the Pokémon swimming around in the water, although a few of them were very interesting. For instance, there was a few Gastrodon and Whiscash who were having a mock battle. This seemed to be a very common occurrence due to the fact that they were very even, with both sides predicting the other every time they tried to go on the offense. Next we moved on to the desert habitat, where there seemed to be a little more variety of Pokémon there. Including the Unovan Sand Croc Sandile and its evolutionary line, a few ground and dragon types running around, mostly the odd Gibble running around biting things. It was pretty funny when it tried to chew on Lucario's spike. Underground in the desert though was even more active, with all the rock and ground type digging around. These tunnels weren't artificial, however, as shown by all the rough edges along the wall, made by a digging Pokémon. The odd Onix would pass by in front of them as well, making loud happy noises as the sand rubbed against their bodies, bathing them as well as scratching them a little. All in all, the trip around the Safari Zone was spectacular. He got to socialize with many different Pokémon, as well as watch them play around. For a bit they even went into the area where he could watch trainers attempt to catch Pokémon. It was rather entertaining watching that herd of Tauros run around blocking all the Pokeballs then breaking out. It was almost as funny as the outrage on some of the trainers' faces as they screamed obscenities because of it. Before they left they said their goodbyes to their guide, which described the vast majority of the Pokémon on a personal level. Line break. The next day we find Ash in front of the gym ready to take on Koga, his team already made up. He only had to walk in and challenge Koga. Koga was the poison-type gym leader who mostly stuck to the coughing and venonate line. His tactics were apparently the same every time: poison, then wear out the opposing Pokémon until it succumbed to the poison. That's why Koga was either a hit or miss gym leader. For some challengers he was their nightmare because they couldn't counter the poison that he injected their Pokémon with. The other category was for the people that brought either a good strategy to counter Koga's, or they just brought a steal Pokemon. Koga's gym was an old-fashioned Kanto house. It was regularly maintained but gave the appearance of an abandoned house when no one was battling. Which was how Ash found the house on his walk there. All silent, as if Koga was a venomous creature waiting for Ash to fall into his trap before striking. Finally entering the front door, he started the search for the gym leaders, not using his aura to cheat and instead taking the challenge as a normal human would. He walked around long enough to encounter a Venonat that started leading him around the house in circles. He kept following it until it vanished and he was left all alone. Thunk 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 thunk. Was the sound of 4 ninja stars pinning him to the wall with precision, pinning his upper body. There was movement from the ceiling as 2 people dropped down in their ninja getup. One was an older man, Koga presumably. The other was female, with similar looks to Koga showing their relation. As he checked them out, they were assessing him as well. Or more importantly Lucario and Pikachu, who had gotten into defensive formation the moment that their trainer was pinned. "I'm here to challenge the gym leader," I stated clearly, not showing a hint of emotion in the situation I was in. In a flash the older man had sprinted forward and had appeared right in front of my face. "How many badges do you have, challenger?" Koga asked. "I have 5 gym badges," Ash stated in response. "Oh, looks like I can let loose with this challenger. I'll give you 2 options, we can use the standard gym Pokemon or I can bring out some of my own more personal Pokemon for a round." Koga asked. "Janine, my future successor, will be the referee of the match. Why not have some fun, bring out your own Pokemon, it just means that I won't have to hold back either," Ash responded. They walked out of the door that appeared behind Ash that led outside to the battlefield. Koga went to his side while Ash went to his as well. "Jacqueline, we're going to see just how you fare up against a world-class battler like Koga. Drapion, it's time to have some fun," Koga stated with a serious face. As both Pokemon appeared, it looked like Ash was going to be in a pinch. Drapion had the type advantage over Frostless after all. If you looked closer however, it was an entirely different story. Koga's face changed from confident to unconfident back to determined, all with the appearance with the opposing Pokemon. While the Frostless from a distance looked ordinary, up close there was a certain pressure that was emitted across the field. Since Koga said that he was going to use his real Pokemon, Ash decided to do the same thing, starting off with Jacqueline, who would herald him with stories of trainers after trainers who would attempt to catch her only to fail. Even the Ice-type mistress of Sinnoh, Candace, failed to do so. Not to mention all of the other elites that flocked to her location in search of the mysterious uncatchable Frostless that hid in the vast mountains in northern Sinnoh. Now that the battle was about to commence, with Janine signaling to both sides. Both Drapion and Jacqueline preparing for an intense battle. "This'll be a 3-on-3 battle, everyone ready? Battle begin!" Janine shouted dramatically. "Jacqueline, use Hail." I called out immediately. Drapion quickly used Toxic. Koga shouted out. Jacqueline shot up the ball of energy that exploded in the sky, causing a bunch of hail to rain down across the battlefield. Meanwhile Drapion spat out a glob of poison that Jacqueline then phased through. The poison was narrowly intercepted by a large chunk of hail that blocked it from getting any further. There was a reason that she was renowned for being a strong Ice-type Pokemon after all. Blizzard. Let him feel the chill of an experienced Ice-type. The temperature had plummeted. When the battle had stated it was a good 22 C outside, now that the battle had started it was a good 30 degrees colder, now in the negatives. When you breathed you could see your breath in the air. With Frostless ability she was practically untraceable by the naked eye, which was why when a giant frozen breeze engulfed Drapion, Koga could do nothing but apologize to his Pokemon and return it to its ball. "Drapion is unable to battle, Gym leader, send out your next Pokemon," Janine chimed in from her spot on the field. "Mook, come on out." Rather than being the average-sized Mook, this one easily had a 10-meter diameter, as well as a height of 5 meters. The Mook came with a slightly unbearable stench, enough to sting the eyes when it wafted its scent, but not enough to render everyone in the surrounding area unconscious. With the loss of one Pokemon that quickly, Ash decided to make things more interesting, making Koga shiver, but it wasn't from the cold. "Okay, Jacqueline, you have to take out this mook in your sleep." Realizing that the only way to do this was to use rest, then stay asleep and fight the urge to wake up, while at the same time using sleep talk to attack. Koga, however, took this as a chance to win the battle. Sure, he knew that he was being insulted, but he knew it was more fun to have a close battle than a quick one-sided matchup. While Jacqueline fell asleep, Koga did not let his opportunity go to waste. "Mook, make her unable to attack you, use imprison." Koga responded. Now he had the match in the bag. What he didn't realize was that Mook was a little too late and that she was able to get one sleep talk out, getting both Pokemon to have a faint glow. Now that she was unable to attack with her restrictions, she just sat back and let Mook attack. Given that she was so elusive with the hail up, she didn't really have a need to brush up on her defenses, which showed. After only 2 poison jabs did she faint, but as she gained swirls for eyes, she was once again taken over by a faint glowing, which spread over to Mook, who also collapsed from the now identifiable destiny bond. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Will both the challenger and the gym leader please send out their next Pokemon? Janine declared while signaling upwards with both arms. Now that Koga was onto his last Pokemon, Ash decided to test another of his Pokemon, as well as Koga's reaction. Sending out Pikachu onto the battlefield, I was looking forward to this battle. It would be Pikachu's first gym battle where she would show herself off to someone other than her teammates. As Koga released a Weezing, it looked to be just over average size, but it gave off a look in its eye as well as from its posture that it had been Koga's favorite Pokemon to use in battle once upon a time. It had probably grown too strong to be used in the average gym battle due to the fact that most trainers who passed through wouldn't know how to handle it. Koga was about to call out an attack, when a pressure was emitted from the other side of the field. Where the Pikachu once was bathing in a blinding electrical flash. Almost as if it was nothing but a flash of lightning, it vanished instantly with another bigger and more muscled and much more of a tanky Pokemon stood in its stead. With this new development on the field, Koga gave a curious glance before resuming his strategy. "Use Sludge Bomb Weezing," Koga ordered. As the ball of sludge formed, I was ready to test out Jinichu's favorite move to use. "Hyper Beam, let's go," was Ash's answer to the poison move. Sludge Bomb was a move that took a lot less time to charge up and fire, compared to Hyper Beam. "Deflect it with Gyro Ball." Koga tried to minimize the damage. As the beam of sparkling energy left Jinichu's mouth and impacted with the spinning Weezing. While it did deflect a large portion of the attack, Weezing was still affected by the little it was hit with. Not much, of course, because despite Jinichu's incredible special attack power, it was really similar to the level of defenses and health that Weezing had. As the attack died down, Jinichu was in a semi-defensive pose, prepared to be unable to move. "Weezing, now is the time to strike, use Toxic," Koga commanded. Unfortunately, Jinichu was unable to recover in time to avoid the incoming attack. So when she glowed that purplish tint, and took damage, it wasn't a shocker. "Jinichu, once you've recovered, start using Charge, then Rain Dance. Don't let her set up, use Venoshock to distract her." Despite Koga's best wishes to stop the attack from developing, both the Charge and the Rain Dance went off without a hitch, although Jinichu took heavy damage from both the Venoshock and the poison seeping through her veins. Now though she was crackling with electricity and the rain was falling at a good rate, obscuring both trainers' field of vision a little. "Now Thunder full power. Use Protect Weezing." The thunder struck from above, impacting into the green shield, due to the charge that Jinichu got before launching it, as well as using all her energy into the attack. There came no surprise when the Protect bubble started to crack and break into pieces. Then finally break apart, and impact with the heavily breathing Weezing, who had put a lot of energy into protecting itself. Luckily though, the Protect had blocked the brunt of it, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Though Weezing was now noticeably struggling to stay up in the air. Gina Chu wasn't in much better condition, especially since she still had poison circulating through her veins, lowering her health by the second. Do it again, Gina Chu, while it is still recovering. Ash directed Gina Chu. Weezing, do your best to get out of there. Koga cried out desperately. Knowing that the next move would decide whether or not he could force Ash to go to his last Pokemon. Unfortunately for Weezing, but with the rain still falling from the sky, he was unable to get out of the way, and so was knocked unconscious by the thunder. Weezing is unable to battle, Koga is out of usable Pokemon. The challenger, Ash, is the winner. Janine declared with a little bit of spite thrown in. Here was a challenger who had just smoked her father in battle, where she struggled to even land a hit on his Pokemon. After Koga had brought out an antidote and administered it to Pikachu, who had reverted after the battle, and Ash had answered a few questions they had about the transformation. The badge was officially given to Ash before he left for the next route, this one on water, towards Cinnabar Island for his next gym badge. Mysterious place. The human had betrayed it, just like the scientists that had only seen him as a lab rat. Well, no more, he was going to show the world his strength. N. Seafoam Islands. On him he currently had Umbreon, Pikachu, Lucario, Jacqueline, Magmortar, Rapidash, Zorua and Dratini. He was on his way to Cinnabar Island where he was going to challenge Blaine. On the way there, however, he decided to go to the Seafoam Islands first. These islands were connected underwater to each other and the lower levels were commonly freezing. He decided to explore them because why not? It was also one of the few places in the world that he had yet to explore. As he shivered a little from the cold, he brought out his jacket, keeping it close to keep all the warmth in that he could. Seafoam Islands were legendary in how cold they were, literally. Ash only knew this because he could literally feel the aura from the islands themselves as he approached them. With the path he had chosen, he decided to explore the islands anyways. After all, that was what he had set out on a journey for, to explore the world and learn to make his own choices. So far he felt as if he had made a name for himself. Already he was admired by local trainers who had begun to watch his matches. In fact, there was a small news channel which had gotten wind of his debut on the scene. Reporting about his success on the battle circuit, he'd had to decline an interview about his style of training since he didn't want his competition to know his secrets. Instead, he'd managed to break off from those who were tracking his progress, managing to lose them before entering the caves. That was step 1. Step 2 was exploring the caves. After all, it was an iconic part of the region. If he didn't explore, then what was the point of the journey? Though the Seafoam Islands were primarily a cold environment, that didn't mean that they were empty. The entire cave system was swarming with ice types and cave dwellers aplenty. Especially on the outer levels, Seal especially seemed to thrive on the outer levels, lounging about in all the shallow ends of the frigid waters. He'd found out how bad idea it was to swim when he first entered the caves. With the temperature nearing freezing point, he decided not to risk it, instead deciding to check out the islands for any abnormalities. The deeper he went into the caves, the colder it got. If Ash didn't know who his mother was, he would have assumed it to be a freak course of, knowing the legends of the lands. The coldness started to make sense as he went deeper into the caves. Already having a friend ready in mind, he was preparing for the scenario he was about to walk into as he went deeper into the caves. He knew when he could see ice all over the cave, with the temperature freezing everything in its vicinity, keeping everything frozen solid. There was only one other living being in the room with Ash and his entourage of Pokemon. The moment he had seen the majestic bird, he had frozen on the spot. After all, it wasn't every day one met up with the legendary bird who controlled winter. Sure, there were other legendaries of ice including Regice and Kyurem, but they did not control the weather like Articuno. The bird trio was known for their affinity of the weather overall, compared to their fellow legendaries who focused on the other aspects of their types. Ash honestly was expecting to just explore another part of the region, maybe make a few friends with the wild Pokemon in the cave systems. What he wasn't expecting was to meet up with the legendary bird who would change his life as he faced off with it. He honestly didn't know what he did. One second he was exploring the caves, the next he saw his brother block a shot right for him before engaging the bird. In an equal battle. Thankfully for Ash, he let his brother eat his Wheaties and made sure that he battled every day to make sure that his senses were sharp. Otherwise Ash might have been an icicle, for the rest of could also tell that this was a test. Not just any test though, one that actually mattered. This was one that would prove himself capable in the eyes of his mentors. One that would show to them that he was ready for the responsibility that they think he wasn't ready for. These were the thoughts running through his head as he stared down his opponent for the upcoming battle. Choosing before Articuno could make a second pass at him, he decided Pikachu would be able to keep up with the legendary. Not just because of his speed or experience, but because of how determined the little mouse was to prove itself. Even without its Genichu form, Pikachu had already proven itself to be a valuable member of the team. Ash decided to test that today. Pikachu use Rain Dance. Ash called. Step number 1, get weather on your side. Seeing Articuno try to counter with Ice Beam, a bolt of lightning interrupted that. With thunders now impossible to miss, Pikachu was already looking better than its opponent. Realizing this, the bird of ice tried to change the weather to hail. Unfortunately it left too big of a gap in its wild change of strategy and was hit full on and stunned by a blot of thunder that absolutely knocked the bird out. Not too long after, Ash was able to revive the bird with his aura, bringing it back to the land of the conscious. Finding out it was all just a test slightly bored Ash, knowing that they limited themselves to his strength honestly bothered him, but he couldn't do anything about it. If they thought he should be at a certain strength at a certain point, then who was he to deny it? He didn't know how they would react if he was too powerful for them. After all, he only knew his Mima that well, and she was more friendly with the other legendaries in the first place, so who knew what kind of rumors he got. Yet as he gazed upon the majestic sight of the Articuno species, he honestly couldn't think of a more perfect species to be deemed as the entity in control of the frigid weather. After all, great power comes great responsibility. That didn't mean that Ash had stopped his tradition of spending some time on a route developing his abilities. In particular in the caves, he tried his best to keep his internal temperature as high as possible. He had to admit, this cave system really prepared him for future frigid explorations. The temperature easily rivaling that of the highest mountains, but with a higher concentration of oxygen making it easier to breathe. The caves weren't that difficult to navigate, with the obstacles on the ground easily avoided by going on the back of his Fiero to clear the frigid waters and to quickly reach the Articuno residing there. He knew this was a younger Articuno, the energy emitting off of it much younger than his Mimas, making it easy to discern to be a younger Articuno. The raw power it held was unparalleled among common Pokemon, but the way it wasted the energy was not wasted upon Ash. In fact, he took advantage of such, making the opposing Pokemon revise it, best strategy as it found its previous one lacking. Instead, a large barrage of overpowered attacks were flung at Lucario. Unfortunately for the bird, it had picked the wrong target to go up against. While Lucario had plenty of power to be able to keep up with other Pokemon, his main attribute was his control over his power. This meant that he was the opposite in a sense to the legendary bird. The clash between the two was explosive. While it was clear that Articuno was more brute strong, the bird became more cocky. Ash had already heard about how cocky some legendary Pokemon could be and had decided to see for himself how they behaved. Seeing the legendary bird be all show and no go really triggered them on. All he saw was an overpowered Pokemon that didn't deserve it. After all, Articuno didn't work for its power, instead it had had it its entire life. He could see it in the way they approached it. With it lacking any finesse at all. This meant that Articuno was taken down easily by the veteran fighting type. After all, Lucario was the perfect counter for the legendary bird, with its steel and fighting typing really annoying the Articuno's attempts to shield from such an attack. That was how the battle went, with Lucario slowly chipping down the legendary bird until it couldn't respond anymore, too tired to continue the fight. Now with a legendary on his team, he felt confident he could prove himself as more than just a strategist on the battlefield. Ash wasn't stupid, he knew how that there was more to taming the legendary beasts than just catching them. He was raised by one after all, he was probably more qualified than anyone else in the world. Over the next month, Ash would get to know Articuno. Training alongside the bird in some intensive regiments helped the two bond. Ash knew that he wouldn't use Articuno in any battles. What would be the point for the most part? Aside from being able to flex to the world, there was no advantage to him in using legendaries in battle. After all, if one trained a legendary properly like he currently was doing, it would be able to steamroll any average Pokemon. That's also what Ash began to see. Where at the beginning of the month Articuno was on the back foot against Lucario, now it was on the other side of the fence. Articuno had proven itself in its hard work and had earned its spot as a powerful Pokemon. Now the only one on Ash's team who could keep up with the bird was Blaziken, and that was only due to its typing and its experience. There were few Pokemon on the circuit with Blaziken's experience, and none shared his fire typing. This meant that unless you had another legendary you wouldn't be doing so hot against Articuno. Now with the Seafoam Islands explored, Ash decided to move on to the next challenge, the Cinnabar Island Gym. There he would face against a fire-type specialist and he had just the team to do it. After all, it wouldn't do to not show a fire-type specialist some real firepower. Blaine. As Ash got onto Cinnabar Island, he realized how much of a tourist trap it really was. People were everywhere, taking over the Pokemon Center, so much so that they didn't have any room left at all. There was also vendors all over the place trying to sell God knows what to the unfortunate victim of their attention. There were even tour